they have never run a business before. And it's not like it's bad, but it's because of that that they don't fully understand certain things. And I use the analogy of kind of like, restaurants, right? Restaurants can mean, well, cook the best food, but that doesn't mean that they're profitable. There's certain things that you only learn if you have done it yourself, right? Trial and failure, or have been part of a successful group that you understand what works, what doesn't work. It's the same thing when we had that conversation with the topic of, successful marketing, understand the difference between what is successful marketing, what is not, how to get the call of action and those things. And this is important because a lot of the time you will get that feel good, looks great, person is trustworthy, this and that, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to lose money. And one of the piece of wisdom that I want to always bring back to people is that it's the same thing when I say don't be the trader. Don't you have the luxury not to have to choose EX or PX, none of that stuff. You are in perfect position. Sometimes you just need to wait. Sometimes you just need to delay gratification just to see. Because God forbid you make a wrong move that you didn't have to, and then next thing you know, you're wiped out, and all you have is nothing. Okay? Richard Hart is special not because he's smart. Richard Hart is special to me because he has multiple aptitude in different fields that makes it so good, right? He knows the code, he knows business, he is trustworthy, and he genuinely, this is the key, he genuinely want you, the listener, to become wealthy and to do well because that's how we live in a better world. There's not that many people that have all those things all combined. This is also why a quote unquote Richard Hart project, it's not your average project that you see out there. And if you're new listening or if you're in your building wealth mode, and I've said this many times, sometimes you need to put all your eggs in the basket and watch the basket grow to build that wealth, not being over diversification, trying to play the hedge fund guy, when in reality, you're barely just getting your feet off the ground. It's not very smart. Patience is key. We have learned how to delay gratification. This is how we got here. In life, you want to double down on what works, not look back, be like, hey, I got all this money. I'm a genius now. I'm going to go by myself. And then you're going to get wrecked because you're taking for granted the comfort that you have been experienced, even some OGs, because maybe it's been 2 years. You haven't been in a wreck project before, or it's been a while and you might need a reminder. And then when that happens, you're going to be like, oh, wow, I wish I did X, Y, and Z. So those are the things that I just want to make sure people are fully aware. And the beauty about this is, again, you are in perfect position. There is no rush. If somebody is trying to make you feel like you're rushing to do X, Y, and Z, that's a red flag you have to be very careful about.
And wise words as always, man.
Very welcome.
Super wise words.
As always, thank you so much for sharing that. Um, hey, I know a couple other people had their hand up for a while too. MC and then King Frago. What's going on?
Hey, Matt, what's up, buddy? Orca, how you doing, man? Maddie, Kareem, I know a couple other buddies in here. Keith, what's up, bro? Trap, John, or Yoon. Just one thing I wanted to say, or I guess a question I wanted to ask about, what projects will be on chain, in the future, and like use cases, like Kareem were saying, kind of running out of them, and I think that most of what we will all see value in that will be created that will be there soon after Pulse Chain launch. So do y'all think, as far as, well, of course there's going to be all these shit coins built on it, I'm sure, but do y'all think, long term, big picture, after we're well on our way to mass adoption, I like the idea of those Mad Energy fellows, with the tokenized private equity, where however big your bag is for whatever company, that's your equity share in it. That seems like something awesome, in the future. If we have a bunch of companies that shift, globally towards tokenized equity. I mean, doesn't that seem like a pretty safe, secure way for people to, get bags of stuff, not really worry about getting rugged? Obviously, you have to do your research on the company itself, but just a thought that I had. I was wondering what y'all thought about it.
I think that's something you have to be very careful with because, companies get certain protections through the fiat, like stock market and stuff like that, that they will not have necessarily on chain. Weird things can happen when you have disparaging markets. So, and then there's the other side of it. It's like, what if it just becomes a big thing for penny stocks, and then it's no different than the shit coins we have now. So, it interests me. Certainly something that interests me, but it's at the same point also something that terrifies me.
Yeah, if I may, just to double down on what he just said, the problem is this. It looks good, you mean well, but the problem is you're talking about people's money. This is what I always urge people to be very, very careful. You're talking about people's money. I've been in business many, many years, especially in sales. It's all kumbaya when everything goes well. The moment it goes wrong, you're the first one that they're gonna, come for. And more importantly, you want to make sure you do not incentivize bad behavior, gambling type stuff, because it always, always ends up well. We have seen this too many times. This is the difference between being wise, which we should always try to be, and just trying to be smart. There's always going to be a few that's going to be, making money because they're always, again, it's the level of smart is just different based on the people, but the majority of the people always end up being hurt. And that's not looking at, again, counterparty risk, systemic risk. Those things need to be heavily, heavily battle tested first before being released onto the market. It's another reason why, again, what Richard does very, very well is making sure everything is like super tight, super secure. And even that doesn't guarantee you 100%, but at the very least, you're trying your absolute best to make sure nothing wrong happens. So we just need to be very, very careful when we bring those things. They look good, but they got to be battle tested first. I've seen many ideas over the
Did you
years.
use the
It looks
test
good.
market?
Okay.
Did you try using the test market for rebound at all? What is that back feeding?
Sorry, I think someone's mic.
Somebody driving? What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Kareem.
I'm in the room. Okay, because I'm in a insulated room right now.
Hey, Orca, I think the feedback might be coming off of yours, possibly.
Hold on. Maddie, are you driving?
Test. 1, 2, 3.
I'm hearing him fine.
What about now? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, long story short, what I wanted to emphasize is those things need to be heavily battle tested first so that we know what they're gonna do for the most part before being released in the wild, because again, it is people's money that we're talking about. Because the gentleman had a good idea in the future after Pulse Chain is launched, blah blah, yada yada. Like whatever cool idea that might be something that we can add in the future, it's not like it's bad. It's just it needs to be heavily, heavily battle tested first before being released, or we're running the risk of having people lose their money, especially where technically speaking, we have plenty of opportunity already, and we're gonna have almost what 5 coins, and then just that alone, honestly, if nothing is ever created after that, you could still live great for the rest of your life. That's how good it is. But I'm always open to potentially see something new. But I always urge people to make sure those things are heavily battle tested first. And that we not end up in a situation where, like in crypto, we have seen people just come up with coins that doesn't even need to exist. You can just do the whatever the product does or whatever the service is without having to have a new coin. That's another thing that I make very, very careful that this doesn't happen. So that's what I want to emphasize.
Hey, Kareem. Oh, is it my mic that's wrecked? Or can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay.
All right, I wanted to build on top of what you're talking about, Kareem. I think there are a lot of really interesting ideas that come to the marketplace, right? And they're seeking funds. But on the same side, we have a track record of what works and why it works, right? When I'm looking at something like HEX, we have now a 2-year track record, 80,000 stakers, hundreds of people in these Twitter spaces. Streamers on YouTube are growing every single day. So we have a track record of what works. And MC, to your point about um, the tokenized ownership that you brought up, I think it's a fantastic idea. I don't know how it's going to work exactly or if it's going to work long term, but you have time to see how that plays out, right? You don't always have to hop in right at the beginning. And I just wanted to share one of the best pieces of advice that I was ever given was if you really want to achieve financial freedom, you cannot afford to diversify in the beginning. You have to pick a horse, and yes, you have to pick the right horse, and that's difficult, and most people don't pick the right horse. So when you're looking at what would be the right horse, you're looking for at least some track record of believability, right? Something that shows you that this thing works for a specific reason. Now, when you do ultimately end up making it, let's say you make $100 million, at that point, maybe it does make sense to diversify, right? Just into different things. But if you're starting out and you're trying to grow your bag and reach that pinnacle of financial freedom, there are so many pitfalls along the way. We call it shiny object syndrome, right? And everyone's got a shiny object and everyone's trying to sell their shiny object because they're trying to get to the same damn point that everyone else is trying to get to. So just keep that in mind. I think there's going to be some really interesting concepts that come up. And like Kareem said, you have to have a track record, again, of believability. We know what works, at least for now, and we know why it works. So it's something to consider when you're looking at, trying to reach that ultimate pinnacle, if you will.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
sorry, Kareem.
No, what I'm going to double down what you say exactly. And then guess what? If you don't have a track record, that is okay also, but do not expect to just come in and get the money up front. In other words, when people worked hard to build their wealth, especially in the community settings, there's no entitlement that because you're part of the community, all of a sudden, those people who worked hard to build their wealth have to go and take a risk into your shiny object. That's not how this works. It's kind of like good friendship, right? You don't take advantage of your friend. You're making sure that you're providing the value up front for a very, very long time. And then you say, hey, if you're interested, come in. Boom, boom, boom. There's an opportunity here. Yes, you may have to invest some money, but let me show you because I have the track record, right? If you look, just a small example, if you look at Staker, why we're not having a coin right now or whatever, we just focus on just building value, showing the worth, letting the market then decide, oh, wow, this thing is actually worth it. This thing is like providing value on its own. And we're making sure it is battle tested. We're tying up all the loose ends and all sort of stuff just to make sure everything is clean. And then maybe sometime in the future, then we say, hey, if you're interested, X, Y, and Z. But that's what it means. Either you come up with the track record. If you don't, build it first, test it out, but don't think that community money is your money to be invested because it's like, hey, all of a sudden, it's like if I have a family member that say, hey, you got rich, you got all this money, all of a sudden, why aren't you giving me like $1 million or this or that? I'm like, well, excuse me, that's not how it works. So I just want people to understand like there's room for everything, but make sure you do it right. Look at it the other way. Look at it like if I was the one that I was being asked to give money, how would I feel and what would I want to see? Like put yourself into other people's shoes. Like community members, like we're very tight as a community for a reason, but let's not make sure we take that for granted or that we just go out there and be like, hey, I need money now. So I'm just gonna go to my homies and then just ask them for a check. That's the key here. I just want to make sure that do not get loose in the translation. Track record is definitely a plus. It is not a requirement, but if you don't have it, You got to bring in the sweat equity. You gotta show, you gotta be out there. And then when you come in and say, hey, look at this, look at that, look at the track record, the use case is actually valid, because that's another thing too. Sometimes it looks good on paper, but in action, it's bad. Again, the restaurant analogy. Best cook in the world, restaurant business fails because maybe they got a bad location. Maybe they didn't do a study of the area or what people like, what do they like to eat, what's the price points. Like there's so many things. Again, running a business. And sadly, unfortunately, we have a lot, it's not their fault. We have a lot of community members that could easily be impressionable, that never run a business before, so they don't know. So we as some of the community leader, we have to protect them too. Because if not, somebody's gonna come in, sweet talk them. Next thing you know, they invest all this money, and then God forbid, bad thing happen, and then they lose all the money, and then they wish they had just stayed over there.
I hear you on that, brother. And so also, I think just to clear up what I was saying a little bit, so I do understand, you need to have that degree of trust and that track record with the community, that you are looking to raise your funds from. So I believe like those Mad Energy guys who did say they are going towards, tokenized ownership. That, to my knowledge, that is in its infancy, and they really don't have a track record. So I totally understand how people would need to be cautious, with a project like that. But I think more what I was getting at was like, say, like Bumble, the dating app, when Bumble went public, they had a track record. They were viral. Everybody used Bumble like hand in hand with Tinder or whatever. But say, something like that comes along, they do have the track record out there, but then they come out and say, oh, we're not doing, we're not going to be trading, in the traditional stock market. We're actually deciding to go with tokenized private equity. We're going to, and again, with securities laws and all that, I don't know how that works because ICOs, all that crap. But, so if they were to say, we're not going to, go public on the stock market, we're going to be over here on the pulse chain and, so on and so forth. So that's what I'm thinking about, like big picture, after mass adoption, there are these companies out there that are, full steam ahead. They're doing great. They're killing it. They decide to go public, but they come out and say, "Oh, we're going to be, we're going to be on the pulse chain, or instead of like traditional legacy."
Yeah, excellent points, MC. Man,
Now
I
the
think
key catch 22 is now how long is good track record, and there's a lot of ifs, and unfortunately, crypto, like Richard said, it's sad to say, but sadly to this day, I mean, just yesterday there was another hack. I mean, it's crazy. Like sometimes, just for fun, I just go on Richard's Twitter and I just go back and just look at all the hacks. Like I know it sounds crazy what I'm about to say, but I just even me, and I try to be wise, but I'm never too wise. I'm like, I need a reminder because you guys probably don't see this, but I get bombarded every week, email, do this, do that, invest here, invest there. It's crazy because guess what? People will always go ask where they think the money is. And you have to constantly remind yourself, stay grounded because it's still the wild, wild west out there. We're very fortunate. We're in a world garden, but make no mistake, when you step out there in the world, you better check yourself, or they're waiting for you. So go ahead.
Right. Oh, and like I said, this is, I'm sure, years in the future. When we hopefully are in a great place where there is plenty of infrastructure, and security is strong, for lack of a better word. But obviously, I'm thinking long term. And mad to what you were saying. Once you've held on to your bags and you picked your horse, you rode it, you killed it. Say, hey, maybe 5 years from now it is there, and you feel confident and you do diversify and stuff like this does start happening, where a company goes public and so on and so forth. But yeah, I'm thinking down the road, years from now, but just long term, because I mean, let's be real, if all this does what I'd like to believe that the majority of us here are very confident in what's coming and how it will perform. We're going to be dealing with this for the rest of our lives, and happily so. So, I'm just thinking out in the future, boys and girls.
I've been to the future in the DeLorean, and I can confirm Hex is doing well.
Awesome.
Not financially.
Time out. I have to mute everyone. Kareem, your mic is wrecked, man. When we speak, we echo out of your speaker setup.
I think it's kind of transferring around. I've seen the echoing from a couple different people. I'm wondering if it's a consequence of just having so many people in the space. I don't know for sure, but hey, King Froggo, I know you've had your hand up for like 20 minutes. Just wanted to check in, let you know we see you. What's on your mind?
Yo, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, cool. I just wanted to say, considering what everyone sacrificed for, the political statement, there is an opportunity to hit a demographic of people that believe in that political statement, that are moving to a new platform, and that's Truth Social, and you can register now and get your username. And I think we should absolutely flood that space with Hex, Pulse X, groups, chats, just reposting, getting popular very quickly on that platform. And, ultimately getting the people that do agree with that political statement, into, this ecosystem kind of before anyone else, right? I mean, there's still going to be a gap before Pulse and Pulse X launch, but still a great buying opportunity for Hex and for them to kind of get started and introduced and start, telling their friends and family. I think Truth Social is going to be very big. I mean, Twitter is kind of already flooded with a lot of hate and a lot of bots and a lot of arguments, and Truth Social is going to be, a very friendly and happy place. So people sharing knowledge, people sharing truths. Just wanted to shout that out. You can go register and get your username now. I was going to tell Richard when he was in here, he should probably sign up immediately so he could secure the same one as he has on all the socials. But telling all you guys now as well, and think we should kind of do it as a collective.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool, man. Thanks for coming up and sharing. This is the first time I've heard of this platform specifically, so I'll go check it out.
Yeah,
see, we have another hand up. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's Trump's platform that he's releasing to combat Twitter's censorship and YouTube censorship.
Man, who is Trump? I'm just playing with you. Man, really appreciate you coming up and your patience as well. I know it was a lot of people requesting to speak, so thanks again.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey, Sun Tzu, what's up?
Hey guys, thank you for hosting this space. I had two questions, and I'll let you guys decide which one you want to answer, or both. One is more technical, the other one's more social. The technical question, I'm doing some research around a question I have about Pulse X, and I wanted to understand a bit more the price mechanic of how you get the price to move up with liquidity pools. So if we imagined a rudimentary scenario where there is a buyer that wants to buy PulseX, but there is no liquidity. How does the buyer keep raising the price until someone is willing to put the liquidity down to sell? Is anyone aware of the mechanic behind this?
Yeah, I think we have a lot of knowledgeable people in this space, Kareem or Alex.
So when the pair is set up, you need to understand there's never going to be a scenario where you're not going to be able to have liquidity to buy. That's very important. The same way when you see on Uniswap, the price, like Richard said many times, the price can never go to zero no matter what, because there's always going to be a little bit of something in there. So the fact that PulseX, quote unquote, don't have a lot of liquidity compared to another coin doesn't mean that you can't buy it. It's just going to accelerate the price increase faster and faster, because again, the more people want to buy it, the higher the price goes, and they're still going to be able to have availability to buy more, but they will just cost more and more and more. So let's say hypothetical scenario, it launched, obviously no inflation. Most people, if they're smart, they're going to stake it to earn the reward, right? Which then just create that supply shock. But no matter what, let's say, example, OA, somebody's going to have to take the impermanent loss and set up a pair, right? Whether it is OA, whether it is community members, there's going to be a trading pair out there set up. And then whatever it's in that pool, that's what's available. So as people buy, price go higher. And if nobody else is willing to, sell, so to speak, whatever they have that's not already in the liquidity pool, then whatever it's there, it's just there. And then as more people buy it, it's just going to be less and less and less, but then makes the price of the thing go higher and higher. Like, for example, if you look at a HEX pool, HEX USDC, HEX ETH, whatever it might be, if you were here a long, long time ago, we used to have billions and billions of HEX in that pool. From when you look at the Uniswap V2, when you look at the ratio stuff. Today, when you look at the ratio, it's like 12, 13 million. It looks, when you look at it on Uniswap, it says 12, 13 million HEX per ratio. So this is how price goes up, because you could always, always have the ability to buy. It's just exponentially becomes more expensive if, as the people want it, nobody else is selling, so to speak, to push the price back down. Now, if the price gets to a point where it's enticing for those who hold a bunch of PulseX to quote unquote cash out, then yes, this is when that on-demand liquidity will show up and then push the price down, because for somebody else, they're like, all right, I like this price, I'm willing to exit here. Make sense?
Yeah, I ask some following questions. So yeah, could I ask some follow-up questions on that, Kareem?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, my mic got cut off for some reason. Go ahead.
You said the price can never be zero because no matter what the amount of liquidity is there, it'll just push up the price more if demand is constant or rising. I guess the question is, what if no one chooses to set up a liquidity pair in that hypothetical scenario? Is that possible for there to be zero liquidity if no one wants to set up a pair?
No, because we need a market. I am 100% certain, and this is not financial advice, but I'm 100% certain that if nobody else is set up, OA will set it up. We need a market. So it's like in the beginning of when HEX was set up, OA set up the liquidity. Somebody had to eat that permanent loss. So it's going to be set.
Okay, so like theoretically, there can be no liquidity pair setup, but there will be one setup. I guess the question is that liquidity pool, can it be affected by other liquidity providers? Like, can they affect the ratio? Do different liquidity providers set up the ratios that they believe in, and then we get the average of those liquidity ratio pools? Do you want me to repeat the question, Kareem?
Yes, it's just weird. Every time he talks, for some reason, the mic gets shut off, and then I think I'm speaking to him, but then it's off, so that's why. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. So pools are going to be set up no matter what. I'm fairly confident that in the beginning, you're going to have, the first day, especially before the bridge and stuff, you're going to have your hex and pulse, right? Hex and pulse X, and then probably pulse X with pulse, because you got to be able to go with the 3 coins. So that's going to be set up no matter what. If nobody set it up, OA will set it up, because without that, you don't have a market, right? And it's kind of a fair estimate, because whoever sacrificed and know how valuable those coins are, in a high balance of probability, you want to keep them. You don't want to go, quote unquote, provide liquidity. Now, in the beginning, because of that, OA also, if decides to provide liquidity, that doesn't mean that the liquidity has to be very thick. It could just be, hey, liquidity, here's the price. And then off we start. And then as we start to run and the price goes higher and higher and higher, and I've mentioned this before, the way smart money, big money, quote unquote, cash out, they don't sell. They don't push the price down. What we do is we provide liquidity. This is actually how we cash out. That's the key, when we believe the price has reached an area that we're comfortable exited out of. In other words, if I say I don't want to provide liquidity in the beginning because I believe obviously my coins are very valuable in the long term, and then we did 100x or 1000x, and I'm like, okay, I feel comfortable, swapping some of them out here, even without doing a market sell. It's kind of like a limit order. I can just provide liquidity, and then as the new people come in, they will quote unquote buy my coin and then give me the USDC or whatever the other coin that I want to have, and then I can just exit that way once the ratio get to where I want to be. So it's just understanding how those markets works and knowing that no matter what, pairs are going to be created, because without that there's no trading, right? You can't have a chart without a liquidity pool.
Right.
And
No.
And I think to complete that answer as well. Oh, sorry.
go
Hey
ahead.
Kareem. Hey Kareem, when you're not talking, would you just mute your mic? I think there's just a ton of feedback.
Okay.
Go ahead, Maddie.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. So
we can hear you, man.
I believe how Pulse is going to be set up is everybody who's already providing liquidity on Ethereum will have their liquidity copied over, but they won't get it anymore. It becomes part of the system. And somebody can correct me if I'm not correctly understanding that, but all of it, that's the part of the reason why Richard doesn't want to release the exact date of when Pulse Chain is going to launch, is because he doesn't want people temporarily pulling their liquidity so that they'll get a copy of their coins. If you're providing liquidity on Ethereum, you will not get a copy of the coins that are providing liquidity. And so that liquidity for all 60,000 coins on Ethereum, and I guess I should say plus, but it's however many coins are on Ethereum that have liquidity on that system, that will be copied over, and that will be the basis for the ratio. And then the fixer bot will go through and correct things so that Pulse can be the pair that Ethereum is serving now. And so Ethereum is being replaced by the fixer bot at the correct ratio to create all of the 60,000 pairs that need to exist.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. Kareem, I was gonna ask a few more nuances. So, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so imagine the biggest pairing is the USD, a new stablecoin that we don't know which stablecoin will be effective on Pulse Chain, but we have a stablecoin paired with PulseX. Now, does each liquidity provider provide their own pairing in the pool, and they choose what the pair they think is appropriate, and then we get the average pair from all the pools from all the liquidity providers, or is there one omni pool that every liquidity provider adds to and generates the price, the ratio that way?
Good question. this is actually when the incentive tokens comes into play. Because remember, there's gonna be some type of basically voting because it's what determines where the incentive is going to be. Because where the incentive is gonna be is what's gonna incentivize users, community, whatever, to come in and provide the liquidity. So it's safe to assume that a hex versus pulse, a pulse versus pulse hex, and a hex versus hex liquidity pool is going to be heavily incentivized by that incentive token for that to happen. So it's going to be determined about where the incentive token is being basically rewarded, because that's why by its name will attract the people to want to come and provide liquidity. But in the very beginning, my assumption, just to me, is common sense, is people wouldn't want to provide liquidity because, again, they believe their coins is very, very valuable. So what's going to be there is, like Maddie says, whatever gets copy from Ethereum, Harvester bot comes in there and then pick up whatever he needs to do, fix all the ratios and whatever, and then we just basically starts from there. In other words, everything that's been sacrificed is just kind of like on the sideline. What's there is just whatever got copied over and then fix the bot, and then from there, whoever decide to vote with their PulseX would then be able to determine what pairs are going to be able to get the incentive token, and then that's what's going to create those ratios. I like to believe the biggest pair to me that I'm the most interested about, that I want to make sure it's thick, I want to see a EXPX pair. That's, to me, that's my quick math. Because just like we told all the Ethereum bros, come on Pulse Chain, get your copy, back up the value of your copy, yada yada yada. To me, that's common sense. The pair that I will be voting for to make sure that it's there and it's thick and it's strong, it is a EXPX. It is in my best interest. It is in, I believe, the community's best interest, because we will quickly and easily allow our second bag to match parity with the first bag, so that we literally get a true double. Not just a double in coins, but a double in USD value. Now, maybe, price goes down a little bit and then we'll find parity. But my thing is, by doing so, we'll be able to basically double our wealth from there. And then when the price starts to rise on one side, it will rise on the other side thanks to that thick liquidity between the two. And then we'll also fight against, like trading bots and, what I mean, harvesting bots, in terms of like those MEV bots out there. So
Okay. I guess the next question would be, so if the ratio of the pools is what decides essentially the price, is it possible for the community to do? Well, I had this concept that I'm working on, and it's inspired by the GameStop short squeeze. So if we think about the GameStop short squeeze from first principles, the reason why people holding out on selling was allowing for the price to shoot up. Wasn't just because there were buyers in the market, but because the buyers in the market were squeezed. Essentially, their demand was inelastic because of the situation they were in. Now, we have a very interesting case with PulseX of inelastic demand, because not all buyers are humans. We have a bot, which is PulseX auto buy and burn, right? Now, if the demand is inelastic for the buy and burn, couldn't we potentially, like the community, if the top 10,000 or 5,000 people who held most of the supply decide to cooperate by spreading a meme, just like with the GameStop meme, and the meme was to squeeze the bot. So instead of having a short squeeze, we have a bot squeeze. Couldn't we hypothetically create a pool ratio that creates an astronomical price that gets cashed out by the bot?
yes, you're welcome. And you don't even need a meme for that. That's just quick math. And it will happen. This is the reason why being deflationary is so powerful in this case, because what's going to happen is since we have no inflation and the bot's going to do what it's going to do, as long as those key core people, we don't need a meme. It's called diamond hands. You don't sell until you see the number of X's that you want to see. It's that simple. You're incentivized not to sell because your bag goes up. You're incentivized not to sell because you, chances are, did pretty well with HEX. You're incentivized not to sell because your copy also will go up because this mechanism doesn't just apply to Pulse X. It applies to Pulse Chain as well because the burning of the coin is going to happen over there as well. So, and with PulseX, it gets even easier because you also have staking now. You're going to be able to stake the PulseX to get coins like that. So it's fairly genius because people who are trying to build wealth shouldn't have to worry about providing liquidity and get impermanent loss. So basically, you're getting a layup because you're allowed to do one single way staking. So basically, you can earn incentive tokens with basically zero and permanent loss risk. And if you're smart, when you get that incentive token, you're going to use that as voting right to vote for the pairs that's going to benefit you the most, which are the hex pair, the pulse pair, and the pulse X pair. So it's literally becomes a game of you waiting and letting the thing happen because that elasticity that you talked about, it's going to happen because in the supply demand, we just continue to create a supply shock by making sure those coins don't move. They just stay where they are in your wallet. And while you're waiting, you're turning that into a money printer, which I talks about all the time, because now PulseX can become a money printer because you'll get incentive token. And Pulse Chain obviously is a money printer because you just delegate that. So now all of a sudden, price can go up faster if people follow that directive. Now, of course, shenanigans going to happen. Some people say they got strong hands, but then at the end of the day, you know what I mean. It's not. But I believe that the majority of those top wallets that you talked about, top 1,000, top 2,000, most of them see the potential, know what's going on, and already are fairly wealthy. So I can easily see that happen without even the need of a meme. And I'm not saying memes are bad. I'm just saying this is the kind of superiority level token economics Richard Hart projects have, and obviously Hex a product. So it's literally it's in the math. The question is, who needs to be here to get it?
Whose idea was that? That's I love that.
Sorry, what?
I was asking whose idea it was, the squeeze the bot thing, because I think that's a really cool concept.
So that from what I'm aware, I coined the term. I was actually in the K4K chat. If you guys want an actual source in the K4K chat, the game theory, pulse theory one, I coined it. And at the beginning, he looked a bit weird, and then I talked about demand and elasticity, and he raised his eyebrow, saying that he had his curiosity picked up. So that was pretty cool, and I'm probably gonna make a video to go more in depth into it. And I agree with Kareem that we don't actually need that meme. Diamond hands is enough. But the bot squeeze meme allows people to differentiate the idea because, see, in a normal market, the price is essentially the result of a equilibrium between demand and supply. And, you have to satisfy humans on both sides. But in this case, we don't actually have to satisfy the bot because the bot doesn't care. It's never going to feel like it's got a bad deal. And so we can squeeze the bot. And so if that becomes a meme, perhaps we can, on top of diamond hands, then we can channel it even more to squeeze the bot. And potentially, again, the price could even be $1 million per PulseX, and the bot would still buy. And if the bot ends up being the biggest buyer in the future with high volume, then the bot would set the market price. So I think it's a powerful potential meme that we could rally everyone around. I don't know, but those are my 2 cents, and I'm working on it. And yeah, maybe I'll release a video about it. So
great job.
The liquidity pool discussion really has helped me think about how the bot will be squeezed in the dynamic. So thank you, Kareem, and Maddie, for giving me that technical insight. Yep.
Yeah, great job coming up with that. And I think that right now the bot is not really a bot, but I still love the marketing, right? We know that Richard's, corrected himself and said that actually we're not going to have a buy and burn bot, that it's going to be more of an OA situation of the unknown account looking out for everybody. But still, I think at the end of the day, like Richard said earlier, people don't need to understand the blockchain except for the people who are coming up, with the good ideas. And it seems like in other cryptos, that's never overlapped before. And here we've got a lot of people coming up with great ideas. And I think the meme is powerful, and it does differentiate, as you say. I like it.
If it's possible, I'd like to run a quick question by Maddie and Kareem.
Sure.
Yeah. My question is simple. I understand, and I may have this wrong, that Kareem is actually working on some form of encapsulation. And I get Maddie's point as well, that we don't want to discourage current hexicans from buying physical hex and staking it. And then Richard made the point that if we were bringing outside people in, then that's good for the ecosystem, because it'll end result more physical hex being bought, but only if it's bought by folks that wouldn't normally be in here. And it seems to me the biggest demographic of folks that wouldn't be in here are those that are not tech savvy, the grandmas and grandpas that want to, put $50 aside for their grandchildren, for their birthday, that type of stuff. So my question is this: could we come up with portions of stakes that could be chopped up, but they would not be appetizing to hexicans because the fees would be too high, but they'd be very appetizing to grandma and grandpa because they're comparing it to the 2% they get in the bank? Is that possible? And could that, in fact, grow our ecosystem substantially, because there's a whole lot of grandmas and grandpas that aren't tech savvy out there?
I'm glad that Richard was so positive with me about my thinking in this area, and I would encourage everybody to go back and listen to exactly what he said. And I think I'll do the same as we continue to digest this all the different types of technology, financial technologies that can be built on top of Hex, and how we can simplify the user interface or reach new markets, right? All those things are super important to the success. And I think, I think that there are things that can be built that don't hurt the buy pressure, but that there are always going to be people incentivized to try to tell really cool stories that end up scamming users, and we won't be able to save everybody. But still, I would just say go back to what Richard said, and people can really pick it apart.
I would suggest, Maddie, that it's the dollars that will separate the hexicans from this new stuff. So, for example, my girlfriend has a 93-year-old grandfather, and he and I have gotten into discussions about different things, and he's fascinated by crypto, but as he says, he's far too old to get into it now. He's 93 years old, and to be very honest, he's even scared of using the internet. However, I know for a fact that this type of person, if he could walk into a bank and get the upside of Hex and get, I don't know, 7% a year on his stake, he'd be beautifully happy with that. And so my question but yet the average Hexican would go, well, I wouldn't do that. I can just go buy Hex and stake it. So my question is I guess it's to Kareem, could something like that be done, and could the price being charged be the thing that would save the ecosystem from, hexicans not buying physical stuff, but grandma and grandpa coming in and not having to use blockchain?
Okay, good question. So my answer is gonna be twofold, because I see what you're coming from, and it's a matter of just understanding even the history behind even how this thing came about. When we wanted to do encapsulated stake at the time, also, pulse chain didn't exist, right? The goal was to lower the fee for as much as possible for Hexicans when they go to end the stake. That's why, Firebunny, genius as it is, came up with that. So I want to make sure everybody get the history straight, how this thing even started about. Now, the implication of what you just talked about, which is something that I was thinking about potentially doing, we need to be very, very clear. This is a potential add-on. It's not here to cannibalize the primary product because for the simple fact that to even begin to set it up, it needs to be over collateralized with a real stake, which means somebody needs to come up with the money, right? Which most likely in that case, if this had happened, we're talking about us using our money. So, and in the beginning, you're talking what? 100, maybe 1,000 T-shares, whatever that might be. And then tradable will be whatever is inside that bucket. But in the grand scheme of things, when you have millions and millions of T-shares out there, we're talking about like 0.1%. So even if people wanted to get it, it's going to be oversubscribed very fast because it's not going to be having enough anyway to go around for everybody. So that's another thing too. It is something that I have done the study. See, that's the difference when you understand and you're learning business versus just like, hey, let's just go try something. I have done the math in the past, and I realized that Hexicans were 90 to 95% stake. And at the time I was watching, there was like 1.5 billion, obviously less now, but at the time it was 1.5 to 2.5 billion hex, just what I call rotation. Those people were just using the system 25 days, 30 days, 45 days. And I'm like, what if we were to come up with something so that they realize that the fear that they're waiting on, aka oh the world's gonna collapse or this or that, is most likely not gonna happen, so that they can just be staked and then not have to worry about that. And then obviously it'll be easier for price appreciation because those coins are not out there being liquid. And only if there were to be an emergency, that's when they will get to deploy potentially that capital. So it was to target a very, very niche of users who already have their original hex stakes, ladders, and everything like that. So this is also another thing to be very, very clear about. The main product is the main product. Hex staking is hex staking. And to your point, the reason why we will be putting a fee is to not create an incentive for people to do that too much because it's like, well, why pay the fee if I can just do the regular staking the regular way? So you will be using a set product for, like you're talking about, the 93-year-old, gentleman, some type of use case like that, and then the value will be okay. You get the flexibility, you get a little bit of yield, and then boom, if need be, you can pull out. But then again, those type of products, the way we want to do it, potentially, eventually, whenever that comes out, we're talking a not a substantial amount of T-share because again, those are real stake. We need to create the real stake, put it on the blockchain, and then do the tracking, and then people can come and potentially buy it. So hopefully that answers your question. But I just want to make very, very clear. The primary thing was to fight the fees. And then what derives out of that after that was, well, let's try to potentially help those specific people who already decide not to stake long. But our goal was to lock more hex out of circulation because it's good for the game theory. But then again, unless we miraculously get way more money in the future, in the beginning, we're talking like 3,000. I mean, less than 10,000 T-shares. So,
Well, Kareem, imagine that you do a small test run like you're talking about, and then it gets sold out really fast for that subscription. And we find that our buyers are, in fact, grandmas and grandpas from all over the place. The same folks probably that are buying gold, the same audience that Peter Schiff will bring to the table for Richard. And, maybe we could start to bring them in. They're not going to be eating T-shares that aren't being eaten right now by hexicans because a hexican's going to look at this product and go, I'm not going to do that. The fees are too high. But the gold investor is going to go, man, this is great compared to gold. And I don't have to do that crazy crypto blockchain stuff. I just, I give the money and I know that it's there. So if we could come up with something like that, yeah, you test it small at first and you put a smaller amount of money in. If that sucker sells out in a couple hours and we figure out how to market it, wouldn't it really advance our ecosystem and boost HEX to have all these T-shares out there in these encapsulated stakes because they're serving a different market than our current hexicans?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting idea. How to get the word out to people that otherwise wouldn't interact with crypto and make sure that they can reap some of the benefits of the high APY, at least comparative to the legacy products that they have
Yeah,
currently. Hey, Gold Key, I know you've had your hand up for quite a while, brother. I just wanted to make sure we jump to you and you have a chance to hop in here.
Of course, yeah. Thank you so much for having me up. I really love that we're having just kind of an open space to talk about exciting ideas. I know we're all really excited for Pulse Chain, and it looks like we have a bunch of really smart minds up here. So just kind of wanted to share. It sounds like we're all kind of in the same space right now with our thoughts, and wanted to share something I'm building as a tool for Hex. Um, and you guys may have seen this, but I'm working on this product called Maximus. And essentially, I really think the next wave for Hex, I think, we were talking about that there isn't any, we're running out of ideas. But I think that a lot of people are seeing this opportunity for liquidity. And so what we're building is essentially a smart contract that facilitates a pooling for a max link hex stake. Um, so basically there'll be a mint phase where anyone can pledge um, a certain amount of hex, whatever they decide, to the Maximus DAO. And then once the mint phase is complete, the smart contract executes max link stake. And then once that is staked, you'll have a maxi token, which is essentially represents equity of the pool. And once the stake ends, you'll be able to redeem your portion of that pool per hexi or per maxi. So I think it's a really as inspired by Richard Hart as possible, fully trustless, and it basically runs itself. After we launch, but I'm very curious, especially Maddie and Kareem, hearing your thoughts on this. I think I I've been having thoughts because I know that in a lot of Hexkins' minds, there's the design, like by design, Hex was designed for delayed gratification. But clearly with how many people emergency instakes, I think that like that's not always the best case. So there's that risk of needing that money that you locked up, um, and also I think that like what people are doing today is a staking ladder, and I'm actually writing a blog about kind of comparing this tool versus a staking ladder, because essentially with the staking ladder you're buying that liquidity at the trade-off of like foregoing T shares, right? Like the shorter amount you get less T shares. So this provides you the maximum yield of a max link stake without foregoing that sacrifice of T shares with having to like do shorter stakes. So yeah, I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts and if you have any questions on that.
Okay, let me jump in here because I want to make sure something is not losing in translation. And thanks for asking. So there's a distinction here that I want to make very, very clear, which is important. Okay, because what you're talking about, all those are a good idea, but again, you're dealing with potential contract risk, something like that. Because why would you be in a pool, right? If you could basically just do it yourself, because also that will avoid if there is some type of, no offense, bug hack or whatever, this whole pool thing could go down and then it could turn very, very bad for other people. And you're introducing another coin. So to me, when I look at that's the first red flag that I see. That's like, that can again mean well, but that can turn out very bad, very, very quick. And again, why do we need another coin? The thing that we just talked about, what makes it different, is we're not trying to change the fundamental about how the system or how the staking works. Staking ladders are very, very useful. And this is the reason why I even come up with the Dream account and spend countless of hours every day, every week, everybody knows, teaching people about a different level, having a level of delayed gratification, but also learning how to be disciplined because this is part of the system. This is how you get to build wealth. Emergency penalties are part of the system because you need a carrot, you need a stick too. If not, people don't get the discipline. So it's nothing that's bad. It's designed on purpose to do what it's supposed to do so that people check themselves before they wreck themselves. That's very important. What we're specifically talking about is what I call rotation stakes. Let me give you a better definition. Like the gentleman was talking about the person that's 93 years old, whatever. I'm talking about HEX that, to make it very clear, those people were not even wanting to stake it. It was just their emergency fund. In other words, maybe you listen to me, you did your dream account as you should, blah, 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 you 30%, blah, 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 and then you move to maybe a level 2, level 3, and you have like your 90% stake or your 95% stake, and then you just happen to have that 5% that was just sitting there for emergency, whatever the reason is, because of old age, because it's just there, never to be sold, never to be sold, but it's just there for if there is an emergency. Now, this product that we're thinking about doing at Sticker App is just basically saying, since you were never, that's the key, since you're never going to stake that anyway because it's your quote unquote emergency fund, and it just happens to sit there, and I see you doing 30-day stakes just because at least you know within 30 days you can access the money. Why don't we come up with something that you could use to get a higher yield from, and then we're betting on the fact that more often than not, that emergency that you're worried about, like a boogeyman, most likely won't happen. Therefore, we can get even that 5% out of circulation just to allow the price to go higher. And God forbid, if the emergency do happen, you can still take that out. Yes, you pay a fee, but while you're waiting, you're earning as if it was a 15-year stake, although it's a 30-day rotation stake. So this is where the nuance is. We're not talking about, hey, take all your money, come here, go to this other pool. No, 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 and no. Decentralized. Not your key, not your crypto. You keep everything to yourself. We're talking about a very, very specific niche of people, like the gentleman was talking about. People that literally, they did the ladder already. They've been a customer, they've been a user. Everything is great. It's just that 5%, what I call rotational stake. This is the targeted audience, the 5%, or it's, for some people it's even 2%. Those are the people we want, because we also know that we will have to over collateralize to make this thing happen, and it's not going to have enough t-shirt to go around anyway. But that's okay, because we're just trying to create a potential additional product that is separate from the main product. So I really want people to understand the nuance between the two, because it's not the same and it doesn't target the same quote unquote either customer or portion of the Hexican that has already his plan set up. And more importantly, there's no new coin. Okay, this
Yeah,
thing will
Kareem,
take
Kareem, I just want to say I wasn't trying to compare like what I'm building to what you're building. I was just kind of floating. I'd love to, if you have white paper, I'd love to research and learn more. Just to touch on a few things that you brought up. So one, we're keeping it as very simple as possible. The smart contract actually only has 4 functions that it can run, and it has no admin keys. So it's going to be there's going to be very, very little counterparty risk, and there's also no fees on Maximus. So even there's no budget for our team or anything. This is simply a tool for people to use if they choose to. I would say
Good job.
my last point too. I don't think that like being afraid of a new coin. I like a coin like I don't think that it's like a mentality to have that just a fear of a new coin. I view this coin as a tool, and it represents a max link. It's backed by a max link stake, so it represents equity that's redeemable from the smart contract. So yes, it is introducing a new coin, but it's really more of a tool, an equity coin that represents earnings on a max link stake, if that makes sense.
No, it does
Hey,
make
Gold.
sense. For the record, nobody's scared. It's just, again, we're just talking about the mathematical fact that it's introducing a new risk. It's called, it's a contract risk. And because there's a new coin fluctuate up and down. Now you got to look at grayscale, right? So you could say, hey, represent this, represents that. But then again, it could become oversubscribed or undersubscribed. And all of a sudden, it's worth less than what it's supposed to be worth because of the stake, or it's worth way more than what it's supposed to. And then now people can get wrecked in and out because now there's timing involved. Now there's trading. Now it's like you're adding an extra bad behavior into the mechanics. You know what I'm saying? That's what
Well,
I'm
yeah,
just
but the
bringing that
difference.
to the picture. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying it add that externality that can turn into something that's not good, positive game theory. Does that make sense?
Agreed. I think, you know, anytime you introduce something new, there is definitely risk. I think the difference between us and Grayscale, for example, is that or Maxi will bake in both the price appreciation and the maximum yield from a MaxLink stake. And so, regardless of if you try to sell Maxi while the stake is active, yes, you may be able to sell at a premium and lock in some gains, or you might be able to pick up when it's at a discount. You know, buying into like the future yield of the stake. But the thing is that regardless of the market action while the stake is live, that Maxi will be redeemable at the end of that stake the for that portion of the yield. So if you believe in HEX and the yield that it will return and the price appreciation, you will believe in Maxi because it's backed by HEX, if that makes sense.
Hey, hey, Gold Key, I got a question as well. Just real quick. So, when you're pooling funds and a max length stake is created, that's created from a specific wallet address. What happens if the person that creates that stake or the smart contract that creates that stake is no longer accessible after that 15 years? You know, down the line, let's say, I don't know, whoever did it passes away or something. What mechanism would the people that pooled those funds have to be able to end that stake and actually realize the value from X?
Great question. So anyone will be able to, once the stake is ended, anyone will be able to end stake. And there is no need for an intermediary to actually distribute the tokens. So you'll be able to call upon the Maximus DAO contract, and that will actually handle the distribution of the hex that's within the treasury.
Awesome. Thank you. Hey, Kareem, I didn't know if you wanted to add on to that. I just had a burning question.
And by the way, thanks for providing those details. Let me give you like a basic example of what I mean by a new token being potentially risky, right? When you want to determine a stake and then you see the value of stake and the yield, right? We're very fortunate that in the HEX ecosystem, we already have very powerful tool and so much data that we can piggyback off that we could use without having to use a coin. Like you said, it's the value of the stake, the value of the yield. The value of the yield is determined based on the value of the T-share. So in other words, instead of even having a new coin, for example, you could just base everything based on a T-share rate because T-share rate is another way of creating that kind of pricing, but you're still talking in hex. You're not, and again, my biggest risk is with new coins is when you talk about premium and discount, whatever. Like I get what you're saying, but average person, mom and pop shop, grandma, they don't know that, and then they may end up buying. And I've talked about this in the very beginning. Even when other stuff were doing tradable shares or whatever, I exposed right away. There's the benefit, but here's the downside. Because you have to be able to know how to value a stake and the value of its yield. Some people don't know how to do that. And that is my biggest fear, my biggest risk. They're going to buy something way too expensive that's yielding probably way less than what it's worth. You know what I mean? More often than not. So because you're potentially subject to like I don't want to say market manipulation, but again, those who know how to manipulate those premiums, like how Grayscale did their thing, running the premium like crazy, artificial demand. I'm not saying you guys are doing that, but again, you're talking smart contract. Smart people comes in, they see the code, they start doing stuff. Next thing you know, people don't know the difference. They go buy this stuff, and then when it's no longer worth what it's worth, now they get trapped. And that's my biggest fear, especially when you're talking with new coin. You can create pricing of stake, create pricing of the value of a yield. We're very lucky. Hex has so much data, it's crazy. We know at Sticker because we track everything. And there's so much data that can be used. where you can generate the pricing that you're looking for, but everything is in hex. There is no new coin that's needed. I really want you to understand that difference. I can price you a t-shirt cost of a steak that you can buy or trade, whatever, straight up based on t-shirt. It's already there. It has a time component, it has the length component, it has everything there that I need. If somebody buy a t-shirt at 21,000 hex per t-shirt, and then let's say 6 months, a year from now, when somebody buys the new brand new stuff, maybe it's 25,000 or 30,000 hex per t-shirt, but then somebody exit from the old t-shirt. Well, guess what? I can go buy the old t-shirt at 21,000. It's in my best interest to do that instead of buying the new one. But although there's a different cost basis, we're still talking in hex. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like, all right,
I totally agree with what you're saying, and I think we're actually in agreement with that. I do believe in hex, and I believe that what we're building actually, like you had mentioned, we're building something on top of hex, and all those numbers and like we are able to utilize that to better provide information. I do think that there's still some disconnect. Like, I don't think this product isn't necessarily for like your grandma. This is for people that probably already understand hex, but also they might not one, they might not have the funds to actually buy a t-shirt at this moment. And so by pooling the funds, there are also some benefits I didn't necessarily touch on. One is obviously maximizing the max length hex bonuses, but also the bigger pays better bonuses. And depending on how big this pool gets, it it could allow people to tap into those bonuses that might not otherwise have. And also, especially on Ethereum, for those people that are under like one T-share right now, probably aren't able to even in their max length stake if they did one today, with how gas fees are now. That being said, Pulse Chain obviously solves the gas fee issue for smaller stakers, but Hex on Ethereum isn't going away, and so we're trying to provide some solution for those smaller stakers as well. So that's kind of, rather than like old people, we're kind of trying to provide a new outlet for those smaller stakers.
absolutely. No, I agree with you. Again, like I said earlier, the story, we started that thing because we wanted to solve the gas fee problem. Makes sense? Because at the time, those things didn't exist. So I'm totally in agreement with you. But then also we were able to pivot because once we realized, okay, Pulse Chain is coming, blah, blah, blah. And then, you go over there, you end over there, then you take the money, and then you go to EX. And this is where also the education is very, very important. That's why I always preach that for people, even though, because there's no timeline when this thing is gonna come out, even on our side, because we're too busy focused on what's in our plate right now and making the process better and the other coins. That's why I still heavily focus on, don't worry about shiny object, focus on doing a better ladder. I'm still teaching people how to build their dream account, all this sort of stuff. Even some of my friends, and I use that as an example, who were actually those potential customers that I would have talked to, and I say, hey, bro, you have $1 million that you're just rotating every month. Look at how many freaking t-shirts you lose, blah, blah, blah. Instead of saying, hey, keep doing that, keep wasting, losing t-shirts, and then just wait for us to come up with a product, blah, 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 and then you can use that product. I spend the time teaching them the value again of a strong staking ladder so that instead of waiting, just, hey, let me show you, a level 3 dream account that you can set up that can allow you to capture the value. And let's do the real hard work that people need to do at the end of the day. This is the piece of wisdom, is because they don't do the math of how much money they need every month. They don't even know what discretionary incomes are. Because once they actually do the math and they break everything down, like my friend, he did with me, he realized that even though he wants to do the lifestyle and traveling and this and that, I sat him down, we ran the math. It's like, bro, you only need 15 grand a month. That's like what, 150 to no $180,000 a year. You don't need $2 million liquid. That's just stupid. You have dormant capital. And then I teach him how to stake the rest while still having the emergency fund and everything. But now he was able to get literally 150% more t-shirt that he had previously because we just redo the ladder. Sometimes you don't even need a new product or whatever. You just need better education, better discipline. Sit down with yourself, sit down with your finance, find out what the hell's going on. And then that way you just have a better ladder, everything is clean, and then no harm, no foul. So I'm just saying like some of this stuff we can't just fix it with a new project. It's just old school, hardcore education, sitting down with people, breaking it down, making them do the hard way if you care for them, because I care for people, so I always do that. Or at least provide content that teach people what are the steps, because ultimately that's going to solve all of these problems so that people can get the best out of things and not be afraid because they think that, oh, I need all this cash liquid because what if something bad happened, when it's like, yeah, you can have emergency funds, but if you actually know your expenses and what you do and all this other stuff, you will realize more often than not in crypto you have way more than you actually need. And then yes, from time to time you have the 93-year-old gentleman or those special cases of like, okay, this is the emergency fund no matter what. I've done the math. This thing cannot be staked. And then out of that pool, then we can maybe target those customers. But all right, come use this product over here. You are not planning on staking that thing anyway. So let me show you how you can potentially get some yield out of that. So I really want to make sure that that nuance of that conversation is always there. I appreciate your sharing. Looking forward to see what the thing looks like so we can continue conversations. But I just want to make sure let's not forget what the main thing is.
Totally. Kareem, I just want you to know I respect how much energy and quality information you put out there. I'm always watching your streams. So keep that up. And I'll back away. I really appreciate the opportunity to kind of share, a little bit about what I'm working on. And I'm gonna tweet out like the white paper if anybody wants to read more on about it. And please, if anyone has questions, feel free to reach out to me as well. But thank you guys so much.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Goldfeet Key, for coming up. And I think one of the beautiful things about these Twitter Spaces is that we have the mechanism to have these open dialogues, and kind of discuss these things in the marketplace of ideas among some very, very uh, smart, intellectual type people, as well as people hearing it for the first time. So thanks as well for coming up. I just wanted to say, we've got a lot of people listening in the space. If anyone wants to come up and speak, it's a totally open forum. Feel free to just request the mic, and we'll bring you up when we can. We try to cycle speakers as new people request. So if anyone has anything on
Hey,
their mind,
hey,
this is
Kareem,
not
get some
not
headphones,
necessarily
man.
a crypto only space. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. Sorry, Maddie, go ahead.
I was just thinking, there are a lot of devs actually. I've noticed this that really, really hate any audio disturbance, and so I was going to say, Kareem, if you grab some headphones, that way there won't be any feedback.
I tried, Maddie. It's not connecting. It's just the weirdest thing ever. When I became a speaker, my headphones wireless doesn't connect. So I tried that.
All right, it looks like we do have a new speaker, Kaizoku Dread. Welcome to the conversation. What's going on?
Hey now, I'm going to play devil's advocate here and bring a little bit of controversy because controversy breeds good conversation. I totally understand what everybody's saying, especially the OGs, about FUDing. Like, don't going all in on these new projects. Play it safe, stick with HEX. I get it. But it depends on your point of view. Most of these people that are speaking already have their backs. They don't have to worry about money anymore. And all the people and the way that they got their bags is by taking a risk and investing in an unproven project. So I'll only talk about maybe liquid loans and Hedron. And definitely don't go YOLO into all these new projects. That's the safest thing. Don't do that. But when it comes to, like, for example, liquid loans, and they follow a lot of the same principles as Richard talked about with like just, no admin keys. etc., etc. Please do your research, look at the code, look at everything. Don't risk what you can't afford to lose. I get it. That's what you should do. But they're going to get their bags by, putting in $100, $200, $500, and they don't care to lose that. And they're going to get millions of coins. And they only have 10 days to do that. And if the project fails, they lose a couple $100. If it's successful and it goes to a penny, they don't have to worry about money for a while. And don't wreck yourself also goes the other way. Yeah, don't YOLO into it, but also maybe taking a risk is not such a bad idea.
I'm glad you brought that up. So let's tackle this. This is fun. So I don't know if you heard of the term fallacies. There's a couple of things that you have said that I was writing down that I want to address so you get to see the difference. Okay? It's very, very important. And I can even use myself as an example. When you say a couple of things like some of those people already got their bag or this or that, that's an assumption that you have. That is not necessarily true. Okay. Some people are so heavily staked for the long-term delayed gratification that they still work, they still do their basic thing. They're not out there living their crazy lifestyle or whatever. It's not because you've seen some people out there traveling, doing X, Y, and Z that it means that, every OG is made, so to speak, and then don't have to do anything else. That is not true. That is an assumption. That's number one. Number two, when you say $100, $500, $200 investment, that's still a lot of money. I have some personal friends, OG, that $200 turned literally into $3 million. This is crypto. A little bit can turn into a lot. So when you're saying, oh, this is only this, it's only that, you don't know. Some of those people could literally end up throwing way more money than you anticipated because number three, you're now incentivizing kind of like a bad behavior. The amount invested should not be the issue here. I have the same level of discipline when I do my research for anything. It doesn't matter if I invest $10 or if I invest $1 million. It doesn't matter. The value is into the teaching of did you do your due diligence? It's not the amount of money. A lot of people will use that so that, oh yeah, don't worry about it, don't do your research, da 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 da. And then you throw money there and then it's gone. Okay. Some of those stuff that you talked about, where is the audit? I haven't seen the audit. You comparing to Richard Hart type? No. Richard is different. The thing was being built for years and years and years, came without audit, 3 audits, right? If you want to follow all that full strength, let's check all the boxes. And you will realize that some of those stuff don't have it. Now, does that mean they're bad? No. It just means that you can't compare apples to orange and then come and tell me that this is also an apple. No, it's not. It's just simply not. You gotta have your proving track records also. Rich has been running businesses successful for a year. He's been in the Bitcoin community. He's been talking, quote unquote, a lot about crypto, very knowledgeable. He has that sweat equity. He's knowledgeable. It wasn't just like, hey, here's a good idea. Da, 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 da. No, a lot of the stuff has been backed up, proven, community input, all that kind of stuff, very transparent. It's just, I can go on and on and on and on. It's not the same thing. All we're saying to people is take your time, run all the checkpoints. You're very lucky to be around a community or with people that literally survive some of those bear market, learn all the do's and don'ts, and just literally just take the cheat sheet and then run the checklist. But be very, very disciplined. You can't just like, oh, it's only qualifying 3 out of 5 of the checkpoints, so it's okay. At least I got more than one. No, you got to check all the checkpoints. Because if you lose your money, $100, and then let's say one of the 3 coins, we're not going to say which one, that's launching do 1,000x. That $100 could have been worth literally 100 grand. So what you're losing isn't $100. Your opportunity cost is 100 grand. And I'll end with this. It's exactly that kind of mindset. I hate to say this, but it's the truth and it's tough love. I need to say it. It's exactly that kind of mindset that keep the people broke. I started very, very poor. I had some friends that were like, hey, you know what? Let's go play this. Let's go play lottery. Let's go do this. Oh, it's only $20. Da, 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 da. I used to know people that just waste thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars just playing those kind of gamble type mentality instead of investing themselves, delaying gratification, doing the thing that wasn't pleasant. But this is how we got out of our situation because we did the research. And then it just so happened that what we had at the time, sorry, was, whatever the money that we had, whether it's a couple $100 or $1,000 or whatever. But do not minimize the amount of research, time, checking everything before investing the money. Because for those people, those OGs, because I wasn't the day one guy, the $200, $300, $500, that's all they had. So for them, that was a lot of money. So they had to do the research. I came later, so I put like multiple six figures, but that's what I had. That's my money. That was some of it was my retirement money. And meaning like if it's gone, it's gone. There's no like, hey, plan B. No, there's not. So we need to really, really put that into perspective and understand and how to fight the negative cycle. It's actually just by doing the research through and not cutting corners. It doesn't matter if you invest in $10, $1 million, because if you don't get that process, that system, that thought process, you will be the first one to lose all your money. Even if you were to win lottery today, with that kind of mindset, you will lose it all very, very quickly because you still don't get it. That has nothing to do with the amount. It's just about the principle, doing the due diligence, making sure everything that we call as a red flag is being checked for because they serve a purpose. Because in the past, some of us lost money because we didn't check that. When we tell you, hey, watch out for this, watch out for that, we know for a reason. We're not saying that it's bad, but we're just making sure that those things are there. Because if they're not, the likelihood of you losing your money increases. That is literally the key. You need to change your mindset to then become successful. That's how it works. If you don't have the millionaire mindset, it's hard for you to become a real millionaire. It's not the one before the other, unless you got just pure luck. But even the lucky one end up losing all the money afterwards because they don't have the blueprint and it's not sustainable. So I'm glad you bring that up. And I know you mean well, but we're harsh on those things for a reason. And we're not gatekeeping anything. People who just want to hate says that stuff just because they don't have an argument. They cannot attack the idea, so they're just trying to attack the person. We're just saying, hey, we have a checklist. We're very, very fortunate that we know what we're doing and we have a leader that's done great stuff and helped us understand stuff in the blockchain space that we would have not otherwise learned. Because I can know a lot about business, but I wasn't an expert about blockchain, and I learned so much from Richard. But now those things become checklists. So we need to run the checklist. And if somebody genuinely means well, they shouldn't be afraid of going through the checklist. As simple as that.
Yeah, Kareem, really well said. And Kaizoku, I just wanted to add on top of that too that I think one of the huge benefits is that we have this community to run these ideas by, right? And the guys that were early into HEX took the biggest risk. Now, as Kareem said, most of them did a lot of research. They listened to Richard, right? They probably bought into Richard before they ever bought into HEX. And the thing I can tell you about investing too, just from my own experience, is that if you don't take any risks in your life, you're just not going to make it, right? But you can take more informed risks and less informed risks. And just like Kareem said, as you do your own research, you can come to some pretty stable conclusions that make sense to you. And you can also come to this community and always run by those conclusions. It's funny because before HEX, before Richard Hart, like Kareem said, we didn't have a checklist. We didn't have a checklist of things to look for in crypto, which is the riskiest asset class in human history, right? It's the one that, oddly enough, offers the most asymmetric upside potential and the most downside risk simultaneously. And at least now we do have a checklist, right? We have some things that we look for. There are certain red flags that get pulled up. I'm not going to speak to any project specifically. But I appreciate that you came into the space and you asked the question, and I share your perspective as well, just in terms of you have to be able to take some risk, right, to reap reward. And I think a lot of people probably in their life, they don't take enough risk, and that's why they don't make it. Everybody wants to be rich, but why isn't everybody rich? Well, there's a lot of different ways to answer that question. So I don't want to discount anything that you said. I totally agree with you, man. Taking risks is vital to achieving some form of financial success. And I just wanted to see if you had anything else that you wanted to offer, and then we can hop to Jawa that has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you for everybody's perspective. I just think thinking in a very common sense way, we're not living in a utopia. You're not going to save everybody. Everybody is responsible for their own bags. You can educate as much as you want, and they're going to either listen or they're not going to listen. So thinking risk wise, I think there is a very safe way. I mean, if you're coming into crypto with $200 to your name and you're putting in all of it, you shouldn't be investing in crypto in the first place. I can't, in this society where the money is inflated so much, people can afford to lose $100 or $200, and they're not going to become homeless. I get what you're saying. There are people around the world that are in that situation, but they shouldn't even be in crypto at all if they can't risk that much. And if the risk to reward ratio for $100 to that could become $10,000, $50,000, in my opinion, is worth the risk. I mean, it's common sense. You're not going to go homeless. But I totally get your point of view too. Just do your research.
Again, like Matt said, nobody is discounting the fact that we are going to make a risk. I mean, we all had to make a risk. And then when I'm talking about the $200 person, I'm talking about the person that the $200 just happens to be his budget. In other words, he's not being irresponsible. He's just probably being very responsible, making sure his life is in somewhat order that when he put the $200, now he just needs to wait. So again, we in crypto because it is risky. But then again, let's not just add unnecessary risk. We're just saying we have a checklist. We're very fortunate. All those years of experience that we have done in this space, all those years when we lost money, even with a quote unquote good idea. I'm going to use this example. That's an example I use all the time of EOS, right? Dan Larimer, smart guy, delegated proof of stake. I mean, heck, that's what Pulse Chain is going to be. I got a first-hand experience. Everything was great in the beginning. Amazing community. Traveled to DC. I mean, it was my first time seeing a 50,000 people in a Telegram chat that wasn't an exchange. Everything was great. But guess what? Ultimately, Block One rug pulled us. And then the valuable lesson that I learned from that was you can do everything and all sorts of stuff, but still you want to try to invest into finished product, not just project, because ultimately some of the promises that people tell you they're going to do after they take your money may not happen. So why am I using that? That's just one example. We have had other examples where, oh, you put your money here, boom, rock pool, money's gone. What do? You write it down. Okay, in the checklist. Another place, oh, anonymous founder, anonymous this, rug pull. Oh, well, it kind of helps to kind of know who's behind it. So what I'm saying is all those checklists are there for a reason because we actually had to, like somebody, us directly or indirectly, had to really lose money for this thing to become part of the checklist. So taking the risk isn't the issue. We're just saying, let's minimize the risk so that the reward can really be there. Because this is the same thing gamblers have, or when you go to casino, everybody wants to focus on the dream part. Look, you can be rich, you can do this, you can do that. But nobody wants to talk about the part where, okay, here's the stat. 98% of those people lose their money. You want to see all these nice fancy buildings and stuff? Guess what? It's built on the back of the losers. So we're just here just to remind people and bring that wisdom like, hey, it's great. You're going to invest. You want to be in crypto. Richard said it best. Cryptocurrency is the thing you got to figure out because it's going to be the most important thing in your lifestyle. But the part when he says figure out, it doesn't mean go in and YOLO and then play the little mini VC because number one, you're not a VC and you can't afford to do those like, hey, I'm going to invest in multiple projects and this and that because they have the fucking money to afford to waste it like that. They literally, that's how they think. They literally will waste 8 or 9 out of 10 projects or whatever and only just bank on the one, and then they'll just very cutthroat and they'll just keep it moving. And that's why you see a lot of shit coins or people, they just do their stuff. They don't care about the community. They build it up just enough to exit. And then when they exit, they don't care about nobody or nothing else and then just move up. This is what we're trying to avoid. Our community, we talk about 10, 15 years. We're talking about like meeting people, doing event, collaboration. Like it's just a different mindset. Because what after you get all this money, now what? Maddie talks about it also all the time on Therapy Life. First you get the money, but then what? Sometimes money is not just an all be all. You know what I mean? Like you got to fight with the wealth syndrome. You got to make sure you got all the other stuff in a row. And I personally like to say we stay, we date, and we chill. So underrated. It's not just making money. You're making money passive while you sleep, so you still got your life, but you can go and deploy that money. So all we're saying is just use the checklist. Be careful. Bring the stuff to us. We'll do our best to also help out. Do your own research, obviously, but try to leverage the checklist because that checklist, not to sound too like poetic, but that checklist has been made out of blood. Like some people die, some people lose money and then they exit. I mean, it's crazy. So do not take the checklist for granted. Understand how hard it was even to put together a lot of blood and sweat and people losing money for that checklist to be created. It's there for a reason. It's not to stop you from investing. It's just there to say, hey, keep an eye on this thing because it might actually save you. That's all.
Well, I'll take that as a segue. You mentioned finished product and your checklist. So, have you looked at Hedron at all, Kareem? And just wait for a second before you get mic in, because I know your mic's kind of screwy. Um, you know, it's immutable, right? And that's proven by the fact that he can't even remove the contract that he already put out there after a gas savings was discovered, and he submitting that. So like that's proven that it's immutable. He can't even remove it if he wanted to. And the audit is out, and he's gone over it. Um, what else, man? Sometimes these things can get a little long-winded, and you lose half your thoughts.
There are no admin keys, I can tell you that. There
Yeah.
are, a couple different
Well, I
checklist
mean,
items.
so you mentioned battle tested, and you said it numerous times. Have you personally gone and used it on the test net? I mean, I just feel like we're going over a lot of.
I can tell you at least
There's
one
that
thing.
mic again.
Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah, we can.
Sorry, guys. I can tell you at least one thing. Again, without endorsing anything or anybody, I can tell you one thing. Out of what I'm seeing out there, it's at least the one that's closer to complete the checklist. I can tell you at least that. Honest thoughts. Because he when he get the audit and then he sent it to me via on Twitter. I saw that too. What I'm saying is that as much as some people trying to discredit, audit this, audit that, at the end of the day, audits are not like cheap. It's not free. It also show good faith and then all the other stuff that you have. Now, for me, the only reason why I'm saying this publicly is also because the way it is set up is that there is no sacrifice. In other words, it wasn't like, hey, look, I got all this stuff. I'm cooperating. Please sacrifice. It's more like, hey, it's gonna launch. Let it run on the wild. Let it battle test itself. And then if you're gonna go use it or whatever, then you can get involved and quote unquote buy the coins. That's a safer approach than saying again
I
using
mean,
that.
you never have to buy them.
No, I know. But my point is that let's say hypothetically at some point it's so. I'm just giving an example. I'm playing devil advocate. It turns out to be amazing, and then new people want to use it. People that are not Mexican, okay, that don't already have stakes and whatever. I know how the mechanics work. But new people that just want to come in, use it, do the loan, whatever. At the very, very least, it's a better setup where, hey, let the thing run. Some people got freemium, so they're gonna go use it. You can watch it in the wild. You can watch it run, do this other stuff, And then, as a new guy, if you want to get involved, then you can go buy it if you want. Versus, hey, we just sound good, everything's cool, no audits, give me your money, and then I may or may not come up with the product later. That's to me is the key nuance out of the all, because it doesn't have all the checklists, okay, but it has you know what I mean, quite a few of them in there. Um, and obviously he's public, known to the community, coming his face, trying to explain things. The fundamentals are there indirectly to help Hex. You know, again, I've watched the game theory. Um, but the key thing is, again, to me, it's like when you don't have the track record, the last thing you want to do is ask for money. So by just letting it kind of like launch, see how it runs, whatever, and then we get to see, that's a better approach, because I take what I'm thinking very, very carefully. Because, you know, it's easy, because if you're not careful, they're going to say, oh, Cream said this, Cream said that, Cream endorsed this, Cream endorsed that. No, no, no. I want to see things for their own merit, living in the wild. And then after that, we can have that kind of conversation and see where this goes. Because at the end of the day, anything related to like loan, I'm not saying that's the only product there, but I've always tell Hexicans the key is like the late gratification is there for a reason. You know what I mean? Credit cards are fun, but credit card crisis is a real thing, because some
Right,
people
but also, I mean, banks supply a service, which one of those services is credit, and we have to try and get everything that the bank offers us, not just certain things, right? So, like,
Absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you there. This is what I also said in the past. Hey, we can't just be like an ostrich, put our head in the sand. If we don't do it, quote unquote, in the community, somebody else's will do it and trying to victimize the user. So again, I applaud the guy for trying, for being out there. You know, as somebody who runs businesses as well, I always want to encourage people to want to, you know, build stuff that's going to be doing good for the world. So I totally agree with you there. Again, back to the checklist analogy, out of the whole lot that I've seen, it's at least the one I can tell you at least that it's the one leading the pack. There's still some stuff are missing, but
so
it's only so much the guy can do. At this point, it just has to be run in the wild so we can see it for ourselves.
did you try it out on the test net? I'll ask again.
No, because for me to get involved, again, even trying it out on a test net, that can send some type of, I don't want to say flag, but oh, Kareem is in on this. Does that make sense?
No, no, what it tells people is that you're battle testing and seeing for yourself.
Yeah, but my thing is this. There's certain things that even on the, it's called test nets for a reason, right? There's things that on the test net that let's say everything goes well on the test net, and then you run it wild and then something bad happens. Make sense? So and again, I'm not saying something bad will happen. I'm just saying that for me to even have this conversation right now with you about it, or with everybody who's listening, to me, that's already a big deal. So I'm just saying that now we just need to wait and see. And when the thing comes out, see how it runs. Because again, my biggest thing is worried about the shenanigans. Like, okay, like the way potentially people can get liquidated, because again, you're paying back the loan, so to speak, in the coin. It's not paid back in dollars. So there's certain things I just need to see the behavior, because again, most of the community, those people, they don't go too much in depth about how mechanics goes and everything gets fine. So I need to see how that thing running in the wild. Of course, everybody knows I have a lot of t-shirts, so I don't need to go test net. I just need to watch the thing do what it's gonna do, and then from there we'll be able to advise in what's going on. So it's better that way than something where you don't even know what's going on, no checklist, no audits, and then hey, give me your money. Like hell no. So I can
Hey,
tell you.
Kareem. I'm with you there, buddy. I'm with you there. I was
Can I
gonna
say my
ask,
piece?
are
My
you
phone's about
going
to
are
die.
you going to claim your free tokens? Are you going to claim your free Hedron for owning T-shares?
What do you think? Let me hear what you think.
Well, no, that's why I'm sincerely asking. You know, if you've looked at the contract or if you read Solidity, generally you understand read-only functionality, very low attack vector. So I was curious if you think you're going to claim your tokens.
Okay, so obviously the way I look at it is like this, okay? And I even, I was having the discussion briefly, and I wanted to, even send it to our team, to, Fiber and Steph, to see what they think, right? Because again, guys, I handle support, okay? Hundreds of emails almost every other day. How many emails do you think I hear about? Oh, Hedron, this, that, whatever. And so we always got to be on the side of caution. Even Pulse Chain, I hear stuff sometimes like, "Hey, we got to make sure this thing in testnet v3 launch live, whatever," because we just want to make sure nothing bad happens. So to answer your question, when the thing comes out and it runs, I might claim some of the free stuff, like you said, low risk, whatever. You still gotta pay for gas. So it's not like it's free. But at the very least, to me, at this point, I can say it's a lesser attack vector than me sacrificing, right? So if, for example, quick math, if I take one of my stake, one of my big stake, whatever, and then I claim that stuff, and then it costs me I don't know, 20-30 bucks. At the very least, I can say, okay, it's 30 bucks, and then the coins are there and whatever. It's not like, hey, I put hundreds of dollars somewhere and I don't know what may or may not happen. And then when the thing launched, I can just watch it from there and then decide what I'm gonna do. To me, it's a lesser risk versus I have to give all this money up front, see what happens. Because what's beautiful also about the claiming, so to speak, is there is no rush. Thanks to this bonus structure or whatever, the first 100 days, that means you have time. You can literally just do nothing, watch it grow, see what happens, and then claim later. If you have enough t-shirt, it doesn't matter. Bonus multiply or not, I mean, you're gonna get a decent amount. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and you know what? I'm gonna wait for you to mute, because if you don't mute, all I hear is scratching. You're in a unique position. Nobody can interrupt you, Kareem, because they get an earful of feedback. It's hilarious. But I did want to thank you for your honesty, man. I do give you props for that, for sure. It's awesome that at least you are admitting that you're not even playing with it on the test net. So like, I feel like I have one more hard question for you though. Is there something competitive in Staker, and are you involved in Staker, that would make you lean towards not giving Hedron your 100% endorsement? You said something in 2022 is coming out, so I just kind of want to know if that's where that may be coming from. Is maybe something more personal.
Okay. So let me try to put it in perspective. On the staker side, what I can say about our business is we like to focus on redundancy and make sure everything's tight. I know it sounds crazy for some people, but guys, we have literally 3 extra new tokens that we have to make sure when this thing comes out, everything is clean, everything is great, just like we wanted, so people can have access to their coin. Because remember, like I said, I manage support. Imagine people saying, and then we launch, and then post chain launch, and then they don't have access to their coin. They're gonna be like, "What the hell is going on?" And I'm gonna be the one being bombarded with emails. So it's not like we don't want to give the attention, but you gotta understand, we are also a pretty small team on purpose so that we can minimize costs, run business super efficiently, so we can then literally keep paying people every week to do the right thing and delay gratification. Again, money has to come from somewhere. So it's just right now we have so much in our plate, and we want to make sure that everything is just spotless when it comes out. You get all your coins. V2 is coming, potentially, the hardware integration, whatever. So it's like, for us, that is the number one priority right now before we start adding all the stuff onto the plate. Okay, which is the reason why the potential thing with the hedge on is like, it's not like we're gonna compete on that. It's just right now we're focused on other things. And I can say from what I have witnessed since I've heard about this thing, the guy is definitely trying. I will give him that. Again, out of the lot that I'm saying, if I were to, you talk about percentages, I can tell you I'm 60% there. And that's a lot. Because some of this other stuff, bro, I wouldn't even give it like 20%. I would be like, okay, this is just a gamble. It's kind of like, hey, you put the thing there and just write it off and then see what happens. But it's like, I don't even gonna do that, because like I told the gentleman earlier, that is not the best strategy to invest. to just YOLO, throw a little bit of money and sample. No, because more often than not, you lose. That $200 could be used better somewhere else. And the reason why he's at 60% is, yes, I will tell you this, because there's no sacrifice. And then to get the rest of the 40%, there's nothing he can do right now that can increase that. The rest of the 40% is just the sweat equity. The thing needs to be released in the wild, and then we need to watch what it does. Because my biggest worry is this. I'm going to formulate like that, right? Worst case scenario, because it's some very, very smart people out there who understand how market works. They may not even be part of the community, but that doesn't mean that they cannot prey on people. When you don't know what you're doing, and then some of those people go and, let's say they go borrow, even though they shouldn't. But again, there's the function there, right? And then all of a sudden, price run away from you. It's the same thing as a liquidation. Even shit coins, we know they can pump. And remember, Hedron basically has no supply besides what the people are going to be minting are going to be doing. So it's almost kind of like, I wouldn't say it's deflationary, but it's like, if you extrapolate it over the many, many years and the stakes, and if you understand how T-share works, right, the way I talked about that, it is deflationary over time. Technically speaking, even the hedge fund over time will be deflationary. Plus, you add the fact that not that many people are going to even try to claim it in the beginning. So you're looking at something that whatever you see is going to be very small supply. And I'm afraid that if some people start doing loan stuff and then the price goes away from you will be forced to give up on that stake because you won't be able to pay back because it's just way too expensive. And then when you give up that stake, and then years later, you realize how valuable a T-share is, and then you realize how valuable that stake is, it's going to be very bad. So my worry isn't with the person behind Hedron or whatever. It's just more about the behavior of taking a loan. That's a behavior that I'm just very wary about it, right? Are credit card good? Yes, for the 2% of people that know how to fucking use it. Because 98% of people don't know how to fucking use it and they abuse it. They always start well. I'm just gonna use what I need, and then they don't pay back, and then they start using more and more. And next thing you know, it's literally like a drug. So that's why I need to see how the thing behaves. I need to see what certain other actors are going to do because you can mean well, and a malicious actor can come in, abusing the system, and then getting everybody else's wrecked. So is this thing going to be potentially a victim of pump and dump attacks? You don't know. So it's just like at this point, it's just proceed with caution. Let's watch what happens. We might make some of it free, and then just kind of go from there. But I've said it on Coin Game too. Like if it turns into some like crazy shenanigans or whatever, and I might just mint the coin just to dump it to push the price down. At the very least, those who did a loan, they're not going to be trapped. At least I'll just flood it with supply, and then at least those people will be they're not going to lose their stake. So again, I'm in the watch mode right now. Oh, another thing that he did that I like that got into the 60% is he didn't fork out the coin from the OA. So that's good. That means that at least is basically saying indirectly, I want to do good. And if you think that I'm not going to do good, then hey, indirectly, you can kill the thing too. So I like that. Because some other places, they're not really OA friendly. We're just going to leave it at that. And in my book, if you're not OA friendly, that means you're against the community. I'm sorry. Because again, OA has track record, you don't. And if you're gonna come in and try to talk shit about OA, then you got a problem with me. So hopefully that answers your question.
Totally respect that, Kareem. I know that we got a couple hands up. Kaizoku, I know you said your phone was about to die. If there was the last minute thing you wanted to chime in, and then I think I don't remember who was first. I'm sorry. I don't know if it was Crypto Fitness. Just work it out. Who's going to go next after Kaizoku?
I think it was the turtle guy.
Yeah, Turtle, you're next. No, you guys actually naturally brought up what I was just gonna say my piece about. We can disagree about the risks financially, but I wanted to fork it to the risk of security wise, like connecting your wallets to these new projects and stuff. So, yeah, Kareem, I want to thank you for your time. I mean, everybody in here respects your opinion, so we want to hear what you have to say, and you gave us your honest opinion about this stuff, and want to thank you for it.
My pleasure.
All right, Sun Tzu, go ahead. What's on your mind?
Hello. So, really interesting conversations and more technical stuff. But this time around, I wanted to ask something more on the social cultural level. I don't know if you guys have heard about Level Zero, Balaji Srinivasan's concept about how we want to fully vertically integrate crypto. We can't just focus on the tech stack. We have to focus on the legal and migrational stack. And so, seeing as World War III is looming, and also seeing as potentially we're going to make a lot of money and we want to optimize our taxes and our standard of living, what could Hexaco be? Like, what place could we actually migrate to and turn into our own little Hexaco? Is it Portugal? Is it Singapore? I'm just, I'm young and I'm Gen Z, and I'm ready to pack my bags and explore the world. And so, if anyone has gone to cool countries or jurisdictions and knows where we could congregate and optimize for, just better standard of living, better financial taxes, everything, that'd be awesome. Just want to hear what people's thoughts are, because it'd be awesome to download this community and vertically integrate onto physical land too. Like that would be full vertical integration. But yeah, so that's my starter question, and then we can go from there.
El Salvador seems to be pro crypto, so at least so far, and then you got Dubai as well.
Yeah, Dubai is amazing. I could certify that. I was there in November for a month visiting a friend. But I will caution that although very amazing, no tax, yada yada, I mean, it is fairly pricey. So I would say unless you plan on living like kind of outside the city, and it's kind of the place you go after you basically got a bunch of money. I'll be honest. Or you're on your way and you target it in a way that, hey, I'm gonna get there and tough it up a little bit and then wait for my bags to really grow and then boom. Because it's everything's amazing, you can do almost anything. It's free, it's beautiful, but it's not your average price. If you want to be in Dubai, of course. If you want to be a little bit outside, Abu Dhabi is a little less pricey. It's about a couple hours out, but it's on its way to become more expensive because a lot of people are coming in there. So Puerto Rico is another option if you want to stay close to the United States. I'm currently there right now. Again, I'm hearing those places, and I like to go check for myself to see what is going on. But the number one asset for Puerto Rico, I would say, is the proximity to the U.S. If you respect, Act 22 and all this other stuff, then you can kind of get away from federal tax. You do have to be at least 6 months out of the year. But the infrastructure is not as bad as some people have said. The roads are not as bad as people have said that I've heard. Obviously, if you're in the main big city to travel the island, some places are not as good in terms of roads. But I mean, it's a beautiful place. It's an island. You know what I mean? If you're escaping concrete jungle and you come to a beautiful island, I mean, I don't think you're gonna miss the concrete that much. And there's enough concrete in the main city. And then again, the proximity to the U.S. So I would say that's the asset value, and other islands too nearby. You got Bahamas, Cuba, Dominican Republic, whatever. If you want to be in that retirement low key, cost of living is fairly cheaper here. It's the equivalent of, I mean, if you're from the Northeast like myself, it's definitely way cheaper here. So, but even it's cheaper than Texas. So
No, I'm from Spain myself. Yeah.
Kareem, I would tell you this. I've been living in Puerto Rico since April of last year, and I live in San Juan. And you're right about a few things. We get a worse rap than reality. The second thing is we have no less than 8 nonstops per day to Miami. They're 2 hours, 20 minutes each. So I even have an app on my phone that counts my days so I know if I'm in trouble with my 183. But there's a few things that make this super good that most people don't know. If you're in Puerto Rico now, in the next couple of days, if you want to DM me if you have some time. I probably will have some time, and I'd be happy to grab lunch with you. I do know the best lawyers and people to answer questions and get you done here if you decide you want to do that.
I like to I like to pitch Portugal. I just moved here like a month ago, and it's good for Europeans. So it's closer for where I come from originally, but I think it will be good for everybody because of the other crypto-friendly countries. I think Portugal is quite safe in regard to like violence and kidnapping and all that kind of stuff.
About Singapore, someone mentioned Singapore earlier, right? No capital gains tax on crypto, zero.
I
And
know
it is a
capital
first world,
gain tax is
first
zero
world
in
country.
Portugal. Yeah, Portugal and Singapore.
The problem
Yeah,
for
and
us
it's a first
Americans
world country,
is
so you're
yeah,
gonna
the problem
have all the conveniences you're used to, no problems at all. It's
the
also
problem
it's a major flight hub. The only problem is if you need to fly back to the States frequently, it's a little bit further. It's the opposite side of the world.
The problem for us Americans is quite literally the only place we're allowed to move and have no cap gains on crypto is Puerto Rico. It's the only one of the U.S. territories that offers that. The next best is going to be St. Thomas, and that gives you a 12% across the board tax. But there is a way that I've discovered to get my zero capital gains on my crypto, and for the most part, only 4% tax on any staked or farmed or interest income, which is something a little bit newer, which has come about. It's called a Foreign Services Corporation. But for anybody that's a U.S. citizen, unless you're going to denounce your citizenship, your only real choice is Puerto Rico, unfortunately.
I was just about to say that because the problem is not just the capital gain tax. The real problem, honestly, is the federal tax at the end of the day. Because, if you don't really, use a W-2, so to speak, you can kind of not really care about certain taxes, but the federal always, find a way to get you. And it's sad because yes, as an American, you could be halfway across the world, but if you still have that citizenship, then you still gotta pay, that minimum or whatever. So that's why it's a little tricky, but it's definitely a start. And it's good to have those things out there. I mean, if you can pay less tax, then it's still better than having to pay both. You know what I mean? I've heard of a country I've never been. I've heard of another country in Europe called I think Slovenia. I think they also have like a no tax type situation for crypto. I don't know if somebody here can confirm, but I've heard Slovenia is another option.
Well, I've advised some of my European friends to go to places like Portugal. I don't know if they're changing things there, but there's plenty of options for Europeans to pay no tax. But unfortunately, the only real option for us Americans is Puerto Rico. But like I said, it's not really that bad. There's a few sacrifices you make in your day to day living. So, for example, the food choices, if you want fresh produce, are going to be Sam's Club and Costco. So you're not going to buy some grapes, you're going to buy a shit ton of grapes. Having said that, uh, I all the time I get on a nonstop to Miami. I go to Whole Foods, I load up my suitcase, and I come back. And Amazon works amazingly well here, and so it's not like I'm really depriving myself of any form of living. And I would still say that real estate is cheaper than Miami, for example, here, even though it's gone up. But there's a few tricks. I would say this, Kareem, if you're so inclined, feel free to hit me up directly, and I'd be happy to sit down with you at lunch and go over what I've learned.
Sounds good. No, like I said, I'm here. I've been here for about a week. I wish I've known of you earlier. It's funny because I'm actually flying back tomorrow night. Because I've been here like for a week because I have to go to New Orleans. That's where my car is, and my friend invited me to Mardi Gras, so that's gonna be probably
Okay.
good opportunity to experience. I've never been, but the app that you mentioned, I think that's really cool because my other friend that's already here, yeah, he had to go pen and paper, I can actually tell him about the app. That's very, very useful.
Well, the app is part of the Act 2022 Society. So one of the requirements, if you move here, is that you give $10,000 a year to charity, and 5,000 of that you can easily give to the Act 60 Society, and they will provide you with a lot of information as well as give you the app for free. And so I check my app almost every day because I probably don't want to be here during the part of the year when hurricane season is strong. And so I just as soon be back in the States. Plus, I have a real estate investment business in the Midwest and all that. So there's all kinds of reasons for me to not, to get my 183 in early. But I literally could go every other day to the States. It's not overly burdensome. I'll tell you what, just feel free to shoot me a DM and we can talk privately at some point if you'd like.
Sounds good. No, that's very useful because my friend did that too. Obviously, he paid the 10,000. Maybe he didn't know he has access to the app, but yeah, that the tracking definitely helps because you don't want to get yourself in trouble because then it defeats the purpose. Again, it's not for everybody, but again, in the 7 days that I've been here, and I always try to be as honest as I can, it's truly not as bad as people have said, especially for the infrastructure. I was worried also about the internet connection, because some of my work I do remote, and turns out pretty great. I mean,
Well, I've got half a gig a second, so one half of a gig per second, which isn't 1 gig per second, but it's pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's pretty, especially San Juan. San Juan, the big city, and so that's the key. I want to very emphasize that. I mean, the other night when I was talking on the PulseX voice chat, obviously we were in the mountains, so I lost service, obviously, and I found out a new spot. But you're literally in the mountain, and it's gorgeous. It's like it's the same thing when you go to like a safari or whatever. But I'm talking specifically the big city, which is where you want to be anyway, not too far from the airport. Everything is good, and some of the really nice gated community, whatever. We rented a car. You can do the entire island in 4 hour driving. So it's not that big. So even if you're a little bit outside the city, and then like let's say you want a residence there, and then you want to be in the city to do other stuff, or buy your groceries and stuff on the beach, it's very, very flexible. So because those are the things that I look at, not just like hey the tax or whatever, but like what's the infrastructure in and out the roads, because if eventually I got to move the Tesla, then I got to worry about that. They do have some mini highways too. So again, it's not like your typical island of like, oh my God, it's actually, and they're building. So maybe that's why the real estate is starting to go up, because more people are starting to move over here. So if you think long term, that's also a possibility, especially if you, like you said, if you're American, your choices are limited. But it's worth, I think it's worth the try. And I've said that to one of my friends, because if you really believe in crypto, you really believe in what we're doing, and you see where your wealth can potentially grow, it's a serious option that you want to consider. And I say all the time, nobody says that you can't have a second residence. You just need to kind of like handle the tax stuff, and you can have another house anywhere else you want, and then just go there for the other 6 months.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Here's the deal.
Oh, you
They
can do
have
that?
a closer to home test. And so you can have other property, but it has to be rental property and rented out. You yourself should not stay in it. And the reason you don't want to do that is because IRS has now keyed in on anybody living here. And you better be able to pass a closer to home test. And one of the keys to it is that you only have residential property in Puerto Rico. However, I own almost 600 single family homes in the Midwest, but they're all leased out with options. And so those are considered rental property. I can't stay in any of them. So what I do when I go over is I'll take a 30-day, Airbnb or something. But you just have to, there's a few things you could fall into. And that's one of the traps, is having a residential property elsewhere.
Nice. Well, see, valuable information. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was about to say either Airbnb or hotel, but the point that I'm trying to make is that imagine this quick math. If you can save hypothetically over a few years millions of dollars, or at least even let's just say $500,000, your bag grows very well, Pulse do very well, Pulse chain, whatever. Imagine you're in 2025 and you have saved up so much money in taxes just because you made that move. I mean, forget Airbnb. You can literally be living in the hotel for 6 months. Not that it's ideal, but it's like there's ways where you can do all of that or travel the world for the other 6 months so that you don't have to just give away the money to the taxman. That's all I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, it's not how much you earn, it's how much you keep. And if we are going to do anything close to 1,000x or a 10,000x in this new environment, then you sure as hell don't want to be paying 40% of that to the Biden administration.
It's a lot of money. Again, do the math. Most people don't do the math. They're just quick to complain when it's like, hey, we're not talking about just like a few bucks here. We're talking about something that's serious enough that you should be at least considering. And that's why I appreciate everybody sharing different options. Obviously, it is different when you got, kids, family, all that. I get all that. But when you do the math and the money is big enough, you can use that money to alleviate that transition pain, and you probably still have some money left.
Right.
Extra.
Now, here's the thing. That pain that we're talking about. So, for instance, I did a little due diligence for one of my friends with children, and you can get first class private schools here. Now they cost a few bucks, but it's this. Here's the way to think about it. IRS is not a consideration. They are your damn business partner. And they are going to want, under the way that we're spending money in this country, they're going to want 40% because you're going to be in the rich class. And with that 40%, that may be conservative, by the way, but that 40% is going to go to them because Mr. Biden has hired $80 billion worth of IRS agents to target. And one of the questions that's expected on the new tax return is, are you a crypto investor? Yes or no? You can't lie on that question. And if the answer is yes, expect an audit.
Hey, Crypto Fitness. I know you've had your hand up for quite a while. What's going on?
Well, actually, I'm kind of glad the conversation went this route because I just have some, I guess, a thought about specifically with NFTs and hopefully this is kind of more of a forward-thinking question because it would require some, I guess, some litigation and some regulation as far as like direction as far as the United States goes. But I'm curious, actually, for Danny's perspective on this specifically because he's in real estate. There's a mechanism in real estate called a 1031 exchange that allows you to essentially defer your taxes indefinitely for amount of time for an investment property by moving your capital from one investment property into another one. And I know that NFTs can be considered as property, and if that's the case, obviously there need to be some sort of like litigation and regulation around this. But it'd be interesting to see it because this whole conversation around like moving to a country that's potentially crypto friendly to avoid paying the taxes. Well, what if there's a way that you could just purchase NFTs to as a 1031 exchange essentially, and forego you're paying your taxes indefinitely if you just keep switching it over. I mean, eventually maybe you might want to like liquidate it, but I'm just curious to hear anyone's thoughts about if
Well,
that NFT ecosystem goes that way.
So the first thing is I have done, believe it, this is going to sound bizarre to you, but I've done over 700 1031 exchanges in my time because my background is I'm an old fucker. And 30 years ago, I started buying crypto. I locked myself up in, or not crypto, houses. And I locked myself in those houses by giving each and every tenant the right to purchase with an option. So nobody wants to buy my position and I can't sell their houses. Now, I'm not complaining. It's done very well for me. But you want to talk about proof of weight, I literally could not sell. So when people do cash me out, we always do a 1031. Now, I was hopeful that that would apply to crypto. It does not. They've specifically eliminated crypto. Now, NFTs, if somebody has a court case and is willing to go to court and blah, 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 maybe. There was also a recent IRS ruling which is favorable towards staking income. So it's not actually a ruling, it is a result of a court case. But essentially, if you stake, let's say, your HEX and you get HEX, but you don't cash the HEX in, at least in one court case, the person didn't have to pay capital gains tax or earned income tax, I should say, on that HEX. But in terms of you being able to realize capital gains, unfortunately not. They won't allow an exchange. One thing you can do is a self-directed IRA, but you're going to be limited by the amounts you can put into that self-directed IRA. But that's really, if you want to seriously consider the large amounts of money, and you do have to make large amounts of money to make this worth it, then you come over here. Now the other trick is this: you need to do it before you realize those gains in the US, because the day you move over, and that means the day you've signed a lease to get started, you have 2 years to buy a property, but from the day you move over, on that day IRS is entitled to capital gains on your income. So if you're in the unusual situation of having sacrificed for Pulse X, let's say, and you expect a windfall, I think you would want to move the hell over here before the fork, because then you really don't have a taxable event. But if you fail and you wait till after the fork, then all of your gains on the day that you finally do move over here, up till that point, will be taxed as U.S. income.
Interesting perspective. I appreciate it. It's too bad too, because how dope would it be to 1031 your NFTs, or just funnel your wealth away from taxes.
Well, at the end of the day, they need money to spend for all this bullshit spending, and they're going to tax you and I to get it. And so, you know, listen, I don't want to hog the conversation, but there was a favorite judge of mine, and you can look this up on the internet. His name was Judge Learned Hand, and he was a tax judge from the 30s. And he famously said, there is no obligation, not even a patriotic obligation, to pay any more to the Treasury than the least you should have to pay. And he says, everybody does this. They so arrange their affairs in such a way to pay the least tax possible. And the rich do it and the poor do it alike, and all do correct. So that's just my thought. And Puerto Rico is that place because of the fact it's a U.S. territory. They get to write their own tax law, and they certainly have done so.
During this entire
Very well said.
during this entire conversation about places to live, I just can't believe that there's crypto up at the top of this space as the name, and nobody mentioned the moon. Just, it's beyond me.
Yeah, I'd just like to chime in a little bit. Thanks for letting me speak a little bit. Yeah, just on a question, what Kareem said about going to Dubai, that you went there for a month. I'm a resident of Dubai for 8 years. I'm a UK citizen. I left the UK in 2009 for this particular purpose. And when I think wherever you are in the world, crypto is there on your doorstep. And I think you need to embrace what's going on around you. Here in Bangkok, where I'm a resident too, it's incredible. I mean, the infrastructure is massive. And of course, it's all designed for the digital nomads and the Thai community to better their lives. And I tell you what, if you ever sort of like investigate or do some research here in Asia, Asia is the biggest crypto users in the whole entire world. And there's a huge market here for HEX. And, there's a few hexagons here in Thailand. We're sort of like getting together, having little meetups. And there's also other crypto guys here. And the biggest exchange in Asia is here in Bangkok. And it's actually been backed by one of the largest banks. And of course, the government here are very crypto friendly. So, here is a great place. The cost of living, everything really. So I'm really happy to be living here in Asia and also be residents of Dubai, Singapore. And of course, I'm married to a Filipino, so I'm a resident of the Philippines. So I got a very diversified experience in knowing what I've done, like 12 years ago, 15 years ago, when I decided to move away from the UK. It's kind of worked out quite well. And as a working expat, I just found my way through. So, I think now here in Bangkok or in Thailand, the tax is 7%. They're introducing the crypto tax now, which is going to be about maybe 11%. So everything's kind of easy, and it's very friendly, very crypto friendly. I just thought I'd just chime in.
Appreciate your perspective, brother.
Just wanted to take a tip on you guys. We have a lot of people that have joined in recently. Space is open to everybody. Feel free to request a microphone, and we'll get you called on to have you share whatever you're thinking about. The topics are totally open and on the table. So I see Crypto Maximus, your hands up. Go ahead, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to turn the conversation back on these new pulse chain related opportunities like this loans we were talking about before. Because like I said, I just moved, right? So I haven't really been able to follow all the new stuff at all. So I don't really this other Hadrian, right? I don't really understand them at all. So I was wondering if because when I got here, my neighbors, they are like a restaurant, and I've become really close with them. And then they asked me, what I work with and stuff. So I told them about all this crypto. And at first they were all like, "Oh yeah, we're happy for you, Anas, but it's nothing we would ever be able to do because we don't understand crypto and we heard it's very risky and stuff." But then I told them just how simple it really is. Just get a MetaMask account, and then you can really just get going. But then because of the timing, right? Like we just had the sacrifice phase. So I was wondering to get these new friends in, what the most secure move would be for them, timing wise. And then I heard that there was this like Hexologist, he has the video with where you could get free pulse free or something. So I thought maybe that would be a good way for them to understand the crypto and maybe get some free pulse. But then I also heard about this liquid, this loans thing, and as I understand that, then when if you do the sacrifice, then you can use that as well to get pulse. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There's quite a bit of
There's
topics
a
you
lot
brought
there.
up there. I can help with one specifically. So there are a couple different ways that you can get pulse. I know that there's a project that's going to launch free pulse, FREEPULSE.io. And essentially what it is a faucet for people that have an account, like you said, on MetaMask, to be able to obtain a small amount of pulse to transact on the network. Another way that people can obtain pulse is either holding Ethereum through the fork. You'd get one pulse per one Ethereum, or you could hold a liquid ERC20, right? Just any liquid ERC20. The AMM harvester bot's going to come through and harvest all of that liquidity. It's going to, basically duplicate whatever that ERC20 is that you're holding on the Pulse chain. And from there, you're basically getting something for free, right? And that something for free that you're getting, let's say it's P-Link, for instance, you'll be able to swap that P-Link into Pulse. And because you got it for free, your risk is very low, right? And then if you wanted to, you could just sell off the link on the ETH side. That would work for any ERC20 as well. So there are a couple different ways to go about it. I know I've seen a lot of people suggesting swapping PulseX for Pulse, but again, you have this opportunity to get a free copy of something. So I would just encourage people to look at that as a potential strategy. I'll let someone else, if they want to, speak to Hedron or Liquid Loans. I don't want to hog the mic.
I got something to say about that. So I tend to agree with Kareem, what was Kareem was saying earlier, and I don't necessarily have like anything against Liquid Loans or Hedron. Like I think they're great projects. I think the people behind them have good intentions. My thing is, I kind of I was talking to my brother about this the other day actually, and I came up with this really bad, shitty analogy, but kind of accurately portrays, I think, what Kareem was saying earlier about like your risk and just like the timing. So it's kind of like if you were to own a one of one Ferrari or some exotic car, one of one, and somebody comes up to you and says, "Hey, let me borrow that car for a day or a week." And so you're like, and the incentive for that person would be like, hey, let me borrow your really nice car and I'll replace your steering wheel with a diamond steering wheel if you let me take it for a week or something. Well, you could do that, and maybe the guy will do it, but you could just hold on to that one of one Ferrari for a day, a week, or month, or a year, or 10 years, and you're probably going to make out better than what you originally bought it for. So what's the next? Like, what is the point of risking losing that potential asset to somebody you may or may not know or may not trust? He could have the best intentions in the world, and maybe he means what he says, but you don't know that, and you have to let time play out. You can go to lunch with that guy maybe for the next couple months, next 6 months, a year, and get to know him, and maybe you end up pulling the trigger on that deal. But the bottom line is, relating that back to like Pulse and PulseX and Hex, is we have a really good foundation of Richard Hart, and we have data as to the actual price action of what his assets, or I guess in this case of Hex, will do. So it's like a big opportunity cost of like, look, because there is a liquidation point, and I'm not even against like leverage trading. Like I have been a leverage trader. I've been wrecked in leverage trading, but I'm not even against that. I think with smart risk management in your portfolio, I think that even leverage trading you can play around with if you really exercise proper risk management and not do, in my opinion, I would say any more than 1 to 5% of your entire portfolio. And if you have a larger portfolio, like sure, maybe play around with a little bit more, but you don't have any data points on any of these other projects yet. Even if they have great intentions, it's still just kind of an unknown, and it's better just to wait it out and see how they play out, and then make your decisions from there, because there's always going to be buying opportunities. I mean, crypto, it never goes up all the way, and it never just goes straight down either. Like it moves in waves. So there's always going to be opportunities to get into it, and by waiting for something, I mean, they could be great, right? I mean, they could be fantastic projects. I'm not saying that they're not going to be, but there's that opportunity cost of like, look, you could potentially lose your Pulse and by getting liquidated. And I'm sure there's strategies that in Hedron and in liquid loans that people will try and tell you about, that it's like potentially risk free. But at the end of the day, if you can get liquidated, you can lose your Pulse. And if that's the case, it's the opportunity cost of, that Pulse may be only worth a few, maybe less than pennies right now, but in a year or 2 years or 3 years, that could be potentially worth millions of dollars to some people.
But if I understand correctly, right? If I have Pulse, but my new friends here, they don't have anything yet, right? So if they, if I help them with getting fiat into crypto, then I understand if you want to make the sacrifice, then you need to convert it into stable coins. That's the only thing they accept, right? So they're not really, they don't have the opportunity right now to get Richard Hart's product yet. So I thought it could be like a beginning now, an opportunity for now until it launches. Yeah, like, is there any concrete thing I need to worry about? Because the reason why it came on my radar was because I saw Crypto Coffee talk about it, and I have followed him like since the HEX was born. So I have like pretty high confidence in Crypto Coffee.
Hey, Maximus. I generally hold my tongue on this subject because I do want to see people building in the space, right? The more builders we have on Pulse Chain, the more successful Pulse Chain is going to be. But I cannot stand to hear liquid loans and Hedron mentioned in the same sentence because they are drastically different. So number one, Hedron is building on top of HEX. Liquid Loans intends to build on top of Pulse Chain. Liquid Loans is having a sacrifice. Hedron is airdropping their tokens for free to anyone that already owns T-shares. I could go down the list, but they are so drastically different.
Yeah,
I can tell you that
I didn't mean to point him
I
in the
was
same light either.
extremely put off. I can tell you that I was extremely put off that there was a sacrifice opened for Liquid Loans during the end phase of a Richard Hart project. I cannot believe the gall. and I'll leave it there because I don't want to go on a rant, but I feel pretty strongly about it. I can tell you that. And Hex Orca, I don't want to derail your space, man. I know we're about love in this and sharing ideas and economy of ideas and all that. And hold on, Cream, I'm almost done. I'm almost done. You know, we're talking about people's money here, right? We're talking about people's money and where they think they should place it best. I can tell you that at least with something like Hex, you have a track record. You have a founder like Richard Hart. He's live streaming constantly, right? You have some type of believability, but the rest of it, it's going to be up to you to make your own decision. And I know do your own research gets thrown around so often it almost becomes inconsequential, right? In one ear and out the other. But truly do your own research, because if you're if you're investing $10 like Kareem says, or $1,000,000, you should be doing the same amount of research. Yeah, sorry, Hexorc. I know I wouldn't normally proffer an opinion on these, but I do feel pretty strongly about them. So
Thank you for your comments. And
Very well said. I want to add one more thing too, which is very important. And this is just purely based on quick math and just how token incentives kind of work. I apologize, I'm outside, so there might be a little bit of feedback because I had to go grab some food. So when I was looking at the both, there's one thing that really popped out to me. I want everybody to really understand how dangerous liquidation actually works, because some people don't understand. It doesn't matter if you are 200, 300, 1,000% collateralized. It doesn't matter. You can still be liquidated. Those things are called scam wig for a reason. And this is actually how most people can't believe it when they lose all their money. I'll give you an example. Somebody maybe thought, hey, I have all this money. Maybe I just want to borrow $1,000 worth of stuff. Okay. So I think that I'm going to be smart, and maybe I'm not going to put $10,000 of real capital there because I'm thinking, you know what? A 10x ratio, maybe it's not enough. Maybe I'm going to put 100 grand, right? So I'm going to be, oh, Cream, it's super safe, right? I'm only going to borrow $1,000, but I'm going to put $100,000 worth of collateral. What that person doesn't understand is that, especially in the beginning, with a lot of volatility and people having a lot of coins out there, you know what I mean? Some people can collide, know where your liquidation is, and still create a wick that could go down 99.9%, liquidate you, you lose your entire 100 grand, and then the wick just come back up like nothing happens. That is the most dangerous thing. This is why those things are so risky. You got to ask yourself also, how does those people make money? What's the incentives here, right? Especially in the beginning on Pulse Chain, when you got heavy volatility already to begin with, then you're going to add that on top of the heavy volatility. All kinds of shenanigans can happen. This is what we want people to understand, to be different. We can sit here and say, oh, it's smart contract, it's this, it's that, it's decentralized. The smart people will be able to get access to the data. Or if it's building an adapt, they're going to know, just like an exchange, they're going to know where your stop loss or your liquidation is. And you're running the risk of putting enough money there and then getting liquidated. And funny enough, although you thought by over collateralizing this much, I will be safe, that's actually why you lose money. Instead of maybe you only put $1,000 in there, and then if it gets liquidated, then you only lose that $1,000 because you'll be incentivized to over collateralize, and that's the play. But then you can still get hit by the scam wick. That's why it's very, very dangerous, that you have to be very, very careful, especially in crypto. Because if you want a loan, man, go to the bank. I know it sucks sometimes. There's no people, but
I
yeah,
gotta stop you, man. Jesus.
yeah.
Okay. So
but thank you for your feedback, Kareem. I really appreciate what you just said.
No, you're very welcome, because people don't look at the worst case scenario. At least with the Hedron, you're liquidated by the time because you have the coin. The other stuff, there is no, I don't care what anybody says. I've seen so many crazy scam week in my life, especially in crypto, that any level of over collateralization, you're still not safe 100%. That's all I'm
Yep.
gonna say.
Grow
Go ahead,
good money.
Joe.
Yeah, and as part of doing your own research, there are a couple other points that I just want to point out to get everyone on the right track. Hedron is audited. Liquid Loans is not audited. Again, sacrifice phase, no sacrifice phase. Liquid Loans also has to solve an Oracle problem, which has not been solved yet. So if you're sacrificing to this, your hope, right, is that they're going to solve this issue and be able to launch a completed product on Pulse Chain. That's something we cannot know. And the team cannot know until Pulse Chain is actually running and they get their protocol up and running after that, right? There are so many more risks involved. I mean, again, I just don't want to see the two compared like they are the same. They are drastically different. And Jawa, I know you want to chime in here. I know you've got a lot of knowledge on this as well. Um, but I would just hammer home anything you're sacrificing for, you're truly sacrificing. So keep that in mind when you're looking at any other new shiny objects.
Thank you.
I wasn't aware of this, so I really appreciate that feedback as well. I think I will not um, tell this to my new friends and just stay with that free pulse thing, and then just wait for pulse chain to go live, and then see what happens, and then maybe I can help them in.
Yeah. So this is the problem when we try to group two completely different things together, because now you're scared off of the other protocol that was being discussed. So it just bothers me so bad, man. Like, for real, there is two ways you will never, ever, ever get liquidated from Hedron. One, you can create a hex stake through the normal hex.com, and you'll never, if you do it that way, it's called a native stake. There is no way you can even make a borrow on that, going that route, right? It's just a native stake. It only has the ability to mint more Hedron off of it if you went through hedron.pro. Now, so that's one way you could just completely ignore ever be, it's impossible. It's an impossibility to ever take a borrow out on it. There's also if you did go through the Hedron contract to create your stakes, you don't have to ever click that button that says borrow. All right, it's just an option, and I don't like having options like get kept from me or taken away from me or my family. So maybe it bothers me a little more than most people. I don't know. I like options. So I just wanted to say that, like, you have to be specific when you're talking about something. If you're going to talk about liquid loans, talk about liquid loans. I'm not going to talk about them because I don't know enough about them. I didn't do any research on them because I'm not really interested. So, yeah, I'm just going to leave it there.
Well, it's probably my fault because I'm the one who put them both in the same sentence. So I know there's major differences. The point that I was trying to get at was just the fact that like Richard Hart's projects are different from any other project that's even built on Hex or the Pulse chain, and so we have data there. And kind of like what Kareem was saying, it's like specifically in regards to, I'll say, liquid loans, like, you know, when you have those wicks and stuff, even if you decollateralize your position, you're essentially throwing good money at bad money. And in trading, like, that's something you never do that. It's a losing position. So I was kind of more focusing on that. But I know there are differences between Hedron and liquid loans. I still have to do more research myself on them. So I'll say that, but I just wanted to caveat my earlier remarks.
Thanks. Oh, I'll add one more thing real quick, and then I'll just get off as a speaker. It's getting kind of late here, but there is a third option as far as never getting yourself liquidated. And if you created two matching stakes sometime in the bonus, token distribution stage in this first 100 days, let's just say to play it safe, in the first 50 days, you would get at least a 5x bonus on your matching stakes. When you borrow, if you ever do a borrow function, it's always at the base rate. It doesn't include the multiplier, right? So if you had a matching stake out there, you would always be able to mint whatever Hedron you needed to pay back for your loan with that other matching stake. You would always be able to have a payment for it. So there's a third option that will always keep you from ever getting liquidated, So I'm just throwing that last one out there.
And that's the other thing. I do like the fact that Hedron is doing like the free tokens for anybody who has a stake already. So, I mean, to me, that's like pretty risk free. So I don't see much downside in claiming those tokens. In fact, I probably will, but yeah, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, again, thank you for clarifying. Ultimately, this is what I said. It's the only one that at least at 60%, and I say that for a reason. We still need to see just to make sure everything comes out great, but all those valuable points are there for a reason, and I want everybody to know the distinction. And then from there, they can still go make their own research, but there's certain red flags. Like to me, they're just non-negotiable. Like the no audits to me, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Jesus. No audits to me, no. Like because again, we need to remember something. We are in a fantastic position that we do not have to do anything and we can still, I firmly believe, be massively successful just with what we have. This is what makes it so cool. We're in a position of force. Imagine you're a negotiator. You're in a position of force. You're the one that have the money. I think sometimes people forget that. They're coming to get your money. You don't want to get the money. So at the very least, if you're not 100% sure, or if you don't know what you're doing, because some of those, loan products out there, some of those people play with this thing. They don't even really understand how it works, what it does. All they hear about or what they've been pitched out is the good part of it. Oh, you can get this, you can get that, but the negative aspects are not fully explained to them, or they don't fully understand it, and that's how it's the catch-22. So understanding the difference is very key. And yes, Hedron is way different than liquid loan. I will at least say that confident. Thank you.
Yeah, really well put, Kareem. And sorry if I got a little too passionate there.
Hey,
I've taken a pretty
Brock.
deep dive. Oh, sorry. What's up, Orca?
I was gonna say Brock's had his hand up for a while, so I
Yep.
just want to make sure they got to speak.
What up? What up?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good. How about yourself? How long you been at this?
I don't know, just a few hours, less than a day.
I
We're
thought you were
still
gonna be
day
like,
one.
I thought you said initially about a month. I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it feels that way sometimes.
About a month straight,
It's all good.
I'm sure it's been like discussed a lot between you guys, but what happens with like anything pegged to Ethereum? Like let's say wrapped Bitcoin, right? Or wrapped whatever. There's like those kind of things attached to Ethereum, like a stable. What happens when that goes to the Pulse chain? What do you guys think?
Does anybody want to speak to this?
Has this been discussed? Yes, no?
Oh, for sure.
You're talking about stables being
so like let's say wrapped Bitcoin, right? Like what's the one? I think it's called wrapped Bitcoin. It says Bitcoin and Ethereum. So when that goes to the Pulse chain, does that thing like what in theory what would happen, right? When you have the two copies.
Sure. I mean,
So a
Kareem,
couple
do you want to speak to it?
Yes, I got you.
Okay.
So a couple of things, so you can have it just in general, right? Because whatever gets copied from the Ethereum, right, should show up on the other side. But the key is going to be, we're going to find out, first of all, who got admin keys and who does not, right? That's why we use the USDC as an example, because those are the only people that can, quote unquote, stop the show, right? Those who control their smart contract, if they want to stop the show, they can stop the show. Those who don't, technically, they cannot stop the show, but you still need somebody to bridge. Because at the end of the day, even the other coins that don't have admin keys or whatever, if the bridge is not being, like coins are not being bridged over and liquidity being formed on, let's say on PulseX, then there is no chart, there is no play, there's nothing to go. So you have to look at those two things. We're fairly confident that USDC will be used. The question is, are those coins going to be invalidated by the parent company? And like Richard said, they probably risk a lawsuit if they do that. But then again, nobody knows. This is why in the beginning, the beauty of the first 2 days, we're just going to focus on the pair that we know for sure is going to be there. Because guess what? We're going to be there putting the liquidity for it because it is in our best interest. So that's why we are very confident telling you you're going to have a hex pair, a pulse chain pair, and a pulse hex. Everything else after that, it's just wait and see. That's the honest truth. But technically speaking, if those people provide liquidity and the show is being started, the moment the show is being started and the harvester bot got in there, then the show cannot be stopped. But first, the show needs to be started. So hopefully that answers your question. And those who have admin keys, they will decide the fate of the coin. But hopefully they do the right thing.
Right. Here's a super noob question. So, like, what about an NFT? Is it literally two copies, or like, is it two different assets, or is it the same on Pulse Chain versus Ethereum?
Two different assets who are the same.
Right. So it's not like you'd have to burn one, so to speak, because they are the same thing, right?
Yeah, but remember, they live in two different locations. It's like having two houses. They could be identical, but they're in two states, right? Like you're gonna have EX, PX. They're interchangeable if you use the bridge, but technically they are two different assets, and they're living on two different chains. And if you bridge one to the other, you will get the wrapped version of the thing, but it will still technically be two assets. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So at any given time, you're getting two. You're not getting three, because again, once you go on the bridge, one gets locked, and then the new stuff gets popped on the other side, which is the representation of the thing that just got locked.
Right.
So does that essentially mean that you're putting the fungibility back in non-fungible?
Shout out Richard Hart. Yes.
Okay, you're live tweeting his money, man, in a space. I don't know, like I tweeted you that, but I don't know. I never thought of that. Like that's super smart. Like when the topic changes, to tweet it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Pro
the first marathon Twitter space.
Yep.
Dude, we had so many people talking about so many different things. It was like flipping through television channels.
Totally.
It's like, that's why I called it. It's like a Grand Theft Auto radio station. So you might as well just let people know, because like the topics can change rapidly. Topics can get heated, but it's all good.
People pop in and out too, right? So it keeps a good sized room, and like keeps the probably keeps the conversation going as well, because if someone's interested, they pop in. And yeah, super smart, man.
And then there's also, you're just tweeting out like
it's
a
tweet
beacon for these moths that like to come in here to sleep, man. These degenerate hexicans that are all about their ASMR hex talk, and they just come listen to the good info and fall asleep in the middle of the stream. Of which I have been one.
I used to do that on Clubhouse. I would create my own room and fall asleep, and people would randomly join. I don't know why I did that. And then I would.
Man, I was asleep during a live stream when Richard came in. He was speaking in the space, and I was totally KO'd.
Nice. Well, he could probably talk forever. So.
Oh yeah, as long as he gets the mic.
No one knew you were sleeping anyways. So you're like, "Fuck, perfect. Rich is here. I'm going to bed."
Yeah, honestly.
I wish you could integrate it with like Telegram chat. I like the layout of Telegram chat better, but voice chat. But I like the when people use it, I like the hand raising. It's polite.
I'm a savage.
Don't get a fight to fucking talk.
Right. I wait for a blip of silence, then I just start talking, and it depends on how bad I want it.
I gotta get Kareem's mod so that like anybody tries to interrupt me, they just get an earful of fucking feedback.
Super secret service level, like anti tracking.
Yo, you know what's quality watching is who is it? Richard Hart. Who did he debate? The British dude. Oh, what's his name? It's like a Bitcoin maxi.
Oh, the broke guy. I remember him.
What's
Peter.
his name?
Peter.
Yeah, McCormick. Damn, that's some good.
That guy's a
watching,
fool, man.
That was hilarious. No, it's a scab. It's a scab. It's a scab.
Oh yeah, man. Super articulate.
So good.
We should find a link to that.
I should
Just throw
like
it up there.
maybe I should like study McCormick and I'll pretend like I'll do my best McCormick act and then I'll do a live stream with Richard.
You don't
So
want to put
just for the quality.
You don't want to put yourself through that, and I don't want to be put through that.
It's entertainment though. You guys would like it.
Listen, just saying the word entertainment does not make it entertainment. You can't just say words that actually have meanings to make them mean the things you want them to mean.
What are some other good ones? Is there any other ones like of that caliber?
Yeah, I like that the pickup artist guy. He made me really laugh. The pickup artist hater, crypto hater, hex hater.
Oh, okay.
And I think he was with a show with another guy, but then later I think the other guy became a Hexican.
So you two pickup artist or what's his name?
The guy streaming from the Toyota, from Cabana stream. That was funny.
I like the stream from the day that Hex launched with the 3 to 5 lawyers on Tone Basil's channel. That was one of my favorite RH moments.
Yeah, that stuff's legendary. I'm trying to see if I can just find tweets of those videos, but I think I'm gonna have to write my own and then pin them up. Things I do for spaces, man. The labor behind.
We love you for it, Orca. We love you for it.
Clicking buttons, so much labor.
Oh my gosh, it's taxing.
God, your poor thumbs.
Bold of you to assume I would waste my thumbs on this.
Did when Richard was in the space earlier, did anyone catch that he mentioned they're already testing the AMM bot? Not that they were writing it, that they were already testing it.
Yeah, I caught that.
Good catch.
Yeah, that was epic. And he's gonna release some picture tomorrow, he says.
I thought it was funny. Like he's getting kind of antsy, he wanted to get off, right? But as soon as somebody like mentioned a bag or something, it sucked him right into another 5-minute conversation. He likes talking about those things, doesn't he?
Another nice thing, I hope people.
That's quite funny because I was just thinking about the reverse of making hex fungible, in the sense that, you know, most people are talking about hex on the pulse chain reaching parity and equivalent amount to hex on the Ethereum. I was thinking how funny it would be if hex on the pulse chain actually appreciated an increase in value higher than hex on the Ethereum, simply because it's going to be a lot cheaper to stake and unstake on the pulse chain.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hope everybody's having a good day. I know Tone Vase is in a space right now, and he's got Christopher Green and a bunch of other crypto people in there. So if you would like to go and check that out and troll them a little bit, feel free. I was trying to bring them over here, but of course, who am I?
What's up, King? Good to see you. Funny.
Yeah, what up, Kareem, Maddie, everybody else? Yeah, just I'm at work right now, but trying to be quiet here. Have a good one.
Bro, I like the peace sign in the PFP, and then you're in a spaces so you can do a peace sign as well. That's dope.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Crypto King is the legend. He think he has a surprise for us for a surprise speaker for the HEX conference, but it's not confirmed yet. So I'm excited though. That'll be the one teaser that I just said.
Yeah, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Sure can.
Yeah. Do you guys know where can we watch that slaughter? The Mr. Hart against Peter? Is it gonna be on YouTube? Oh, anywhere else?
So if you look up at the top of the Twitter space, I don't know if you can see, but there's pinned tweets. And if you swipe to the one posted by Funding Jim and tap on that, the bottom of this tweet looks like a picture, but it's actually a link to gocoevents.com. And you just use an email address and it'll sign you up for free. And then you'll be able to watch the event live.
Yeah, got it. Thanks, man.
You bet.
Where's all the Canadians? I want to hear what's going on over there.
I'm Canadian, but I exited the country last June. I went to the Bitcoin conference, and I haven't been back since.
Did you leave family behind, or?
I came to family, but yeah, family in Vancouver and LA. So
You sound like you got Vancouver family. You're a big pothead, aren't you?
I'm actually not, but I definitely people think I sound like it, and like I think like it because I always think of stupid like deep stuff. But no, I don't. It always messes with me too much.
Your NFT picture isn't doing you much justice. You look like the caveman from fucking Geico commercials.
Yeah.
LOL. Do you speak French?
Yeah, Canada's crazy right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to support them.
Yeah.
What's that?
Orca, do you think that Richard potentially saw your video?
I don't know. No idea. Potentially, sure.
I kind of hope so, man, because that game theory video was pretty alpha, man.
I appreciate that, man. It was just a fun way to kind of spur some conversations outside of just like number go up. But based on some of the language that he's used in the availability that he's provided, I wouldn't hold my breath in considering that it's like a feasible integration option.
Well, and he did say when he came in here earlier, he did say that he values like a lot of the HEX community's opinion on things, and
oh, sure,
you know what I mean. So I feel like he's at least heard about it, or at least thought about the ideas.
I would say that as long as we don't make too bold of a jump to assume that a compliment is like a reference to specific contributions, I think he is just a really compassionate leader who recognizes that this is a unique crypto community that tends to go above and beyond when doing things like research or producing useful tools and communicating insightful data and things like that. It's pretty unique experience. So I think he probably is more so referring to that. There's been a lot of excellent front end contributions and things like that. So probably more so what he was referring to, in my opinion.
Hey guys, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So how does the second chain work? So the Pulse chain. So you get all of your assets that you have on the Ethereum chain, you get it copied over to the Pulse chain. How does this whole function? Sorry, I'm a little new at this. You're able to sell it on both chains. It's just incentivized to sell it on Pulse chain because the cost is lower. How does this exactly work?
Are you at least familiar with the fact that you can change chains on like your MetaMask?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, well, If you know that much, I'm not quite understanding your question then.
So if you get whatever you're holding on your ERC20s, you get a copy of that on Pulse Chain. Is that correct?
Yes.
So then you just use that coin just to sell it on the Pulse Chain? Like, what else is exactly happening? Is that all?
It's an option. You can do whatever you want with it. In other words, Pulse Chain, if you remember the ethos, right? Faster, fee less, all that good stuff. So when you get your copy, chances are you want to use it on the Pulse Chain. So you'll just use it the regular way. So let's say we talk about HEX, for example. You get your HEX copy, and if it's liquid, for example, then you can stake it, you can sell it, you can try to bridge it to the Ethereum blockchain if you want. I don't know why you would do that, but again, all the options are there. The same way if you have your staked, your T-shirt, all that stuff copy. It's just literally a better version of Ethereum. It's just there. Now, the way you could do some action to save yourself on some fees is, let's say you have a ladder set up and you don't have the money to end the stake on Ethereum because it's too expensive. But because it's like everything is copy, that means on the day where the stake end on one chain, it's ending on the other chain. So maybe you end it on the Pulse chain first, get the money there, and then take some of that money, you bridge it to Ethereum side, and then you end the other stake over there. So these couple strategy things based on what your needs are. But at the end of the day, you're getting two coin or two chain, and then you do whatever you want with it. The same thing you would do right now, whatever you want to do with Ethereum, within the limitation of the gas, of course. You'll have that same thing times two on the Pulse chain with way less limitation, if any, because it's going to be so cheap and fast. That's why, not to troll, that's why the other gentleman had a hard time understanding the question. So it's like what is it that you want to do? Like, besides what you're doing already on Ethereum, it's just, better, faster, fee less.
Understood.
Gotcha.
Thank you. That was great.
You're welcome.
If anyone else has any questions, feel free to jump up.
I have something. I'd like to talk about the Pulse, the Fixer bot. A couple parts of it. Precisely how many of the PRC 20s will it be buying from buying from the other pools? And then also, how much Pulse is it going to then pool those against? So I'm thinking about liquidity and how cheap are we going to make Pulse to people with PRC 20 copies?
Okay, I'm trying to give you an easy answer to a complex problem. All you need to know is that he's trying to fix the ratio, okay? Which is there's a ratio between the two chain, Ethereum, Pulse, it's about 1 million. So he's going to fix the ratio to create that million on one side. So, 1000x, and then the other side 1000x. So now the exact number of coins, you wouldn't know that until the sacrifice phase ends. So we can know what's the total amount of coin that's out there, total everything, total bonus. When is the snapshot? What are the liquidity looks like when the snapshot is happening? Because nobody knows when it's going to happen exactly, rightfully so, for security reason. So the exact number, nobody is going to know. All you need to know is trying to fix a ratio. As long as the ratio is fixed, that's all that matters. However many coin is going to need to fix the ratio is going to be fixed for the pairs that's going to be traded, of course. Those who choose not to participate, or they get, I don't know, admin key and, shut off or whatever it might be, then those are not going to be relevant. But those who get in or get used or decide to play the game, that's what the bot is going to fix the ratio for. And it's going to be based on what's the liquidity look like for that particular pair, that particular coin, at that particular time that the snapshot was taken.
Right. So what I'm thinking is, if we really do 1.2 million X, the amount of Pulse as there was ETH in the pool, right? So if there's 1,000 ETH and then we 1.2 million X and put that much Pulse in a pool against the PRC 20s that were harvested, basically then we're going to be putting up a shit ton of pulse for sale at the $0.0001 per pulse, and as if the copies of the ERC20s are worth the same amount of dollars as the ERC20s are worth. So the way I'm, like, unless I'm thinking this through wrong, people are going to be able to come in and dump the copies of their ERC20s for pulse at a crazy cheap rate for pulse. I'm thinking that that's going to get a ton of pulse into the hands of people that were really late at really like undervalued things.
That's not going to happen. The bot is going to be the first one there before you and before anybody else. He's getting that deal. He's the one scooping the point and sucking that liquidity out. Nobody else is going to catch that deal. Let me tell you that right now. So you did the math.
You're talking about the bot buying from the pools, though, right?
Yeah, because that's how you fix the ratio. He's going to have to buy it. It's going to have to move
I don't think that's right, because it doesn't matter what the ratio is in the pools that we're emptying out. What matters, what the ratio is in the pools that are being filled up, new pools on Pulse X, right? The pools that exist on ETH right now and that we're emptying out, who gives a shit what the ratio is in those pools, because they're going to be empty, no one's going to use them. The ratio that matters is what the ratio is on the pools the new pools that are being created by the fixer bot on Pulse X, right?
What I'm trying to tell you is that extra supposedly solo discount that people are going to be able to buy super cheap, it's not going to happen because the bot is going to move that. It's going to absorb all of that as it fixes the ratio so that it's just ready to go with that low liquidity that's out there tradable. So it's gonna look like the coins are being removed out of circulation and stuck somewhere. And they're not gonna be there to be like dumped or for somebody else to buy it super, super cheap, push the price up crazy, and then trying to dump later. That's what I'm trying to do, because I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that crazy opportunity for you to come and buy super cheap in the very beginning is not going to be there.
You're talking about buying ERC20 super cheap, though, right?
As it sets the ratio to make sure that after that, the only coin that's quote unquote dumpable are just going to be the sacrifice set. Because those liquidity after snapshot are going to be drained. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So imagine there's a bunch of coin, bunch of liquidity sitting somewhere because, Ethereum is, those are going to be harvested, drained to make sure that as it fixes the ratio, there's nothing there for somebody to randomly come in, buy a bunch of stuff, and then wait for other people to come and buy and then dump on their heads. That's what I was.
After that, though, then the fixer bot is going to take those PRC20s that are harvested, and it's going to put them in a pool, in the new Pulse X pools. It's going to put them in a pool against a bunch of Pulse, right?
Yeah, but as he puts it back to the pool, remember, he's harvesting all the other coins too. So you're gonna have to use your quote unquote pulse from your sacrifice set to then buy whatever's left at a much higher ratio. So you're gonna have to quote unquote sacrifice your existing pulse if you want to get that other coin and then push the price up. So it's gonna be like not a zero sum game, but it's gonna be kind of like impermanent loss. It's like, okay, you want to push this price of this coin here, it's going to cost you a lot of pulse to do so. That's also how you fight shit coins or people trying to create pump and dumps. You know what I mean? Because they'll just try to come.
I hear that. I'm talking about people going the other way. I'm talking about people who get PRC20s and them then going to the pools and trading their PRC20s for pulse. I'm talking.
In that case, you're right. It's a pumpamental. Yeah, you're right. Some people can just, hey, whatever free coins I got, I want to get rid of it, do more pulse. You know what I mean? But again, I don't think there's going to be a lot of pulse out there too, because also pulse there's no inflation. Again, this is my supposition, right? A lot of it is going to be locked away, delegated. You know what I mean? So, but you're right. It's a hidden pumpamental. If everybody that has a shitcoin decide to drop their shitcoin to just buy pulse, yeah, you're right. That is a pumpamental. Is that going to happen? We'll have to wait and see.
Basically, what I'm saying is, I think it could be a pumpamental if there's a small enough number of pools put into the pools. But if there's too much pools put into those pools, I think it turns into a dumpamental. Because now people can come in, they can dump their copies of shitcoins for shit tons of pools, and now they have shit tons of pools that they can then go dump with, and they got those shit ton of pools for a copy of something that was worth nothing to them. So does that make sense what I'm saying?
It does make sense. And I don't know if you were here earlier in the conversation about 2 hours ago. This is what we're telling you or explaining to people that most Hexicans and those who are obviously smart and that got pulse understand that we control the supply. Because again, there is no inflation. The supply is literally the sacrifice set. And there's a majority, I can confidently say that a majority of us, or in those who are big bags, they want Pulse to do very well, which means they will literally limit that supply. So to answer your question, it won't hit market. It won't go to the exchange, the decentralized exchange, because it's just going to be held because they believe it is very valuable. And on top of that, they're incentivized to hold it slash delegate it to earn more thanks to the trading rewards. Same thing with the Pulse X, because if they stake that, they'll get the incentive going. So they know what they own. They know this is a Richard Hart project. They know that it's deflationary. Deflationary because of the buying back feature because there's no inflation, and they know that they even have an incentive to hold, and they know that they have diamond hands because they learned that playing with Hex. So everything is geared and incentivized to do what you're asking, which is limited supply. So whatever's left is just what's left on the exchange after the harvester bot did his thing. And then if everybody else from the other ERC communities, whatever, dump their shitcoins to go buy whatever's left, it's also going to push the price up. So as those people become wealthier, and I've said this many times, the wealthier we get, the less the rich people needs to sell because they like to feel wealthy even more. And then they'll just sell what they need because it's just, as it gets scarce, it gets more in demand, price goes up. It's just a feedback mechanism. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, and I'm totally with you. Go ahead. Hey, Eric, I think it's a really thoughtful question, and I'm not sure I have an answer for it, but I want to make sure I understand the question. So if the AMM harvester bot comes in and takes every ETH paired liquidity pool on Ethereum and million X's that supply, right, versus the PRC20, is your question what happens when people realize they have their PRC20s that they got for free and they can just dump them and acquire Pulse? And will they be able to dump them and acquire Pulse at that ratio in terms of a million X Pulse per PRC? Is that the question? Yeah, basically. And so to address what you just said and what Cream said, I'm with everything Cream said, except for there is yet one more inflationary event, and that is the mint. How much does the fixer bot mint? And it doesn't need to mint very much to buy up the PRC20s. So the first kind of easy half of my question is exactly how much of the PRC20s does it buy? If it buys 99%, then it's super cheap. If it buys 99.9% of the PRC20s, it's actually 10 times more expensive. If it buys 99.99%, it's actually 100 times more expensive than if it only buys 99%. Because now we're getting to the tail end of that pool and the price of the PRC20 in Pulse terms skyrockets. So then I would suggest, and this is just coding. It's like what the devs decide to do in these last stages of programming the fixer bot. So I would say let's only buy up 99% of the PRC20s and leave them 1% instead of giving them 10x more pulls just to buy that extra 0.9% of the original stack. But then the harder part of the question, the more important part, is how much does the fixer bot mint to put in the pools against those PRC20s? If it really does mint 1.2 million X and it puts all that in the pool against the PRC20s that it just bought, then we're basically giving away pools at the same sacrifice price and as if their PRC20s are worth just as much as their ERC20s. And so then Richard Hart's talking about 2.5%, minting 2.5% of the pool supply to put into these pools. But that's like about half as much as all the sacrificers combined. If we put all that pulse into these pools, that's a shit ton. Now it's a third of the total supply, excluding the OA, is in these pools, and it's available to be bought by people with copies of shitcoins.
Here's the thing, and you're correct on that. This is why to give you as factually correct answer as possible. I said it all depends on what the result of the snapshot will be. As much as I want to give you that number, nobody knows because it's a moving target right now because we don't know what the total amount is going to be because sacrifice is still going. Because, even when you say 2.5%, okay, 2.5% of what? 30 trillion, like 100 trillion, like nobody knows, right? So we have to, the honest answer is we have to wait to see what the number looks like. Then we also have to wait on the snapshot because we will know clarity only after the snapshot is announced because then you can go back to that snapshot date, snapshot block, and then look at all the relevant, let's say the relevant pools. So you can try to derive, okay, during that snapshot, how much was there? What are we talking about? Da, 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 da. Then you can run the numbers because if you know roughly what has been snapshot, how much is in each pool, then you can kind of derive what the bot will have to do mint to create the million ratio that he has to do because that's the static answer that we have. We know what the ratio needs to be. We just don't know when is a snapshot, how much are we talking about? Because once we know that and we know the total, then we can start to derive what the numbers is going to be so we can answer your question. And also number two, and this is very important, there's nothing to fear in terms of supply and stuff like that because if the harvest about get all this stuff and let's say some of the stuff is just never sold, so to speak, or just kind of stays there, it's fine. Like I was saying with HEX and in terms of like liquidity and how much coins are, it's all about the velocity. A lot of coin could exist, but if they never hit quote unquote circulation, they just sit there waiting to be purchased. It's not necessarily a bad thing because it's not being dumped. It just sits there. Again, big money don't sell. Big money provides liquidity. That's how they say it. And somebody has to eat that impermanent loss. Let's not forget that. Because that's why smart people who sacrifice, they're not going to provide liquidity in the beginning because they know that PulseX is going to do very well. So why would I provide liquidity and eat that impermanent loss when I can just hold my coin and then just enjoy the ride? But then that also means somebody else needs to fucking do it. It's not going to happen by itself. Pairs needs to be created. Richard talked about almost 10,000 pairs. Like you need Pulse to create those pairs. It doesn't just create by itself. Does that make sense? So the bot is serving a function. So all I know for sure is the real supply of Pulse is gonna come from the sacrifice set people. I can confidently say that. The other stuff is just to set up the system. The same way in the beginning when we were doing the launch phase of HEX, those extra coins were just there to set up the system. That doesn't mean that they're gonna go harm the price.
Hey Kareem, so a question to build on top of that. Let's just make it super simple numbers. You have 10 Link and you have 10 ETH in a pool. When the AMM harvester bot comes through, it's going to replace those 10 ETH with 10 Pulse, or is it going to replace those 10 ETH with 1.2 million Pulse? And you still have the Link and now P-Link on the Pulse chain. I guess that's my question. Is it one for one copying one Pulse per one ETH per the liquidity pool that's currently set up on Ethereum? I mean, I know we're 1.2x million xing the supply of Ethereum, but I can't imagine that all of that is going into the existing liquidity pools, right? A lot of that's going to the sacrificers. So I guess is it one pulse for one ETH? Is that how the liquidity pool would initially be structured, or is it a different ratio?
Good question. Let's do it like this to make it a simple math, right? Quick math. Forget 10. I don't want to lose anybody. Let's do 1 and 1. Okay. Let's say the ratio was 1 and 1. One ETH, one link. Okay. 1 and 1. The way you get to the million is because remember they move as a function of a square, the way the Uniswap works or whatever. So you 1,000x buy on one side, and then it goes 1,000 x on the other side, ratio like inverted. So one's gonna be a 1,000, and then the other one could be in this analogy like 0.001, because that's how you get the million, right? One's goes up by 1,000 factor, and then the other one goes down by 1,000 of 1,000. Make sense? That's how you get your million. Okay, so if I were to put like a ratio, let's say they were like, no, I'm doing the same math. They were 1 to 1, but it was like 1,000 on the left and 1,000 on the right. When the million fixer happens, on one side you have literally a million, and on the other side you have a 1. Does that make sense? So look at a ratio like that. Left side 3 decimal higher, right side 3 decimal lower. That's how because then you multiply by the 2. That's how you get the million, and it happens automatically because it's like a scale. Just like I was talking earlier also about like way back in the day, when you look at a hex pool, you used to see hundreds of billions of hex per whatever Ethereum on the other side. And then hundreds of billions became 1 billion, then it became hundreds of millions, then tens of millions where we are now. And then in a couple of years, we're going to look at hundreds of thousands of hex versus USD or whatever, or Ethereum or whatever it might be. This is how those ratio works, because it's how we get to that million. It's 1,000 on one side, and then one side is multiplied by 1,000, the other side is divided by 1,000. Does that make sense?
I think it's probably getting a little too late for it to make sense in my brain, but I appreciate the explanation. And then, Plan B, I know you had your hand up too, brother.
Plan D, go ahead.
Hey guys, just a quick question. Does anybody have any idea about any bridges like from BSC or Phantom to Pulse or East to Pulse?
The bridge is being built, and I think it's pretty much done. I mean, Richard has showed some pictures. Now we don't know exactly what's going to be on the bridge per se listed. It's more like a wait and see. But the bridge has definitely been built, and I think it depends on those other teams to want to then utilize the bridge to build their stuff and then add their liquidity. So because ultimately that's what happens. A bridge can be built, but you have to still bring your coin to then use the bridge. So more of those stuff will be released, I think, after when the testnet V3 comes out, because Richard did say something very important that I hope people catch. He said that he wants V3 to be as closely as possible to mainnet. So in other words, I'm expecting a situation where whenever V3 comes out, nobody knows, but whenever it comes out, very soon after, we can go mainnet, because it's literally like basically saying, which makes sense, get everything together that needs to be built, and then V3 is just kind of like final testing, and then launch. Kind of like how you do an audit. Once the code goes to audit, it's supposed to be locked, meaning we're just going there to get the audit, and if it's good, we're ready to go. We're not going to try and make any modification or any changes, because once you do, then it's like, well, maybe you need to test again. So keep an eye on V3 when it comes out. Richard may have some stuff for us tomorrow. So again, we're getting close to March, so hopefully we'll get some more news. But right now, we know the bridge exists, but we don't know the whole list of what coin is being put there or not. So hope that answers.
Thanks.
All right, you guys, just wanted to give you a friendly reminder. Anybody can request the microphone if you'd like to come up and speak. Any topics are allowed. The stuff up at the top is just a friendly reminder of some crypto-related information. Big debate coming up between Richard Hart and Peter Schiff. Two very different proponents of investing strategies and perspectives on modern finance. And if you would like, there's links, a link up at the top of the Twitter space. There's pinned tweets, and the first one is Richard himself referencing the event and has the URL right there. So you can actually just tap on that and should be able to take you. You can use an email address, even just like an easy throwaway one. So should be a really cool debate. and a really good learning opportunity. So feel free to tune in. Hexbug SC, I'm trying to add you.
Does anybody actually own Pulse, or is it still being waited to like be delivered or whatever?
Nobody owns any Pulse yet. Some people sacrificed in support of the freedom of speech and have received points that may correspond to a future airdrop, but no expectations that would necessarily be the case. But people are anticipating the launch of the new blockchain, Pulse chain. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure if this was already discussed, but what's everyone's opinion on the OA's $18 billion sacrifice? Like, how do you guys think that affects things, or what does that actually mean?
I don't see it as a problem.
Okay, I love this question. I told you about it earlier. By the way, it's just getting started. There's way more after that. Even as we speak, on the live, so you don't see guys follow well, but it's gonna get more and more and more. So the thing is this, especially what we were talking about earlier, also about like new stuff and whatever. You got to understand that security is also very, very important. Imagine, I'll give you an analogy like a newborn, right? When you're born a baby as a parent, you want to make sure, baby's healthy, everything's cool. And then you want to make sure he goes from crawling, walking, and then running. So I'm looking at it like a security blanket in terms of making sure no other shenanigans like could be like a systemic risk were to happen, right? Like contentious forks, random projects, scam, this, that. So having that kind of insurance policy is something that you want to have in terms of protection. Things that we have seen already, obviously, from HEX, acting like a defense mechanism. That's number one. Number two, also, when we're talking about, again, impermanent loss, providing liquidity, like somebody needs to do that, right? Because if everybody just want to keep their coin, wait for the price to go up and whatever, well, when new participants comes in, new buyer comes in or whatever it might be, they need to get the coins also from somebody too. We need to be able to set all those markets, all those things. So to me, it's one of the reasons why that extra liquidity is needed. Same thing in HEX during the launch phase. That extra liquidity was needed for new buyer to come in. Yes, price is gonna go up, but you don't want price to also go up too fast, too early, because it's going to turn into a pump and dump, whether you like it or not. If people get too much gain too fast, they will fucking sell. I don't care who you are, unless you hardcore time lock like Hex, but you might even steal emergency instinct. So it allows it to make sure that things are smooth. Nobody has to eat a permanent loss. Systems get set in place, and it's a smooth transition out there, and to allow new buyer to come in and get a slightly, good deals. Because you have to remember, it's going to start very, very cheap, even after the bots and whatever, which means those who have a fairly decent amount of money could still buy a lot of coin, including the whale. Godwell got $30 million cash sitting on the sideline, USD, ready to go. Who knows what he's going to do with that? Maybe he wants to buy more Pulse or PulseX or whatever it might be. So those extra liquidity serve multi-purpose, and it's good to see and to understand that, hey, the thing that's helping launching what's going on is having skin in the game as well. Anything that's proof of stake, anything that's staking, to me, that's a great insurance policy, because it basically mathematically you say that, hey, I got skin in the game too. I got more to lose than you have. Therefore, I am incentivized to well behave. So to me, it's always a bullish thing. Just like we saw on Pulse Chain, I'm expecting a 96% ratio, 95 to 96%. I tweeted about it. So 18 billion, that was just the start. Because what people don't realize, quick math, when they sacrifice that, remember, the ratio is 8 times worse than what it was compared to those who sacrificed before January 9th or January 10th. In other words, that 18 billion is not as many points as people think. That's why more will come. And we have already seen more and more sacrifice by like 1.2, 1.3 billion, and it's just getting started. There's probably more. By the time it's done, I'm expecting a really, really nice ratio of like, again, we're looking at, if I were to do the math off my head, so rough, but if you want to do a 96% ratio based on $1 billion plus of real sacrifice, I think this time around, he probably will have to sacrifice anywhere between 22 to 24 billion dollars when it's all said and done, more or less. Maybe somebody can do the math. Yeah, it has to be a ratio to create 96. I mean, that's what my guess is. Because last time he did 14 billion, 14 point something billion, based on that 700 million sacrifice. This time around, we sacrifice in dollar roughly one something billion. But then again, the sacrifice phase this time around is longer. The ratio got worse. So you might have to sacrifice more to compensate for that. So, but again, we have another 3 days to go. So I think we're gonna see more sacrifice. Just keep an eye on that.
I had a question.
Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank Maddie and being I was onboarded by one of the Quant Gang videos 7-8 months back. So big shout out to you guys. Watching the Quant Gang video is what convinced me to buy HEX. And since then, I've been onboarding people left, right, and center. I've literally lost count of how many people I've got them into HEX and all the sacrifices. So big shout out to Quant Gang. Love you guys. You guys are my favorite Hexicans. Kareem, on that note, I have a question. I just love the way you talk about delayed gratification, and I've really embedded that into my mindset as well. So just a quick question on PLSX, right? Now that it has the staking feature, I just wanted to understand what your thought process and game plan is. I mean, are you looking at now, holding on to that new money printer and staking it?
Sorry, that was a total accident. Please continue.
Yeah, so I had a question around the PLSX. Now that PLSX is also technically a money printer, so Kareem, do you have, are you going to hold on to that and stake it? Or do you have plans of probably converting those into T-shares moving forward? Just wanted to get your mindset around the whole PLSX staking part, and what are your plans around that?
You get rugged?
Yeah, it looks like Kareem disconnected. He's connecting back in now. If you just give him a second.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry about that glitch. Yes, you are absolutely correct. Repetition is key. Yes, turning to a money printer, especially with the fact that now you can literally stake with no impermanent loss, and you don't have to worry about or even know about, liquidity farming, none of that stuff. Again, I onboard a lot of people too, just like you. So congratulations, because I know it's not always easy. So I want to give you a big shout out for doing that. Keep up the good work. And as we know, some of the people that we talk to, even when they have a lot of money, they don't really know too much about crypto. They see the value, they see the potential, they love delayed gratification. They just want to know that, oh, I can turn that into another money printer. So that to me is the key. So you keep your coin, you turn that to a money printer, and then in the future, if you want, you can literally just sell the yield. In other words, imagine you got 3 money printer now. You got your HEX, you got your Pulse, you got your PulseX, everything goes well. And then if you want to sell, maybe whatever yield that's generated while everybody's playing the degenerate and then crazy volume is being created, you're going to be first and early in the pool staking when nobody else is there staking because they're too busy playing traders. So your yield will be much higher in the beginning when nobody is there staking. And then the beauty of that is if you just sell that yield and you never sell the principal, aka the money printer, you literally just have money forever. That's the key. Same thing with the incentive token. It's the only thing that technically you cannot quote unquote stake. So maybe that's the only thing that you actually sell because it is a lower class compared to the other three coins. Because in my book, it is not a money printer. So that will be the only thing that I might be tempted to sell. Now, in the beginning, I might keep that a little bit because maybe I want to vote for some pair that I want to see happen. But if, as a community, we all vote for the right pairs and everything is great, then at that point, I'll just cash out the incentive token. So hopefully that answers your question. But yes, collect money printers at all cost. That's the key.
Kareem, I have a quick question, if I might. So you had mentioned that the OA might end up providing a lot of liquidity to make this whole thing work. And my question, because I'm not an OG hexagon, in the early days of Hex, did the OA ever do anything like that to provide liquidity for Hex historically?
Yes, it did. Because again, also in multiple ways. In the beginning, there was for about a year, 500 million hex were being kind of put into circulation. So in a way, as people were, claiming or having all sorts of, that's when the copies were being made. So it provided liquidity. Money was being used in the AA for new people to buy, so new investor can come in and build a bag. But very, very more important for Hex, and this might sound a little complicated for people, so I'm going to try and explain in a simple term. The 3.69 that pays the inflation, first of all, it is readjusted daily based on the total amount of hex that exists. So it's a forever increasing number. This is what we need. We need that so that as new people come in, buy hex and stake, there's always meat on the bone. In other words, the APY doesn't get too affected by it. Because if too many people come in, buy whatever's left, yes, price goes up a lot, but then the yield also goes down. So you need a way to accelerate, to kickstart that 3.69 so a lot of coins comes out. That's why in the beginning, there was 500 million hex that was just distributed to circulation. It wasn't just to provide that liquidity for investors to buy. It was also to help kickstart the 3.69 inflation annualized. This is how we went from quickly 0, 10, 20, 30 million hex payout per day. And today we're about 63 or 65 million. It's a slow, steady grind from here, but we needed that kickstart. And we wouldn't be able to get that kickstart if we didn't have that 500 million hex distributed every day. So the kickstart helped for that. Liquidity was provided so that new people can come in and buy a bag and build their T-share account because they want to make sure if, for example, let's say I have a lot of money that I want to put in, I want to be able to buy a lot without pushing the price up, not too high. Because if not, then I'm not incentivized to continue to buy because maybe I want to wait for the price to go down lower. So having that extra liquidity allows me to ape in hard. Yes, I'm pushing the price up, but I'm not pushing it too up for me to build my bag. And lastly, another function OA does, which is super important, it acts like monetary policy to set your APY because those coins are not staked, purposely just sitting around providing the most important thing, which is not being in the pool so that your APY can stay at 38% and possibly goes higher as other people who are non-OA exit the pool. So by not staking, it allows you to have a high APY, but that function wouldn't have been possible unless those coins were there, existed, and also not staked. Same thing with the sacrifice. The value of those coins, people don't realize, is going to help the APY for years to come. Because they just sit in those wallets. They never meet circulation. They never get sold. And quite frankly, they've been devalued because, again, if you're not earning the inflation, that means you're paying the inflation. Always paying inflation to everybody every day. 3.69 compounded annualized. That's insane. Because in the future, when we get $1 trillion market cap, which I believe we will, it will be 3.69 worth of $1 trillion payout every year. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. Now, if I understand correctly, what has happened with HEX is that since the original days, the OA has not been needed on a day-to-day basis because we have enough whales that provide our liquidity. However, in the Pulse ecosystem, which is going to be massively, massively larger than the HEX ecosystem, we probably will need the OA on a day-to-day basis. In fact, the OA may become our version of the Fed. Am I far off on that, or does that sound reasonable?
No, it is reasonable. Again, that's why he sacrificed as much that he sacrificed. And that's why I was just kindly reminding everybody, using HEX as an example, that low supply doesn't mean bad for price. Price only care about supply, demand, and velocity. So a lot of those coins are just going to be sitting around, not being sold. And then some of them are going to be used to provide liquidity for the new people to buy. So in other words, the beauty about providing liquidity is like you don't really affect the price. It just sits there, and then until somebody decides to either buy and push the price up, or somebody sell. But that's nothing to do with OA. That's just somebody else from the sacrifice set that decides to get rid of his pulse. That will be the person affecting the price per se. But liquidity doesn't do that. As a matter of fact, in the beginning, if he doesn't want the price to go up too fast, maybe he provides a lot of liquidity to make it thick so that as people buy, price goes up, but it doesn't turn into a pump and dump. Or it might just be, you know what, fuck it, low liquidity, and then we just fly. So it just depends on where the demand is going to be, so that we are making sure that it's always available for the new participant, but it's not too much. So it's also about
And it's a
timing.
balancing act.
Yeah.
It's a balancing act, but it's going to be a balancing act with so many more dollars than we have in the HEX ecosystem that it's not even a fair comparison. So I would say this now, because that just helped me understand something that I didn't understand prior. You know, of all the things you can do in the new ecosystem, one of the suckier things to do would be probably to be a liquidity provider. Yeah, you'll make some fees, but you might get some impermanent loss. And there's so many better ways, like just holding the Pulse Exchange token, or, all kinds of things, helping validators. All those things probably are going to make you more money with a lot less risk than being a liquidity provider. So by comparison, we are going to need the OA. So the knock on the OA is everybody goes, oh, the OA is Richard. Okay. And he's just getting rich. Well, I tell you what, we want him in there, if it is him or whoever the OA is, because that person will be very benevolent and make this motherfucker work. Because without billions of dollars, we are a failed idea. Everybody will come in, they'll go, oh, well, there's not enough. We can't do anything in that stupid Pulse ecosystem. But with billions and billions and billions of dollars backing us, yes, we can, and we can be amazingly successful.
Exactly.
And I'll tell you what, I don't know about you guys, but I can't think of a better guy to be the Fed than Richard Hart. If Richard Hart was a Fed director in the U.S., we wouldn't have the problems we have right now.
Yeah, that's hilarious. But yeah, ultimately, again, you need to crawl first, then you need to walk, and then you need to run. So this is why those things are very, very important. Does that make sense?
100%. Thank you for that explanation.
Kareem, somebody in my chat wants me to ask you, what is the one thing that keeps the OA up at night?
Broads.
Sorry, Fitness. What was your question?
I can answer that. It's global domination, the goal of global domination, fully integrated system. In Richard's words.
Hey, I had a question for Kareem. You've been pointing out very succinctly on Quant Gang recently that, Bitcoin's going down. We can see right now we're in probably a bear market, and what with grayscale, etc., those prices are just reaffirming where BTC is going down. There's been a lot of talk about Pulse Chain potentially launching in a bear market, which it's looking like it's gonna. And I'd like to talk about like how that is gonna benefit Pulse and like where that whole potential seems to be playing out and what that looks like to you?
You get regged again? Hey, Kareem, are you there?
I personally think it's a positive thing, because a lot of
That's hear me.
Yeah, we
Yep.
can hear you.
Ah, Jesus. Sorry about that. But I was able to hear at least some of the questions, but I just wasn't able to speak. The the thing about the keeping the OA at night, this is funny. Nice joke. Yeah, I mean, listen, glory, global domination, and genuinely, if I were to speculate, it's like just showing just that we know how to win without having to victimize users or shit like that. So this is why everything is set in place to show that crypto is not only here to stay, but crypto actually can save the world. I genuinely mean that. If you see what's going on in the world, and this is going to sound a little bit, woo woo, but think about it. We got one big shot to make this work. If not, those people might enslave us and be like, hey, you guys can't do anything without us, so to speak. So we basically don't have an option but to make it work. Because if we don't make it work, people are gonna give up. And then what are we gonna do? What's the alternative? CBDC, and then here's your new crypto coin, and you can only spend it for this and buy that, and then we get enslaved. So at this point, for I don't know if people realize, to me at least, and I think, if I'm speaking for the way, it's bigger than just making money. We have to build, and they will come, right? We have to create the solution so that we can literally truly escape from the enslavement. And we're gonna do that in a non-violent way, just by saying, no, you guys, we know how to build it efficiently, better, fair for everybody. That crypto is not just about rug pull and scammers and this. There's more than that. But we can't just say it. We have to show it. We have to demonstrate it so that other people can have faith. And when shit start to really hit the fan, like it could happen, at least there's an escape route that's created for them. That's why, to me, that's why many of us that work relentlessly so hard for free, is for us, it's beyond money at this point. It's like, if we don't do this, we might not even have a way out. And one time Wells said it best: what's the point of getting all this money if the rest of the world is enslaved? You can't spend it, and whatever, you're still gonna be trapped. You still need to live in the real world. And we need to build allies, community, so that at the very least, if things start to really hit the fence, we have at least some type of escape, if that makes sense. I don't want to sound doom and gloom, but you got to start now, because we might really need it 5 years from now.
Speaking about starting now, sorry, Kareem, I asked a question before you got rugged a little while ago, and my question thought was about, like you've been pointing out recently on QuantGang, not recently, for a while, that BTC's on the way down, Grayscale's trying to prop it up, it's not. We're potentially in the bear market, and Pulse is about to launch in that bear market, which a lot of people have been saying may be a good thing. I'd like to know how you're feeling about that side of things, how it could be beneficial, will be beneficial to Pulse to be launching in this forthcoming bear market, and what your feelings are on that.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's a great opportunity, because I really wanted to talk about that topic. Maddie, if you're listening, it's funny. My flight got changed, so because I'm flying tomorrow night, and I might miss QuantGang because I can't change my flight, so it sucks. But I'm going to try to be there towards the end. But that said, this is an important topic that I wanted to tackle. Yes, we are in the bear market. There's no ifs or buts about it. We have called it for a while. Rich has called it for a while. If people are not convinced yet, listen, they're living in a delusion. And the way and why bear markets are so dangerous is because it grinds you. It's a slow death. Just like I've been talking about a couple of weeks ago. I said, guys, it's the buy rumor, sell the news. They're just playing the, All-Star game, and they're playing the Super Bowl commercial just to, get the exit liquidity. Because again, grayscale premium is negative. The DXY is still rising. It's at 96 still. Probably if you look at the chart right now, DXY, for those who are new, the dollar index, it's rising again steadily. It might hit 97 very, very soon. And once you stay up there, it's going to be bad. Interest rate almost touched 2%, literally just like a couple of days ago. Now it went down a little bit, but it's still 1.9. They're going to raise this thing. There's a rumor that they might raise it even more than people expect. And like I've said before, March is right around the corner. So even with we're not gonna raise it yet, whatever, Bitcoin can't even get up to where it was before. What do you think is gonna happen next month when they actually going to start raising it? Because they don't have a choice. Because the CPI number were not just bad, they were worse. It was another all-time high record inflation, more than even the estimate. Next month, it's gonna be bad too. It's not going to be better. It might not be exactly 7.5, but it's still going to be a lot of inflation. And this is where I was really going to say that for tomorrow, but in case I can't make it, the timing is just too perfect. Somewhere in March, I don't know the exact date, it's the 12th or the 14th, that's when El Salvador is supposed to start the new Bitcoin bond or whatever, trying to give the middle finger to the, big money and stuff. But that's also the same day when the Fed is supposed to have their meeting again. So I don't believe in coincidence. They might decide to do something crazy, raise the rate, crash the price even more, so that when Salvador launched the bond, it might just make Bitcoin even more worthless. And then they're gonna use that as headline to say, "Don't fuck with us. We're gonna teach you a lesson," type of thing. So there's so much headwinds coming in, just because you need to understand the math, because they have to raise the rate at this point. They don't even have a choice. And this is what big money is doing. So you got to be prepared for that. You got to understand that big money is exiting because that's why the dollar is rising, because that means they're going risk off. You know what I mean? They don't believe what they say, watch what they do. If they go risk off, they always know something you don't know, and they always at least a couple weeks to months ahead of you. So you need to prepare yourself for that. Now, how does that bring all circle with what you asked about pulse chain? In the bear market, DeFi has always been king. Period. Full stop. End of story. This is what HEX did extremely well and will always do extremely well in the bear market, because when the reality really starts to settle in, that, oh my God, we're not going back to 60K anymore, which is starting to kick in for some people. But definitely once we start reaching that 33K to 30K, the panic really start to hit. And those who are smart, they don't wait for the panic. But at that time, people are going to be desperate, and they're going to look for, where do I go? How do I save my money? And typically, that's also when certain new project, while product market fit, good hype, yada yada, supposed to do well, those people may start to ape into that as a kind of like a YOLO mechanism. Like, hey, my Bitcoin is getting worthless. I need to exit out of that. The same way some of them sacrifice when their Bitcoin or Ethereum was a higher value to protect that value indirectly. So you're going to see a lot of that action. Plus, anything related to yield, staking, DeFi is going to do very well, because in the bear market, nothing just kind of goes up easy money. You put your money here and then you get 100x like in a matter of a month or two. It's no longer the case. It's a fight now. It's a grind. You'll be lucky if you get a 10% pump. So the next best thing you want to do is play the yield game, because at least there you can live off of that. And this is why HEX is really going to shine, because while we're going sideways, we're still getting paid every day. So apply that to Pulse Chain, because a lot of DeFi is going to move over to that, because they want to use the lower fee. And I mean, just playing with PulseX by itself is like playing DeFi anyway, because you got everything you need, right? It's a coin. I don't think this is Uniswap. It's going to be as good as BNB. And then you got incentive token, so people can play the liquidity farming game. Plus, you get the other half for free. It's going to be the biggest liquidity farm in the world, biggest airdrop in the world. I mean, you got all the ingredients that made DeFi popular and the timing couldn't be perfect because when you're in a bear market, there's less distraction. Most stuff goes to shit, and we're gonna be the shining light. Plus, you add the, you know, shining new token syndrome, which is a joke, but some people still fall for that. Well, at least on the Pulse chain, they're gonna see that Pulse chain is the real deal. So when you mix everything that I just said, plus the timing and everything like that, this is why this is not the time for you to fuck around. This is not the time for you to be, oh, let me go diversify and then get wrecked. This is the time for you to focus. This might be a once in a lifetime opportunity. I know it sounds like, oh, I've heard that before, but this is for real. So when we say to you, do your research, all this stuff, we genuinely say that because we actually care. We don't want you to get wrecked. You find yourself near the right time, you're in position, you sacrifice. Now is the time for you to chill, relax, watch it play out. You know, it's like meditation. You should try that. It's good. Standing still is an art as well. It's a form. Does that make sense?
Well, that brings a question to mind, Kareem. If you had money on other blockchains and investments and things, what would you do? Would you stay in the layer ones, or would you sell off, or what would you do like today if that was the case?
First thing is for those things, if it's not already in HEX, because I was just getting money printers, is I will go risk off first. Again, it's the same tactic that if you watch what Godwell has done, it's the similar to if I had the similar amount of money, I would have literally done the exact same thing. It's so funny. I know he watched our show for sure. He did something that's genius, right? And it's related to what you just talked about. Godwell had a bunch of ETH, and I've always had a bunch of ETH. When he saw the writing on the wall, ETH started to tank, and again, we called it out on the day. It was epic. He sold a bunch of it for USD, literally the 30 million, whatever, plus when ETH was almost $4,000. Then the whole thing crashed. He bought back all the ETH that he sold, plus he had another $20 million profit. And then he did it again on the second dip when he went to almost where we are now, but a little before. So he's keeping similar amount of ether to some degree, but he's stacking a bunch of USDC just playing the dip because like Richard said, dips are in the game. It doesn't go down in a straight line. Like I'll tell people, hey, this week is gonna be the relief rally. You're gonna hear about the Super Bowl or whatever. If you long that dip, good for you. But remember, it's gonna come to an end. It's not gonna go back up to the all-time high. You're gonna become the exit liquidity. Be careful. So once you do that, and now you have the USDC, the next best thing you can do, I'm very, very specific, if you don't already have your hex bag set up, your staking ladder, your pulse sacrifice or your pulse X sacrifice, your next best bet is doing what Godwell is doing right now. You sit liquid USDC, you wait for the launch. The launch comes in, there's gonna be shenanigans. People may sell, and then you might see a nice dip, and then this is when you load the truck. Godwell has $30 million sacrifice for Pulse. $20 million for Pulse sacrifice, $30 million for Pulse X, and he got $30 million liquid USDC waiting on the sideline. All he has to do is just wait. The three tickers start to play the game. Whichever coins dip the most, you just throw up $1 million there or whatever, or basically you just top off whatever of the three where you see a discount. If one coin starts to fly off the gate, don't add to that position because it's getting exponentially more expensive. But if another coin is dipping hard for whatever reason, because people want to do X, Y, and Z, that's the one that you load up on. Why is that important? Because every time you do that, you're a net buyer. You're not creating a taxable event for yourself. You know what I mean? You're entering with new capital, which is, by the way, that's what I'm going to be doing on a monthly basis with any new money that I generate. And then literally, I just look at my portfolio of beautiful money printers, and I'm looking every month which one of the four is the cheapest to buy, and that's going to be the one I'm going to load up on, and I'm going to add to the money printer. I'm going to stake it and then earn more yield, and life goes on. Easy, simple, no shenanigans, no trading needed. You enjoy the show, and then
So
yeah, go ahead.
even though the market is sort of tanking right now, it's still better to get out now because we have a long way down to go, you think, from here. And if that's correct, then the second part of my question is, when you're storing that money in a stable coin, would you consider doing something like, I don't know, U.S. dollar Terra Luna, where you can earn like about 20% while it's sitting there? Or what are your thoughts? Maybe I cut out. I don't know.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, we
Okay.
hear you loud and clear. I think Kareem's just reconnecting.
Doesn't want me to give you guys this alpha. It's crazy. It's like it blows my
Okay.
mind. You see this? Like it doesn't happen to rich. It's crazy. Like don't give it away.
Yeah.
Can you finish your sentence? I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure. So it was twofold.
Yeah, go ahead.
If in fact we are still tanking, is it your opinion that we have a long way to go, so it's still better to sell off today or tomorrow than to not sell off? And if we do sell off into a stable coin, would you consider something like a U.S. Terra Luna, where you can earn like 20% in the Anchor protocol and let it sit there as dry powder, or what are your thoughts about that one?
Good question. Twofold. Number one, when we even talk about, stable coin or this or that, which I see, my thing is this. I always look at how much capital are we talking about? It's important. Is it 3 figures, 4 figures, 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures? And here's why. If I have access to like potentially, 5 figure and above, instead of even going to stable coin, I will literally just go into X and literally turn that into a money printer right off the bat, even if the price were to continue to drift down for whatever. Why? Because I don't care about the price. I'm caring about the T-share. I'm caring about the duplicate. And the moment that I'm just compounding, it doesn't matter. I use this analogy all the time. If you're compounding at 40% APY, the price can go down 40% in that year. You don't lose money because the excess coin that you're generating compensate for the price discount. So literally, Hex is like a mathematical stable coin. If you can compound a 15-year stake, 40% APY, and the price goes down 40%, you're basically a stable coin. You're not losing anything if you calculate in a year, right? Now, I have some of my stakes doing 65%. Because again, my average is 13 years. Because you got to add all the penalties and all this other stuff. When everybody's playing shining games here, we're getting penalty up the ass. It's crazy. So, in other words, if it's a substantial amount of cash, I wouldn't even go waste my time in a stablecoin because the yield is just not there. The value of the stablecoin is yes, you're going to risk off for the dumping. If you don't know what HEX is, if you've never heard about us or whatever, yes, that is your best move because at least you're protecting your capital. And I've said that many times on CoinGame, even for the haters, hey, even if you hate HEX or you know about HEX, at least take this free alpha, protect your capital because this shit is about to dump. And it did dump. But if you know about HEX, you will swap that back. Because if you stay in the DeFi and whatever, and going back to exchange like that, technically, I mean, it's not really a taxable event in my book, you know what I mean? Because I'm not playing on exchange. But my point is, we're protecting that value like that. Now, if we're only talking about a couple of $100, $1,000, or whatever, then if you're gonna play the hex game, you better put that thing for 15 years to really get all the bonuses and whatever. Because if not, then yeah, just put it on the stable because maybe you have an emergency that may come up and then you just keep your $3,000 and then maybe the price dump hard and then you buy back more coins or whatever the thing that you had. And then after the next pump, then you can switch it back to hex. So it really depends on how much capital are we talking about. That's very key.
Well, you mentioned that the Godwill is got millions and millions and millions in dry powder ready to pounce on some of the weird stuff that is probably going to happen in the Pulse chain. And so that's what I'm thinking. I have a lot of HEX stake now anyway. I have a shit ton of it. But, I'm kind of going back and forth going, well, maybe I'll do a 30-day stake in HEX or maybe I'll turn it into U.S. Terra Luna and let it earn 20%. And then it's just super, super liquid. And really it's all to take advantage of what you're talking about, which is, hiccups in the ecosystem.
Yeah, very well said. Because and now you gotta do this math, okay? If even when you say Terra 20%, first of all, it's annualized, right? So that means you have to divide it by the monthly to kind of see what kind of yield you're looking at on the monthly basis. That's what you gotta compare with Hex. And then also, when I say Hex, the key was the duplicate. Because let's do this math. If Terra Luna is 20% APY, but let's say you only want to stake it for 30 days because you assume potentially, again, it's a gamble, but let's just play this game. You assume that maybe, okay, Pulse launch in a month. So they're staking for 30 days, that's all I need, blah blah blah. So now, okay, 30 days is 1/12 of a year. So 20% divided by what, 12? You're looking at what, somewhere around like 1.6, 1.8%, right? APY.
That's true.
Now,
Yeah, when you count the doubling, yeah.
exactly. Now, look at this. You look at the hex staking for 30 days, you get roughly about the same 1.5, 1.6. But then the doubling kicks in. It's like, well, that's better. And then on top of that, that's before price appreciation because potentially you could argue we're potentially near a double supply shock, blah, 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 all this cool stuff that I talked about. And then tweet about it too. Share rate's almost 21,000 hex per T-share. Deflationary action is happening faster and faster. Liquidity shock is happening faster and faster. OA is not done staking. On the 28th, I'm sure there's going to be a big stack that's going to be sacrificed. So when you look at all this other stuff, plus all the hex that got removed out of circulation, in the balance of probability, from here, once we digest this move, we're flying from here because the hex ETH ratio is right around the same. It's like a bull flag. The little price going down is just mainly because the other stuff, then the other market got killed. But when you compare hex to Ethereum or hex to Bitcoin in crypto term, we're right around where we have been for the past couple of weeks. At any time we can just fly from here. So it will probably be wiser to do the 30-day stake with a big amount of money because you might even get some bigger pays better bonus than doing the Terra Luna when you're packing all the copies and stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a great question. See, I always say this: it's not a yes or no. It's always about doing the math. Make sense?
Kareem, Kareem, I have a question for you. I'm going to touch on a controversial topic, but I really, really want to get your thoughts around it. Pulse Chain, ultimately, the success of Pulse Chain is going to come from adoption with users coming over, with people, innovators coming over, building their products, projects on top of Pulse Chain, and we get, that mass adoption, right? But now the problem on the flip side is, I think us Hexicans, we're going with a whip with every single person who's trying to innovate on Pulse Chain and come with their projects. Because I understand that, with Richard Art projects, we've kept the standard high, immutable code, admin without admin keys, etc., etc. So we've got a standard, right? But for example, if you take the case, I'm talking talking about a recent product which is about to launch, right, on Pulse Chain. Whenever it goes live, it's liquid loans, right? Now that's a Hexagon community team that's quote unquote coming out with with their protocol, which they claim is immutable, is admin key free, and meets all the Richard Hart standards. But still, on Twitter and on social media, I see a lot of OG Hexagons and a lot of Hexagons going really after them with a whip and throwing a lot of negative word out, saying that we're a Richard Hart maximalist, we're not going to look at it, blah blah blah. So now those innovators have two challenges. One, they want to come to the Pulse Chain to build products that would supplement or complement the chain or whatever. And then on the other hand, they've got this challenge of uh, getting the whip from the OG Hexicans that this is not good for whatever XYZ reasons, even though they're meeting all the Richard Hart standards. So
okay, hold on. I need to pause you on this, okay, because it's very important. Sorry to cut you off. It does not. I repeat, it does not meet the Richard Hart standard. That is something I cannot let you say because it is not true. And I'm just gonna not to go too much in details. We don't even have an audit. Okay, that's step one. Richard Hart standard, like you talk about, there's an audit. Where's the audit? There's no audit here. So, and there's many other stuff. I'm just gonna use one. And there's a logical fallacy here that I want you to be very careful about. I'm going to explain. We do not need, and I use my words very carefully, we do not need any of those extra stuff or project or whatever for Pulse Chain to be successful. Let me be very, very clear. It is a nice add-on, but we do not need any of it. We are very close to vertical integration for things that actually matters. You get a consensus network, like you said, a blockchain, fee less, cheap, blah, blah, blah. We have our store of value, which HEX is the killer app, finished product, the only in the entire fucking space. 60,000 plus crypto. To my knowledge, there's only one that's a finished product. Period. Okay? Everything else, projects. So if you have those two things, then you add the third thing, which is the exchange, because people need to be able to buy and sell, right? Then you have the incentive token to provide liquidity, which is important to incentivize people to become liquidity provider. Because if you want, like in a traditional market, if you want a liquid market for big traders to come in or whatever, or people to use it, you need to incentivize people to provide liquidity. In a traditional market, those liquidity provider does exist as well. It's not free. So you need a quote unquote coin for that. But in other words, once that is all set up, and this is what I'm waiting for, as long as we're out there onboarding, which we are doing, and we onboard a lot more no-coiners than even crypto people because they are a bigger subset anyway, we can literally ignore any of those people, any of the whatever, and just focus on that plus onboarding and talking to no-coiners and whatever. We're going to be massively successful just by ourselves. As a matter of fact, I can even say that the coin will fly even faster. Because if those people are us and we know how valuable it is and we want to win and we quote unquote already rich, we have no incentive to sell. We could literally just onboard people, help everybody become a success story, and then case closed. So we gotta be very, very careful here, not get the narrative flipped on us. We are in position of strength. We got the money. We became wealthy. We know how to protect ourselves for the bear market. As everything crashes around us, that means everything else becomes a fire sale. And we're in a position where we can just relax, earn the yield, life goes on, everything is great. Now, do we want to see new projects built? Absolutely. But make no mistake, they must pass the standard. Period, full stop, end of story. And we are in a position to be like, hey, this is not negotiable. You either pass the standard or you don't. And if you don't, that's okay. But don't expect us to come and give you money because your stuff is way more risky. We give you a chance. Pass the checklist. It's as simple as that. If you don't pass the checklist, that means for us, you don't care enough to want to pass the checklist. Then as an investor, I wouldn't want to get involved. It's just that simple. So please make sure you understand that differentiation. I'm glad you asked the question, but I just want to set the record straight here.
Yeah,
Hey,
excellent point.
El Professor,
Excellent point.
before you hop back in, just real quick, Kareem, I agree with you completely. I think the beauty of the blockchain is that anyone can come and they can develop on it, and they don't
Yes.
necessarily need to ask us for our money to create whatever they want to create. And
Exactly.
then Orca, I just wanted to say thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure to co-host this space with you today. A lot of alpha being dropped, tons of topics that we covered. So just a pleasure talking with everybody, listening to everyone's perspective, and hope you have a great night. And then Orca, I don't want your space to get rugged, so I hope you can find another co-host for the next few hours.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for all the help.
Yeah, awesome.
Excellent point, Kareem, and I completely agree. Just for everybody listening, if you can also just guide us on, the Richard Hart standard and what, according to you, are those parameters that have to be met before we could probably validate or look into those products. So if you can lay those down, that'll be great.
Good point. Can you guys hear me? Oh, I think I got robbed again.
No, I can hear you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank God. My phone is bugging again, but I guess you can hear me. Yeah, I mean, listen, more than happy to I think it will be cool to have a kind of cool little FAQ kind of breakdown. Maybe not tonight, but that's a great point. Just to help people, because we are very, very inclusive. I want to make that very, very clear. It's just sometimes people, we're not going to say names, they don't want to do the work. So they just use this cop out saying, oh, people are being maxi or this or that. But they can't really like rebuttal on the points that we're talking about. Because again, we actually care for our community. That's why we're different. It's not because we're fancy or we have some money. No, there's other communities out there, quote unquote, who have a lot of money, but they don't get the buzz and the welcoming stuff that we have because we actually genuinely care for people. Like my dad taught me at a very young age, it's not just about making money, it's how you're making money and who you surround yourself with. You know what I mean? Because again, you still live on planet Earth. We have a bigger fight to worry about, like I was talking about earlier, like you know what I mean? Crazy stuff is going around the world. And we have a small window to build the stuff that we need to build to protect.
Go for it, collector.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Kareem, are you still there, or did you get rugged?
I think he's been ragged because he's not as a speaker right now. We're waiting for him back.
Yeah, I'll wait for him if someone else wants to speak.
Yeah, right about when he's about to give the true alpha, Twitter drugs in. So there is a pattern.
Yeah, definitely appreciate what he brings to the table. You know, because he's already answered some of the Q&A was things that I had already wanted him to cover, and he's already covered them. You know, it's just absolutely awesome. Appreciate it. If he comes back up, I'll talk to him. As opportunity goes in the normal flow of the conversation, I'll just stand by patiently. And if you need to drop me to bring somebody else up, I'll be more than happy to do it.
Yeah, he's back on. I think he's.
Hello, Kareem.
Yes, go ahead, collector.
Hey, man,
Yeah.
I appreciate everything that you're dropping down on us tonight. All the Q&A, lovely, absolutely wonderful. Hey, you already answered a couple of my questions, you know, in the Q&A with the other speakers that you've had here in the space. One I had on that standard checklist, we had talked about it earlier tonight too, you know, for these projects, but not only for the projects, but also for the people that are assessing the projects as far as part of their do your own research. And so, yeah, if somebody was to create something like that, I'd love to see it. You know, absolutely. The where you were talking about going into the launch of Pulse Chain, you know, the Fed, you know, the situation over in Russia and Ukraine and stuff. As I was very curious, if you were advising Richard, would you? And we know that we prefer to launch in a bear market. Do you think that did he drop off again? No, he did.
No, I'm here.
Oh, I'm
For
sorry.
now.
Yeah.
Go
Do
ahead.
you think? Yeah, moving around. Do you think that he would actually launch Pulse Chain in a high volatility environment as far as what's going on with the Fed and what's going on with Russia and Ukraine?
I would say yes for the simple reason that, number one, again, for the record, for those who are still delusional, we are already in the bear market. So in other words, the sooner we can launch, the better, because we already fit that requirement. We're ready to go. It's product market fit. The Ethereum fees are still high. Yes, it went down, but it's still not going to be penny less like Pulse Chain is going to be. And especially in a bear market when people are already losing money left and right, the last thing they want to do is continue to pay, you know, even $10 for fees to swap something when they can literally pay pennies because again their wealth just got a 40% haircut and possibly another, you know, 30 to 40% haircut that could happen. So we're already fitting all the requirements, the product market fit, everything should be ready to go. We need to set the stage, get everything ready because we need to onboard as many people as we can before the stuff really, really hit the fan and before other people really, really lose all of their money. But I also do understand that we need to make sure, once again, part of the standard, test, 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 because you only get one first impression. If things go bad, then people are going to be scared away and then they might not give you a second chance. So that's why I'm okay waiting until it's super safe because that matters. But the moment it is, it should just be ready to go because all the requirements are already there, fitting all the steps so that we can pull the trigger. And for me personally, like I said in the conference, I'm just excited to get out there and really, like, if you thought my onboarding skill was great, you haven't seen anything yet. When Pulse can launch and I can just onboard people penny less, oh, it's gonna be crazy. We're gonna be giving wallets for free. It's gonna be insane because we're gonna get after that million staker pool as fast as we can, and just show the love with people. You know what I mean? And hopefully people do the same. And yeah, and we have great improvement coming in that we're working on for Staker app, just to again seamless integration and things that give you call to action, easy, seamless onboard. Because I look at it like the Russia, the Ukraine, the whatever, all the dance, it's just all excuses that they use to crash the market. Everything's just manipulation at the end of the day. And it's not going to have a real war at the end of the day. It's just to make headlines so that it moves market. But in the background, the same kind of joke, even with the whole, the C word, I'm not going to say it, and it's all just to set up those passport because ultimately the CBDC coin is fucking coming. And all those checkpoints and whatever, that's how they're going to get us. So we need to prepare the back door. We need to prepare all the other stuff. I'm being generous saying maybe we have another 2 year, 3 year window, possibly less. But we need to get our stuff together because what they always do, like a cycle, they're gonna get us trapped. They're gonna come up with an excuse of a problem. Then they're gonna crash the market, and then they're gonna say, "Oh, don't worry, come over here. Here's your free coin." You already know we're printing stuff out of thin air, so what's the difference? At least this one here is free. You're gonna get it every month. And because you're broke, that's the key, and you just lost all your money and you're desperate, you're gonna come take our free coin that we're willing to give you because of course we're looking out for you. Yeah, right. But we're gonna do that, and because you're gonna be desperate, you're gonna take it, and then you can only spend it at whatever location they tell you to spend it. So we need to prepare people and to give them a solution so that they can keep their, freedom of speech. Because when that shit happens, they can say, you know what? I might take your free money, but at least I have my real savings account. I have my real money so that if I can't buy the other stuff that I want to buy with your fake money, I'm going to use my crypto money to buy the other stuff that I really want to buy. And then your shitty money, I'm going to use that for maybe essentials. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much, Kareem. The other question is, and you don't need to answer it if you don't want to, and I know I need to do my own research, and it's not financial advice and stuff. The last video stream that Richard did said, hey, testnet 3 comes up and we'll launch soon after that. Those aren't the exact words, but I know that's pretty close. Previously he said that he thought that he would launch V3 and then wait 2 weeks. So I've been building my timing schedule to that, since V3 hadn't launched. 2 weeks is a pretty long period to be able to get some stuff moved around. I've already made one move, but I'm still waiting for it to finish. And I have one more movement of funds that I need to make. What are you thinking as far as timing go? And I surely know you don't have a crystal ball, and anything you say is subject to change, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But I was just wondering what your thoughts were as far as when do you think things would go down? And like you, Kareem, if he comes out and says, hey, it's going to be another 4 or 6 weeks, I'll be okay with that. If he says 2 months, absolutely. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Because like you, Kareem, he needs to get it right. First impressions are lasting impressions, and the last thing you want to do is launch this thing wrong.
Very well said. And I want to thank you for saying that because, people really need to understand how important that is because that'll be the last thing we're worried about if something, bad would have happened. So thanks for saying that. I would say this, the little hint that he dropped, which makes sense, is whenever V3 comes out, right? Software is hard, blah, 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 we don't know. But whenever V3 comes out, soon after that, like he said, the launch should go because the common sense behind that, which is really good, it's just kind of like how you want to look at it, like an audit. You want to get all your docs in a row, all the new moving part, AMM bot, whatever, and then you go heavy testing mode, which is the closest thing we can do to an audit. Because remember, this is a blockchain. It's hard to do an audit for a blockchain. Thank God we're copying Ethereum to some degree, and it's already robust. But this is his way to also kind of create an audit, even though we don't need it. But that's why it's genius. It's we do everything, then we kind of lock the code, meaning all the moving part, AMM bot, all that is done. Then we test the shit out of it. And then when it's done, boom, we launch right after that. Because once you test the shit out of it and then testing V3 is on and running, technically speaking, like an audit, when the audit is done, you don't go and try to, hey, let me make a modification, let me add X, Y, and Z. No, because then you might end up messing the audit. So this is kind of the logic I want people to realize and to understand that it's like we do everything, then we go heavy testing V3, and then soon after that, I can see mainnet right away because you shouldn't be adding anything else. You just launch the thing that you just heavily tested for however many time you need to test it. Whether it is 2 weeks, a month, doesn't matter. But when that's done, I see testing, and when testing is announced and done, soon after that, be ready. It most likely gonna launch. So hopefully that answers your question.
Hey, yeah, it does, Kareem. Thank you very much. Just Hex Orca and the co-host, all the speakers and participants. As always, it's quite a joy to be able to sit in and ask questions, and also just to listen to the alpha that's being shared and the various perspectives. I deeply appreciate it. I'm gonna step down to let somebody else speak, and y'all have a great space. It is already.
Thank you for the kind words.
Curious, everybody's thoughts on and the NFT ecosystem, specifically, like not just like JPEGs, but like the metaverse and crypto gaming, and NFTs coming into the Pulse chain. Whether the sentiment is bearish or bullish on it, or whether they like it. What's everybody's thoughts on gaming, crypto, and NFTs coming to Pulse chain?
Should I take this?
Sure, yeah. I'm happy to hear your opinion. Anybody can answer, though. I'm just curious to see what the opinions are of everyone.
My first joke is this. We're already in the metaverse. I'm talking to you from the metaverse right now. Number two, and in all seriousness, I'm just keeping it real. It's bullish from one sense of, hey, they're gonna be here as a kind of like if you look at the gas guzzler on, on Etherscan.io, right? What are the top three? Stuff for the NFTs, you know what I mean? Uniswap type. So them coming in, to me, I'm just being honest, I'm not really interested, but people gonna do what people gonna do. They're just gonna burn a lot of pulse for me or pulse sex directly or indirectly. And I'm just happy with that. Like Richard said it best. If DGen's gonna DGen and it can't be saved, no matter how much we try, well, come do that over here at the very least. It's gonna help with the deflationary action. And then I hope that one day they come up with the version that's like not just a JPEG, but that genuinely trying to fix a problem, incentivize a good behavior. Again, we're talking about like Gary Vee famously say, the 2%. Nobody knows what that 2% is, but the 2% that's good, we might need another cycle first, just like we have seen in the past. Stuff who are like, oh my God, what is this garbage? And then after one or two cycle, when everything crashed and whatever sticked, they find out what sticked, and then the stick became the standard. If you remember DeFi back in the day, it was like, what do you mean? That's great. Now it got battle tested. So I see another cycle first, but I want people to be very, very careful because gas fees didn't just went down by themselves. Gas fee went down because a lot of those people got wrecked. A lot of people either forget the hacks that happened recently. A lot of this NFT prices Ethereum, and then Ethereum price crash, and then it's non-fungible, and then you're stuck with the thing, and nobody wants to buy it from you, and then the price is crashing. It's like being stuck in the position, and then you realize this thing wasn't what you thought it was, because you fall for the narrative, when the reality was you were just there to try to make money, and you can be honest about it. You don't need to lie. But then now the thing crashed, and then you're stuck with the worthless thing that you bought very expensively because there's people out there creating fake demand, buying stuff for hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, so that when you buy something for $10,000, you think like it's cheap because you heard about something else that sold for millions of dollars. And then when the market crashed, even the thing that you bought for $10,000 is not even worth $200. So I want to warn people, but long term, I do have hope. or maybe a luxury brand is gonna do it, but it's whoever that's able to make the NFT be something that's more than just a JPEG, something that gives you some type of rights, like Richard was talking about, something that I can redeem in the real world. Like I bought this and I got that, and I'm the only one that get it. But it's just more for bragging rights more than anything else. And then it's tied to a luxury brand. So whether it is on the blockchain or not, if it's tied to the luxury brand and I can get that reward from them, kind of like an advanced version of a reward or coupon or whatever exclusive stuff that luxury brand can give you or stuff, then that to me could make sense. But the other stuff, just to buy and wait for price to go up and sell, that's like trading. And it's like we can change the name all we want, but it's the same thing. I'd rather just buy the thing that's battle tested than the other stuff.
I should have specified because I'm looking at it from the standpoint of users, liquidity, people coming into the Pulse chain, and just expanding the ecosystem. You know, regardless of like the opinions of whether you think we're in the metaverse or. Personally, I believe there's several metaverses. You know, you got like several crypto games that have their own metaverse, and you can, you know, go to your own thing. Facebook's gonna have, or Meta's gonna have their own metaverse, right? I don't think there's any like one metaverse, in my opinion. I think there's several different metaverses. But I'm more so asking from the standpoint of opinions of everyone on like that liquidity and that opportunity, because you know NFTs they are in its infancy stage right now, and while I'm not a big fan of like the whole PFP thing either, I do think that there's going to be more evolved use cases for it. I mean, specifically, maybe way down the line when it comes to real estate particularly, but you know you could even use NFTs in music for copywriting and stuff. I mean there's things we can't even think about that an NFT could encompass. And so I slightly disagree with like Richard's standpoint in the sense that like NFTs have no use case, and like, you know, I understand he thinks they're a necessary evil, but that's my, I guess I should have clarified that from the beginning, is like what's everyone's standpoint on the liquidity potential of like an Ethereum ecosystem of NFTs coming into the Pulse chain to stimulate the Pulse chain and ecosystem.
Well, given that situation, let me ask you this then, Kareem. The NFT project supposedly being designed for the Pulse chain is Mintra. And we're told that's super simple code because they're just copying OpenSea, which I know was hacked over the last couple of days. But what would your opinion be of throwing a small amount of money into that?
Guys, I got robbed again. Jesus Christ.
Okay. I can repeat the question if you'd like.
I got robbed.
Okay, no worries, no worries. So yeah, the NFT project that is supposed to be being built now for Pulse Chain is called Mintra, and the argument for it, as I understand it, is it's super simple code. I wonder if he got rugged again. I think he might have. Are you still there, Kareem? Yeah. Okay. So supposedly this Mintra is super simple code and easy to duplicate without a lot of problems with bugs. So, what would your opinion be of throwing, you know, a small amount like $500 or something into Mintra?
Hey, I can answer that if Kareem's still trying to connect. I wrote an article quickly about it, and I watched a lot of the video about it as well. When it comes down to it, it's pretty much they're building the code. They just said it's a fork of OpenSea just to kind of make it relatable. I rewrote the article because it's closer to a fork of Rarible. But yeah, it's not technically a fork. I think it was just kind of just making it easy to explain. But according to Gerardo, they're pretty much rebuilding the code from the bottom up.
And if you want, I can explain essentially how an NFT is a wrapper. I've been saying it for over a year. You have to think about the utility of something that petrock.com needed to boil down and set the bedrock for everyone to need a .com. using silly things doesn't mean that it's not useful in understanding the throughput of what something is. An NFT is just a wrapper that has an identity. That wrapper can also wrap around another identity that can hold another wrapper and use an oracle or a DAO or any other throughput.
Okay. Well, we heard some of the reasons that it might not be a good idea to put stuff into, things that are not pulse related projects. But is this one simple enough? And since there doesn't seem to be any other NFT stuff in the space, do you think it's a reasonable bet if it's money you can afford to lose? Or what are your thoughts about Mintra? Sounds like you're knowledgeable, so.
I mean, it depends. It's a Hexagon-based project, and I like Gerardo a lot, so that's one vector that's different than I know a bunch of people trying to do the exact same thing. Now, everyone is all up in hype over silly JPEGs, but they really don't understand the real power and process that those can do. As someone stated before, you have to think about an NFT as like having direct or DVD content with the director's cut, right? People can torrent and steal the movie like we did way back in the day in the Napster days and the early cam video days. Now people just rip the damn shit off of Netflix. You don't even have to worry about low quality DRM problems. But when you take an NFT or a wrapper, not an image, a wrapper, and you collect different parts of that wrapper, you can actually unlock an oyster, which would be executive content, executive throughput, hell, even exclusivity to see an artist. There's so many ways that you can use this.
All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry earlier. Again, I keep getting rugged. I apologize. I'm trying to answer your question. It's just for whatever reason, after you asked the question, I got rugged again. I couldn't speak. But yeah, shout out to Kool-Aid. He's right. So two things, because I heard you talk about the main traffic briefly. I've had a conversation with Gerardo, so I can say two things so far. Number one, again, he's not the dev, okay? He's still learning. So people need to understand that. So again, as I said, do your own research, be careful. So, but don't just put it all on Gerardo. I'm a big proponent of personal accountability. He's not the dev. He's learning. He wants to do well. It's kind of the sense of, hey, OpenSea type is going to be on Pulse chain. So maybe I can take the point on that learning and trying to do well. So, but he's not the dev. He's still learning. Number two, he did tell me they're not, because I brought up to him the same thing. Hey, what's up with this? The hack thing. Obviously, it happened recently. He didn't know because he hadn't had a chance to learn about it. But he told me that they're building it from scratch. That they're not just going to copy the thing, so to speak. And I immediately told him after that, well, that means you're definitely going to be getting an audit, right? And they said, yes, we're going to be doing the audit with it. So right now, like I've been telling people, it's at your own risk, but be very, very careful. But I know Gerardo means well. I can honestly say that. They're building from scratch. They're going to be doing audits and whatever. But I'm a big proponent of, again, finished product or stuff that I know pass the checklist. You see, when you keep it like that, it doesn't become a game of, oh, I like you or I don't like you. No, this again, it's like running a business. There's certain checkpoints that needs to be there. If you choose to ignore the checkpoints and you go solo, if you go and you lose your money, there's nobody to blame but yourself because you ignore the checkpoints. It's literally that simple. You can play the risky approach or you can play the self approach. It's totally up to you. But he did say to me they're building from scratch. He did say to me that there will be an audit at some point. So, and I said, no problem. Do all the stuff. When all that's done, you want to try to pass the checklist, then we can revisit the conversation. Those who want to sacrifice right now, do whatever, that's totally fine too. But understand the risk that comes associated with that. Overall, NFT is going to be good for the Pulse chain. Now, in terms of the individual use case, I'm telling you, there is a lot of garbage out there. There is the famous 2%. If you believe you can find the 2%, good luck to you. That's all I can say. If you think you can't, then yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, let me paraphrase it this way. If you go back to the times when we used fax machines, what's the difference between a fax machine and an email? The ability to attach a file, which is a unique use case that also has the ability to be sent to multiple people. Back in the days of AOL and dial-up, people didn't understand, what's this email? Why do I care? Well, look at how everything else is now used that only has attachments. The use case of the wrapper is the most important part. It will set the precedent for everything to come. Its use case now is petrock.com. But also, I think it's Rags to Riches After Dark 4 or whatever I cameoed like 3 weeks ago. I called this hack. Not only did I call this hack, I said that I could take it 2 steps forward and I could break your wallet and take not just your NFTs, but everything with it. So it's complex, but you really have to understand the consequences of your actions and where you are in the future. So, like, as someone that actually does game dev for a living, I can use the term game theory because that's my job. But I'm also a retired hacker, so I can actually think like how someone would attack you. And I've also talked security on all of my streams on how to avoid those kind of stuff when you come in. So it's important to understand both the throughput, the output, and where the world is going. And I know Gerardo is a good guy, and I like him a lot. I appreciate his content. He has a great mind. Thinks a lot like me. However, like Kareem was just saying, he is also not the dev. So invest in what you can afford to lose to support someone that you respect. But the end-all be-all is not an NFT traded database. Look at what Royal is doing through NAS. Basically, they're running the music gambit based on NAS, but then who just came out with one? Some famous fucking... Oh, no, Snoop Dogg. Who has more fucking pull? Death Row Records or NAS? So they're all playing with straws right now. They don't really understand the future throughput yet because, again, they're only looking at it from their understanding of their ecosystem on where they came up if they were a celebrity, or their developer basis based on how they have coded or been an artist or worked. You only can look through the lens that you can see with your own 2 eyes.
Very wise words. I hope people are paying attention. Thank you so much, Kool-Aid. And one more thing to piggyback again, something Richard has said before. NFT, when you can sell it, ha ha ha, good for you. When you buy it, that's where the issue is. The caveat, what Kool-Aid just said at the end, is those other people who are doing that, remember, they're celebrity. They have a brand. They have all this other stuff. So when they're being marketed this stuff, they do it because they see it as a way, for lack of a better word, I'm sorry to say it, it's just a polished, beautiful version of a cash grab. Because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's basically what's happening. Now, hey, maybe you love the artist enough to, like, you know what, I'm gonna buy this from him the same way you would buy a CD back in the day, or a poster, or go to the concert because you see the emotional connection. That is all fine. But remember who those people are. They are celebrity. They have already that equity that they can tap into. So when they play the NFT game, same thing with Gary V. You know what I mean? He has enough equity out there, sweat equity, and known that he can do that, get the money, and even be the man in the middle because he's also create the platforms and he gets a nice cut every time the NFTs are dancing left and right. You know what I mean? At least he's honest about it. But the point of the matter is, those are the people that benefit, the one that sells it, not the one that buys it. And a lot of people here, no offense, you won't be the one selling it, you'll be the one buying it. And that's why we just want to warn you from that. You know what I'm saying? Now, maybe you can
Also, one
win.
more thing before I go,
Well,
Kareem.
then a question for Kareem or Crypto K. Does this mean, since it is not really a fork of OpenSea, that all the NFTs that currently exist will not be brought
They will
over
not.
the same?
No,
It will
no,
not.
that's
So it's an
very different.
empty shelf when Geraldo starts this, right?
That is
Gerardo.
correct. Yeah,
Okay.
but one more thing before I go, because I have a 24-hour day. I've got a blitzkrieg, a fucking map for someone. Where was I fucking going with it? I just lost it. The people that didn't understand that Safe Moon was a fork of Power of Weak Hands, which was the only Ponzi I didn't play with back in 2017, are now getting sued from their celebrity status for supporting it. And they got on and they were talking and yipping, but they didn't understand what they were fucking with. You have to understand what fire you're playing with. If you're going to grab a hot pan, you will be burned. That does not mean you should never cook again. It means that you should be careful about what you do and how you understand the throughput and use case of what you're being involved in. All right, guys, I have to fly. Be good.
Thanks, Kool-Aid.
Well, I gotta say, as nice as Gerardo is, I don't know that there's a lot of attraction to having a bunch of empty shelves in the Pulse ecosystem.
Collector Mine, please.
Hello, everybody. Just want to share a few thoughts with you. I'm an NFT artist and I'm an NFT collector. I've been involved in the past of global systems, deployment, development, software manufacturer, help desk support, lifelong support for it, etc. So I'm talking about this from that perspective. I'm a Hexican, and so I have mad respect for Gordog and entrepreneurs and what they're trying to do to bring projects over to successful and secure projects over to the Pulse chain. You know, I look forward to us having mad successful projects that are over there. Developing a project is on the scale of OpenSea. OpenSea is doing $5 billion in transactions per month. You know, and to think that somebody...
Did you say 5 billion or 5 million?
5 billion. So to think that someone's going to be able to build a project and launch it over the Pulse chain in the short term, and I'm not cutting Gerdog at all, but he does technical analysis and YouTubes. He's not a project leader that I know of. I've never known that he's been involved in software development. I'm not knocking him. I'm just talking about skill sets to bring a project to success. So I'm concerned for him. I'm excited for him because entrepreneurship is just an absolute blast. You know, doing new things and bringing mad projects that may be successful is just absolutely awesome. And so you just got to look at it. You know, go with your eyes wide open when you're sacrificing to these projects. As one individual indicated earlier, is that, you know, when you sacrifice something, you might not want to invest anything more than you're willing to lose. It's going to be expensive for them to do this development stuff. This is not putting a server in a closet and running it out of your house. You know, that's not the way this type of stuff works. It might work if you're trying to do something small and want to build up and scale over time. You know what I mean? And so it's they're up against a big headwind. So their competitor is OpenSea. Another competitor is Coinbase. Coinbase has been talking about launching an NFT marketplace for 4 to 5 months. They still haven't launched it. That shouldn't be lost on us. And the reason being is because it's large scale, complicated. You know, and they're talking about bringing on I think it's 700 and something more million customers that are in the Coinbase market. So, you know, they have bigger issues than someone that's just initially launching out on the Pulse chain. The let's see, project, blah blah blah. Yeah, so I think the question comes up, you know, when we're as Hexicans, when we're looking at this type of stuff, and we're at the particular point in the history of Hex, Pulse Chain, PulseX, the launch of Pulse Chain, and stuff like that. All these new projects that are seeking funds from us. I think they're potentially a very valuable question that we can help new people specifically to say, is it better to buy and stake Hex prior to Pulse Chain launch, get the double over there on Pulse Chain, than it is to sacrifice stable coins or another cryptocurrency to liquid loans and to Mintra, you know, the Gerdog project that's going on? And sometimes I've asked that question, and some of the people that are in positions that would respond to that do not respond directly to it. And to me, that's telling. And so I think that's a question that we ought to ask ourselves. and help new people ask themselves when they're looking at, hey, potentially launching off into a project that's seeking funds through sacrifice. Again, I'm excited for Pulse Chain launch, excited for good projects that are secure launching over on the Pulse Chain. And change management is hard, but I'm just very, very excited about what's going on for the community. And I want nothing but success for these projects and people that are involved in them. So please accept my words in the spirit that they're intended.
Very wise words. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Guys, if I get rug pulled one more time, I'm going to bed. I'm just telling you right now. It's almost 3 a.m., but yeah, this thing is playing games on me. But yeah, no, again, it's very important that we look at it in an emotional way because, again, like we have said many times for the past 6 hours, this is people's money we're talking about. We have to be very, very, very careful, but also like the gentleman has been doing, and like I do my very best to do, and I said this all the time, even on Corn Game, you can be very direct. You don't have to be rude. Let's not attack people. Let's not, again, I know Gerardo to a certain extent very well, and I know he means well, and he's trying to do his best, and he has given me the opportunity to ask him question because some people don't even do that. And then I was politely letting him know where I stand and what was going on. So that way, it doesn't become like, oh, community fighting, because we don't need that kind of garbage. We just need to be, hey, here's the checklist. Do you pass the checklist? Yes or no? It's like an investor, right? This is what I want to see. You can bring it to me, you get money. You don't bring it to me, it's no hard feelings. It's not like a no, it's like a not yet. Go get the stuff, come back, we go back to the drawing board, and then we roll. Now, for those who want to ignore the checklist, that's fine. Do what you want to do. But don't come back crying later if something bad would happen. We're gonna tell you, hey, we told you about the checklist, right? We did our job as a good community responsible members. We're doing our job. We're letting you know about the checklist. Should you choose to ignore it, that's on you. And that's the best we can do. So it doesn't become like, oh, so and so say this or so and so said that. No, I'm also pro business, pro capitalism. If you provide a successful product that, let's say, over time it does very well year to year from now, and we're getting a $5 billion volume. Let's be extremely positive here, right? Then it's gonna be good for us. It's gonna be good for Pulse Chain. It's gonna burn a lot of coin, a lot of deflationary action, and life goes on. Again, ultimately, and I'll leave with this, we're in a beautiful position, thanks to all of what the stuff we have, that there is no rush. People act like if you don't do it now, it's like you're not gonna be able to do it later. Like, no, safety first. You could literally pass the sacrifice phase and then wait and then think launch and hopefully nothing bad happen. And then maybe you buy it on a discount. It's better that way because ultimately, once again, whether it's $10, $100, or $1,000,000, the due diligence and the research should be the same. Because if not, you're gonna start cutting corners, and then maybe not this project, but then the next you're gonna cut the corner again, and that's the rug pull, and then you lose all your money, and then you're upset at yourself because you thought you were smart about this, and then hey, something else happened. So same thing with the audited code. I can't stress that enough. That's the number one. You can mean well, and then you get hacked. And then what are we gonna do? We can't even be mad at you because it's just frustrating because you also lost the money. So it's not like you stole it, but at the end of the day, the money's gone. So we got to be very careful about that.
Guys, I had a question. Now the Furus are really pushing this new Vitalik video where he's saying that the merge is going to happen between June to August. And Vitalik is saying that we're going to be moving to a proof of stake system this year in this new video. So I'm not a technical guy, but he's claiming the merge is going to happen between June to August. Any thoughts around that? What do you guys think? Was the whole 6 years thing just a hoax and they're looking to launch this year, or merge is just one of the first few steps and they will eventually take 6 years to roll that out? If anyone can just throw some light on that.
I think personally, Vitaly got caught up on live TV being too honest because, I mean, again, don't watch what they do, right? And then maybe some of his team then probably say, hey, you can't be talking about this 6-year stuff. It's bad for investors. So you need to come up with a new narrative. So that's what I believe, honestly. So this whole, and again, it's my first time hearing about it, but I will take it with a grain of salt. The whole this year, we've heard that before, okay? Ethereum has missed a lot of deadline for a very, very long time. And we know how hard this thing is, and it's very hard to change an engine, right, while it's driving. So we get all that. So you can't just go from, hey, 6 years, and he was very dead honest when he said that with a straight face, to like, oh, this year, yeah, but what's the game plan? What are the actionable steps? You can't just change the date and just tell me, hey, no. So I would take that with a grain of salt, not bet on that. You know what I mean? And then ultimately, the beauty about being on HEX and being staked, we talked about that game theory before too. Let's say they decide to go some easier route by just kind of forking the network or whatever, and just going to proof of work that way by just doing a copy. Well, guess what? We get a third copy of our hex stack too. So either way, whether we do anything or we do nothing, we're gonna benefit regardless. But we're not sitting there waiting for them. You know what I mean? I'm more bullish and believe that Pulse Chain will come out before than them. That's for sure. So I would say take it with a grain of salt. Knowing sales and business marketing, that was probably his marketing team telling him, hey.
You get rugged.
Pretty sure it got rugged.
Yeah, I think so.
Hey, Hex Orca, I'll just on Twitter, I'll just send you the link to that video where it has Vitalik talking about this, because I'm not technical. Maybe you can have a look at it and address that later on. I think that'll be great, just for some clarity, so that we know. I mean, if it's a marketing pitch or there's some seriousness to that. I think that'll be great.
All right. Welcome back, Kareem.
I don't know. Why is it just me? I don't
Come back.
Thought you were leaving, bro.
I know.
It's your
But
energy.
I was so pissed that I
It's your energy.
pisses me off. That's why I have to come back. Fuck, this is crazy. We need to fork Twitter.
Yeah, for sure.
I would invest $1 million to somebody who fork this thing. It's not depressing.
Yeah, it's a good idea, by the way.
Oh my God. I don't know if the gentleman heard what I said last. What was the last thing you guys heard from me before I disappear?
El Professor, would you please repeat what did you ask before? Or what did you say to Kareem before? Because Kareem got dragged. Thank you.
Kareem, the last thing we heard was you were telling us that this could be a marketing pitch from Vitalik, just because you can't give the message out that it's going to take 6 years.
Yes.
So you were emphasizing on that.
Thank you. I remember that. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all my radars are on. Like my sales skills are like, yeah, no, fuck that. Because he said it with such a straight face, and he was just being honest. And then it's bad for investors, especially in a bear market, because people are going to be like, you know what? Let's dump Ethereum, wait the 6 years or wait the bear market, and then buy it back cheaper. And the other stuff, people didn't like that. So that's why they probably told him, hey, go on live television again and tell them, something else. Because not only he just went from, 6 years to like, oh, this year, but what's the game plan? You see, there's no game plan. There's no step by step how we're going to get there. It's just more like, oh, sometime this year. Yeah, we heard that before. That's not going to fly. So to me, that's more of a marketing play. And I'm way more confident in Pulse Chain launching way before they do anything else. And ultimately, again, we're in a beautiful position, because the only way that I could see them cut corners is by basically forking the network and then doing some type of like airdrop, basically leveraging Pulse Chain. This is a very cool potential fundamentals, which is we're just going to get a third copy because they'll just fork Ethereum again. Because I made the case where they could be waiting for Pulse Chain, and then Pulse Chain do very well, and then the investors will be like, look, we have a precedent. a fork of Ethereum, full system stake, blah, blah, blah. Everything works. And then because you get the full copy, this is how we get scalability fixed as well. So they could be waiting for Pulse Chain to launch successfully and then use that to now say, hey, we're going to do the same thing because Pulse Chain has successfully worked. So I can see a play like that happening. But then again, we're definitely going to launch before them. And if they do decide to copy our model because they realize that we're successful, we're also going to benefit from that because, again, that just means that we get a third copy of our HEX back, which would be good.
Yeah, but Kareem, wouldn't that eventually dilute these tokens so much if everybody can just make copies and copies and copies that they really wouldn't have much value after a while?
That is technically true, but mathematically, there is no dilution if you're the recipient of the copy. In other words, if something cut in half, but you're getting the other half, there's no real dilution. It's like you're getting the interest of the that's being printed. Make sense? So it's kind of like the bad side of Keynesianism, where those idiots print money, government left and right. It sucks for us, but it works for them because they are the recipient of the free inflation. So in other words,
well, yeah, but they have the power of guns and
well,
government
yeah,
behind
absolutely.
them. That's
Yeah,
bad,
yeah.
and we don't. So imagine, let's take it to an absurd conclusion. Imagine that we do this, and every week for the next year, somebody forks this thing, and they really don't have to change much at this point, and you end up with 52 copies of your ERC20 hex or something. I mean, at some point that would be like, ugh, you know.
No, absolutely. No, I don't think it's going to happen that fast. I get what you're saying, but remember, you need to have a use case and a necessity. The fork of Pulse Chain, number one use case, people take that lightly, but it's so important. The fees are actually high. And we're not trying to blame Ethereum. It's high because of high use. It's like you're a victim of your own success. So when you get a copy because fees are high, then it's going to justify the move. If there's just copies to copy an empty blockchain, which by the way has already been tried, we have plenty of empty chains out there, like Richard calls it, which is true. Then those are just gonna basically be a cash grab or just eventually fail. We're talking about forking out of necessity, which in a way, this is how you get to go parallel and then increase the execution so we can get, fucking hundreds of thousands, millions of transactions per second, basically like a centralized exchange will get or whatever it might be. Because ultimately, this is how we get to true mass adoption. We're going to have a
Okay, so
multi-chain world.
all right. So I'm not a developer and I don't understand a lot of technical, but if I understand what you're saying in simple person language, you're kind of saying, look, we have a lot of assets on our side. Number one, we can copy everything. Now, not that everybody else can't copy everything, but they won't have the billions of dollars of liquidity to back it up and make it real. In other words, if I was a developer and I decided tomorrow to just fork the pulse chain after it's up for 6 months or something, I wouldn't necessarily, even if I copied everything exactly, be able to pull it off because I wouldn't have the money to do so or the backing. Is that right?
Absolutely. You're absolutely correct. Because also, the copy doesn't just sound so easy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you copy, but you're still running don't curse, Kareem. You're still running a blockchain. Make sense? Like, you still got to, it's not like proof of work, but it doesn't mean it's free. You still got to, run the servers and all this other stuff, get the validator, make sure everything goes well, and all this other stuff. It's not as easy as it sounds. You're getting a second job.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
fair enough.
So, but you are correct, and that is key. It needs to be emphasized. The secret is, thanks to the value of the sacrifice or whatever it might be, we actually have the money to back it up to make sure this thing is not like useless. And more importantly, to me, we have an actual use case. Because without a use case, how are you going to get the new money to come in? How are you going to get the new customer to use it? We're literally the thing waiting to happen because some customers are dying to use it. We're creating something that already has demand. It's not like, hey, kumbaya, let's create this thing out of thin air and then just hope people want to use it. No, we already know people are using it. They want to use it. That's why the fees are so high. It is a direct feedback mechanism to know that the need is there. Because if the need wasn't there, the fee wouldn't be as high as what it is now. Now, it went down, but that's just more effect of the bear market. The waves are still high. It's just Ethereum price went down. So it looks cheaper, but it's not. We're still getting, every now and then 100 grays. but it is trending down again. Bear market to be expected, but it's not as low as what it was like 2-3 years ago. Does that make sense? So we still got that use case coming in, and then when posting comes in, this needs to fill up first, and then if it does fill up, then we can just add capacity from there.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, fellas, it is 3 a.m. for me here, Puerto Rico. Unless it's the last questions, I think I am going to book the bed so I don't get rug pulled. I wanna exit proud.
Go for it, man. Thank you for awesome speech. Thank you for your answers.
And
Have a
by the
good
way,
night.
instead of forking Twitter, just stick a fork in Twitter. It's done.
And we named the rugs after you. We'll call it the Alpha rug. Every time
Yeah,
you wanted to get some Alpha, you got rug.
be careful. Somebody might create an NFT for that too. Lol. Just kidding. All right, guys. Love you very much as always. Keep up the good work, Arca. I appreciate you.
You bet.
Maybe
Take care,
tomorrow
Kareem.
I'll hop in. I know you're doing the 24-hour thing, so I wanted to show some love.
Yeah,
Peace
I
out.
appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank you
your
for
time,
coming in
Kareem.
and helping everyone.
God bless.
Hey, Orca, just on Twitter, I've sent you that link to that white video. So not now, obviously, whenever you get a chance, I think inputs from you would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, you bet. I saw the message, so I sent you a little reply. I'll check it out when I can.
Thank you, brother.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to come up.
Yeah, just open invite. Anybody who wants to come up and speak, feel free. It's a totally open forum. If you have questions, we'll try to give you the best answers we can. If we got to find somebody that can give a better answer, we will. Otherwise, feel free to bring up whatever topics you'd like. Just have respect for everyone's voice and everyone's time. And with that said, take it away. Mello is in here. Somebody
Yeah.
was asking about Mello earlier.
I think they're like offline, like online, offline.
They're sleeping.
Yeah.
It's the Hexagon ASMR hour. So everybody just cuddle on into your pillow and blanket and enjoy your night. You degenerates.
Crypto.
The late night Hex Radio.
Yeah, whoever has a good radio voice, this is your time to really shine for the community.
I guess all radio voices are asleep.
Which YouTube channels are broadcasting this?
It's posted up at the top by Sean. The What's Not on the News page has a YouTube channel. And then
I'm also streaming it.
I'm going to say good night to everybody and thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank
it's
you,
been
Danny.
awesome having you in the space.
Yes, it was really useful information about taxes, especially for newcomers to the US. I mean, thank you for that. It was interesting.
You
A
bet.
lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of stuff to learn.
Yeah. Well, I just, when I was a younger person, I realized that the IRS was my partner. And so I've been keeping that in mind my whole career. And I highly recommend you guys do too, especially if we're going to make a lot of money, But have a great night, everyone. If anyone has tax questions pertaining to Puerto Rico, you can just hit me up in a DM and I'll be happy to answer to the best of my
Appreciate your
ability.
insights on the real estate stuff, Danny. That was awesome.
Sure.
Thank
You
you.
bet. Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
You too.
That's awesome that we have more like new people who talk about new things, like not like new, but who give new insights about different topics like taxes, because it's really important, and the way we head into the, yeah, I think it's important to know because we are all here or we will be there soon. So maybe anybody else who knows about taxes and who has experience or stuff or anything else that you want to talk about, please, you're welcome to.
Orca's supposed to be getting some sort of attorney thing, right?
I'm looking into Juris Doctorate for tax law, but it's, I mean, jurisdiction specific, so there's a lot of nuance. It's probably not really an effective like catch-all discussion usually, so I would think that keep being aware of like some of the news from regulatory institutions is probably a worthwhile endeavor if you're going to have investments in crypto. And then as for legal advice, I mean, seek professional help if you don't have the capacity to manage your own taxes. That's just kind of a necessary part of the game. Some places make it much more difficult than others.
Wish it was easy, like as far as this whole crypto stuff. Wish there were just more like guidelines, because there's CPAs out there don't know jack shit about crypto, so it's like you gotta. If you're in crypto, it's kind of a hard waters to navigate, and specifically if anybody does go into like being a CPA and getting their license or even attorney license and can give like accurate crypto advice, I think that there's a huge gonna be and already is a huge market for that.
Would love to get a bit of info on anyone in Aussie land for crypto taxes. That'd be unreal.
We have a new speaker here. I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name, but Regal Frothington. You're welcome to speak if you want.
Yeah, I was just wondering if anyone in Australia has come across much for tax issues with crypto and reporting. Yeah, that's about it.
You are from Australia, as I assume, yeah? How's the situation with crypto in your country? How government regulates it? Can you share with us if you don't mind?
I don't know a ton about it, but they were doing needing to report on every single transaction, which I don't know if that's any different from any other countries, but I think they're changing the legislation to just your like at the end of the year what your total profit is to what your total loss is across the board on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting to know how different countries approach to this situation, because I think we are all going to be in crypto super soon, and it's interesting to know.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, how bad is my mic?
It's pretty good. I can hear you pretty well.
Awesome. Yeah.
Like a 7.
Maddie, you've been gone forever. But your mic
I
sounds
have
fine.
not been gone forever. I've been right here listening to every single word.
That's awesome.
Biting my tongue so hard that it's bleeding all over the place.
You don't have to bite your tongue. You can
Sometimes
always
you have to
jump in.
sacrifice to learn where everybody else is at.
That's fair.
The silent killer.
I'm a therapist. I'm a good listener.
That's important.
Sorry, Maddie, what was the question you asked? I got cut off. You said a scale of 1 to 10.
How bad is my mic? I'm using the AirPod Pro, the ones that go over your ears, and they have an amazing microphone inside of them. I'm barreling down a super windy, noisy highway, and I can't even hear myself, but when I wear these, I can hear everything really clearly. So they must have some sort of noise cancellation that's helping people hear me. Yay.
Yeah, you really have a good earbuds.
So when it comes to taxes, I know I pay taxes because I don't want to get put in a metal cage. And I know that there's a crazy amount of complexity when it comes to taxes because I've done all my own research. And so, yeah, it's something that I want to talk about eventually. I think talking about taxes is something that Richard definitely does not do because, I guess, of regulatory blowback, being accused of being a tax advisor is, it's a crime in some places. And so I think that has kind of opened the door to create a space for people to start saying, oh, I'm going to help you with your taxes. And at the end of the day, they're just charging lots of money for something that doesn't cost that much money. It's like, if this is the law, then that's how it is for everybody. And you don't. So I think that it's sufficiently complex enough, and people hate paying taxes, right? That it would be easier to have some like clarity that that there is value there in everybody not having to reach conclusions on their own, especially if they're not interested in learning about taxes. I could understand that. And so for me, what I hope my contribution will be is to compete against anybody who's charging for tax advice. And the terminology alone, you would pay for it to go away. The terminology is like a foreign language, but it's not too bad. I've learned a lot from others as well as just reading the law myself. I mean, each person has their own skill set, but what I'm hoping to do is to make a blog post to talk about how I did my taxes and how other people are doing them. Because I think that benefits everybody, and I'm really obsessed with this ethos of, if somebody's charging 8% of your bag or even 0.5% of all your HEX, we're still early, I would say, as long as, we keep remembering what's important, time locking, and not trading things that are time locked, I think makes HEX still super valuable in the future. And so, yeah, it's really, it's important for us as a community. I think those of us who have already, quote unquote, got our bags, we can be helping others at no cost.
That would be awesome, Maddie. Thank you if you will do this for us, especially I would be super grateful because I don't know anything about taxes as I'm new to America. Maybe I would ask your advice personally, yeah, someday. So
Of
yeah,
course, yeah. It's yeah. I mean, it's my pleasure, honestly, to give back the information that's been given to me. Pay it forward, right? And that's one of my favorite things that I hope how I've been inspired by others inspires other people, right? Pay it forward.
anybody else?
Yeah, yeah.
Free.
How's it going, Orca and the rest? Famous Regal, Maddie, Crypto. Nice to see you guys again. I've just been hiding in the dark, being accused of doing that. What was that hexagon asthma, ASMR, whatever. So, I think it was Regal. Are you from Australia? Is that right? And you were asking about taxes, I believe. Is that right? YV, you could probably can't confirm that if he's.
Yes, that's right.
Um, and YV, you've moved to the States and you're interested in tax
Uh,
information. Is that
yeah. I'm Ukrainian. I lived for a decade in Russia, and then
right?
I just ran away from Russia.
Okay.
Don't know.
So yeah. I've done the opposite. I mean, I haven't run to Russia, but I've ran away from the States in a way.
Maybe that will be
And
the next step.
yeah, well, who knows, eh? Um, it's like Twister almost. It's just keep finding a new spot. Um, I'm gonna say this up front. I have no answers for either of you on the tax front. That's gonna be Maddie's. I hope Maddie's contribution to some extent. Yeah, Orca. Yeah, it's gonna poke fun at me this whole time. I know it. Maddie, I mean, you've been in this community as long as as long as it exists, or at least as long as I remember the community existing. You know that any content that you make is always appreciated, and especially around taxes because we don't know shit. I mean, we really don't. But the tax thing, I was just going to say real quick to Regal and to YV. That's not by accident in the states. The complexity is a bit by design through lobbying, and this goes on both conservative and this. It goes across the political spectrum. It's not one side or the other doing this because the taxes in, say, where Regal is living in Australia or where I am living, which I'm not going to say at the moment, are incredibly easy in comparison. I'm not saying they're easy, just in comparison. Again, by design, just because there hasn't been as much money put into lobbying to make it more complex, so that you need a tax advisor, you need a tax person at all to do your taxes, if that makes sense. And maybe maybe is that a bit why maybe it has something to do with why you find the tax laws so confusing in the states.
Yeah, it is confusing. It is confusing. I have to face this year, first time my tax report. So we'll see.
Are you
Yeah.
dealing with taxes in the Ukraine or in Russia or in the United States?
I'm dealing with taxes. Is it for me question? Sorry, Maddie.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with taxes in the US.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what a cost basis is?
No, unfortunately, yeah. It's gonna be my first tax year.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to look at it, but I think like the most important place to be accountable with your taxes is your fiat off ramp. Um, and that's been like the area where they enforce the most as well, right? And so for me, I use Coinbase as my offboarding. And so if I'm selling Ethereum or, any other cryptos, then I'm going to be, moving it to USDC and then taking it to Coinbase. But even if I took ETH and put it on Coinbase and sold it, like whatever shows up at Coinbase for me is income that needs to be, paid taxes on. And it matters whether it's a long-term or a short-term capital gain. And so the difference is if you've held the crypto for a year, then it counts as a long-term capital gain, which is taxed usually at a lower rate. And so that's usually 15 or 20% compared to the normal tax rate of an individual, which could be 20%, or it could be 25 or 30 or 40, depending on how much income you have. But the way that I calculated mine this year is like, even if I'm making more than I did at my job as a therapist, I'm still not paying that high of a tax. The tax bracket, it's like a graduated thing. And so, the first however many tens of thousands of dollars are taxed at the lowest rate, and then any amount that you make over that is taxed at a slightly higher rate, and then the next bracket, so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, what I use tax software, and so I use TurboTax, and I think it's called CryptoTrader.tax. But you need something, or at least what I did, I used something that plugged in with TurboTax, because TurboTax is something where it's going to ask you all the questions that generate your tax documents. And so for me, it seems like I was going to have to give an accountant that information anyway. So why wouldn't I just plug it in myself and make sure it goes in right? And so, for me, it was TurboTax, and then, having some sort of, I think there's maybe like 10 or more different crypto tax softwares that plug into TurboTax. And for me, I just went with one that seemed reputable 2-3 years ago, maybe 4 now. I've been doing crypto taxes. But yeah, so that crypto tax software, is something that each user would have to decide, like, am I comfortable connecting this, to my Coinbase, right?
Yeah, right.
And you want to be careful with that sort of thing. But Coinbase also allows you to export your data files of all. You have to do it, I think, for each coin. So if you've been trading 1,000 different coins, you have to download 1,000 different forms. But it's basically, you can download a file that shows, the day that the coin was traded, bought or sold, and then, what the price was at that moment. And that becomes basically your accounting ledger that you can import into different tax softwares if you're not connecting the Coinbase directly, or whatever, Binance, all different exchanges, they connect, but you might not want to connect for people who aren't, trusting it. And so I would recommend then downloading the files and plugging them in. And then, honestly, it all kind of plugs in pretty easily, and the tax laws are built in. So that's the first level of crypto tax, is just like the standard approach. And then there's some like really creative things you can do with like trusts, and stuff like that, to where if you planned ahead, you don't have to pay taxes in certain situations. And so that's pretty cool. And that's something that I also want to kind of write about, and maybe get some help of a couple other people who don't like charging for things and are super knowledgeable.
Maddie, where did you go to find a lot of that information?
All of that I just said was just from experience. But again, that's just like the basic level of like, you know, you have your TurboTax, and then there's a tax software that plugs into that. And basically what your taxes are doing, you can choose which method of accounting you want to use. So there's something called FIFO, which is first in, first out, versus like LIFO, I think, or there's, yeah, so then there's like, but that's the overwhelmingly most common one, first in, first out. And then you're basically showing, I mean, every time you do a crypto swap or trade, you potentially owe taxes on that, unless you're just swapping something and then you're swapping it again for, you know, the same value. So for example, if I buy USDC and then I swap it for ETH and then I swap it for HEX, if I did that all in the same day or, you know, in the same moment, and there wasn't a huge price swing, then I don't have to pay taxes on doing USDC to ETH because they were the same price when I got rid of the ETH. And so it's only when you make a profit on a trade that you have to report. Or, I mean, if you have a profit on a trade, then you have to show what the cost basis was. So you have to show the record of what you bought it for. And if you don't have a record and you can't show anything, which you usually should be able to because it's on the blockchain, but if you're kind of not wanting to show all your cards or something, then there is the option of just not showing, and then you basically have to pay as if it were all profit. So, you know, if somebody did 1,000x, you know, it's very little difference between, you know, in some cases, if your cost basis was $100 and now it's worth 100,000, you know, the difference between your cost basis being $100 and being $0 is practically nothing. That's a difference of $20 in taxes. So you might, like, you know, you might choose to not even include, you know, your whole blockchain wallet in that kind of a situation, and that's okay. That's legal, in my, you know, like, limited understanding, because you can just report it as a zero cost basis. So.
Thank you. It's interesting. And I want to add that the other day we had a space with Hex Oracle also. And actually today he was also our Hexagon Kool-Aid, like pretty interesting person. And he said that he said a lot about taxes, and he said a lot about like that people have to be educated on taxes, and like, yeah, of course TurboTax is the most simple, of course, for people, especially for people like me, because I have no clue what is going on with American tax system, IRS and stuff, so I will dive into it soon. But Kool-Aid said that TurboTaxes, like a TurboTax and all these application designed this way to like make you pay more. Correct me if I'm wrong. And maybe if you DM him, you can both make really good material about taxes, because I assume he has Kool-Aid. He has pretty like decent knowledges in that perspective.
Yeah, I think that you know, there's probably more specifics to make that statement true or not. I think again, it kind of, taxes to some extent are kind of how much work you want to put into it, but at the same time, you could, you know, it's like math class and the teacher's not looking, you can copy the right answer and nobody cares. So I don't know about that, but so yeah, I mean, there are way more advanced tax strategies. I think at the end of the day, you know, if you're cashing out $100 million like that, you know, you're going to want to make sure you're good. If you're cashing out, you know, $50,000, you're not really that likely to be audited. I mean, you're really not. But you still want to, do things well enough. And so for the person who's cashing out 50K, again, I mean, I can't give any tax advice, but all I can say is just what I've done. And that's not definitive either, because I could still they can audit you back 7 years. But yeah, I mean, you might not want to spend $10,000 on in tax advisory fees for cashing out, $50,000.
100%. Yeah.
And then TurboTax would be just right for you. I mean, honestly, I've looked at these advanced tax strategies, and I formed my own trust and went down that route. And I mean, it's not that great. It's okay. There's always going to be a trade-off, Do you want to spend, even $1,000 to set up some advanced tax strategy? Maybe, maybe not. But it's definitely good to learn about, and that's what I think. The more people who can weigh in and show what they've done and how that works, there's a huge cost to moving somewhere else, like, or renouncing your citizenship
Yes.
and all this other stuff. Like, to
Yes.
me, it's paying 20% of these mad gains. It's not the worst deal in the world.
Yeah, I agree. I do want to pay taxes because I can see at least where my taxes go. Is in Ukraine and in Russia. I didn't see that. I mean, I saw, but it was different. Yeah, the taxes in my countries, unfortunately, go to pockets of our government leaders. So
yeah, I got a chance to visit the Museum of Corruption this past fall.
Oh gosh, where?
In Kiev.
Museum of Corruption. Oh, that huge palace of Yanukovych. Yeah. Am I right? Oh my God, I've never been there. I left Ukraine before Yanukovych ran away from Russia. I left before that conflict, and I've never been there. And how was it?
It was
it's
crazy.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the most extreme example of corruption I've ever seen, because it was gold all over everything.
Yeah.
$100,000 drapes and just everything imported. I think somebody was saying maybe he extorted like $4 billion out of the country before he got kicked out.
All of them, not only Yanukovych, all of them. They all do this to our poor Ukraine. Visional, you want to speak? You want to add something?
Oh, I was just, yeah, I don't, sorry, I had my first time raising my hand. I usually just blurt it out in Orcas things, but yeah, I was just responding to Maddie because he was talking about, I think you said something along the lines of, past person was in this chat saying that there's cheaper ways. TurboTax is designed to make you pay more, blah, blah, blah. And while that could be a completely true statement, it can also at the same time be nothing to really worry about. It could be just that it's designed for convenience. So you pay a little bit extra for that convenience and the knowledge as well. Right. Just like Maddie was talking about these advanced tax strategies. I mean, the trust strategy is probably the most well known of, but not well known how to do. I wouldn't say that those two things are the same concept. But there's also these elaborate ones with religious entities in the States specifically. And again, it goes back to what Maddie was saying, where, when it's tens of millions of dollars versus 50K, it might not be worth setting up your own church like Mel Gibson did to not pay taxes on $40 million. Right. It just, it might be worth the TurboTax license. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. It's interesting. about church today. I was talking in my group chat in Telegram with Russians people about how governments in Russia and in Ukraine, how they try to, not governments, but government leaders who steal all government money, people money actually. What Russians government is doing right now, they build church in every like backyard.
Yeah, is that the same reasons or similar reasons? Like you
Uh,
can't
yeah,
really
but
attack it, right? You can't.
yeah,
It's sort of like unapproachable. Yeah.
yeah. Dragon.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I just had a quick question for Maddie. In regard, we were just talking about taxes, and he said that he was going to work on like a blog with, other people he might know that might have other understandings of taxes. I'm assuming within the U.S., there's a large population that are U.S. based. Where would you, just in basic terminology right now, where would you put HEX inflation in terms of taxes?
Sorry, just driving through an area, but I will if I go quiet, it's because I'll be back in a minute. But here I am. Inflation. Say more. You said HEX inflation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where would you put HEX inflation in terms of taxes? Just, in basic terminology. As I mentioned, I know you're going to do a blog and, get together with some
Yeah.
people, hopefully to build something, but
Yeah.
just for simple terms right now.
So when you say inflation, what do you mean? Because inflation to me means like when people stake and they earn APY. Is that what you mean?
Correct. Yep. Just APY.
So the APY is not taxable according to a recent ruling, which is not a law or guidance, but it's just like a ruling in the US that if you stake a coin and you earn more of that coin, then you don't pay taxes on that until you swap it for something else. It could be anything. It could be USDC, it could be Bitcoin or Ethereum, and then or it could be Pulse. If you swap for Pulse when it gets launched, anytime you swap one coin for another, that's considered a taxable event. And if you profited compared to what you bought the first crypto for, or what it was worth at the time of this swap compared to the time when you started, then you would owe tax on the profit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely. But like in terms of the APY that we get, assuming, you staked out for, let's say 2 months, 60 days, and you made 10,000 HEX and you sold that for USDC, what would be your cost basis? Would it be like 0 and then you made 10,000 HEX times the USD value of the day and then pay capital gains on that? Or, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm not explaining myself,
Yes.
but
No. I understand. So that's where it goes back to what I said about first in, first out versus other less common accounting methods. And so basically the idea is in some cases you could choose, as long as you were being consistent every year of your taxes, you could choose how you wanted to do the order of operations for that, in the sense that, let's say you put in $1,000, right? And then let's say now you have $1,000 worth of interest plus all your principal, and you only are getting out the interest.
right.
Then you could choose whether your cost basis was $1,000 and now you're cashing out $1,000, and now for the remaining crypto that's still in there, that's going to be a cost basis of 0. Whereas let's say you cash out $900 and you put in 1,000, then you could leave that 100 as still part of your cost basis for what you left in.
Gotcha. Okay.
Whereas
Makes sense.
Whereas like a less common method of accounting would be like, you could say that you put in $1,000. let's say you're cashing out 500 of interest and you still have a lot more left in there, you could determine like what percentage was the $500 of the total amount that's still in there. And then you could say that you're basically figuring out like what percentage you're cashing out, and then pay taxes based on that, and then keep track of like what the remainder of the cost basis is. So that's a little bit more complicated method that like isn't necessarily help, it's not necessarily very common. But then another like kind of related category is if you do something called tax loss harvesting, which is going to be less common for people in HEX. Well, if you're staked long, but if you're doing like shorter stakes or anything, or you hold liquid actually. So let's take the example of holding a little bit liquid. I usually tell people when they're setting up their staking ladder, even if you have 4 steps on your ladder, 15 years, 10 years, 5 years, and liquid, the liquid is the bottom step of the ladder. But everybody's staking ladders can be different based on their life choices and stuff. But yeah, so if you have liquid, let's say you bought HEX at the top and now you're down 50% with that certain batch of coins. What you could do is at the end of the year, you could sell and then like wait a day or two and then buy it back. And you could use that loss that you had. Let's say, you lost 50% of $1,000. So you could write off $500 off of your taxes out of your normal income. So let's say you have a job that pays $50,000 a year, then you could lower the amount of tax. Basically, you'd only have to pay taxes on $49,500. So I did that like a long time ago with Bitcoin, where I was buying in 2017 and then like dropped a lot. And so I sold it at the end of the year and then bought it back so I wouldn't miss out on future gains. And then, like I wrote off, I don't know, $5,000 in losses. But then when I cashed out, it allowed me to, my Bitcoin, it allowed me to have that as a loss, so I could always cash out that $5,000 that I put in without paying taxes on that amount. But then the stuff that was left in there had a zero cost basis, so I'd have to pay my taxes later on for the actual profit part. But taking out my principal was the advantage, and the reason I was doing that was to hedge, because I didn't know if Bitcoin was going to go up or down in like 2018.
Gotcha. And would you, in your opinion, we won't hold you to it, but are you doing or considering HEX APY? And, correct me if I'm wrong, would you consider HEX APY like taxable income or capital gains? You know what I mean?
So, yeah. So as you watch your stakes growing with the interest accrued, that is not a taxable event until you swap it for a different coin. So, your HEX, you could have it and then you staked it for a year and then it came out, and now you've got 15% more coins. You don't have to pay anything on that if you restake it or if you hold it liquid. But
yeah, what I'm talking about is when you sell. Yeah, when you cash out.
Yeah, so when you cash out,
what would you consider that cash out? Like taxable income?
It's taxable income. So, if you put in $1,000 and now you have $1,200, then your profit's $200, right? And so that would be the amount that you have to pay long-term capital gains on, right? Because we said it was a year. If it's a year or longer, then you pay a lower tax rate, which is usually a flat rate. I think it's 15 or 20%.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of had the same idea. It's just more or less just to get the conversation going, so people listening, can get a good idea as well.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah, that was awesome, guys. Thank you so much. It's super interesting. It's super useful for everybody. It's gonna be super great if anyone can do like a post or a YouTube video or something, because we have a lot of about like HEX, pulse chain, blah blah blah, but we still don't know, like new people still don't know how to deal with taxes. And it will be useful for me also, because I'm talking to people who are not in crypto and I'm trying to get them into decentralization. So yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
So, bit of a random question. How can they actually track any of that if you're, say, going through either peer-to-peer or through a decentralized exchange, other than going on, say, a block explorer? Just don't see how they could track it other than that way only.
Yeah, I mean, the IRS like contracts out with different chain analysis companies, and they can do some pretty advanced stuff, but not that bad yet. Yeah, I used to I kind of like free claimed, basically. I free claimed a privacy coin around the same time that I free claimed HEX. That's part of the reason I was paying attention to HEX, was because I wanted to learn more about Bitcoin free claiming. And yeah, so I know a little bit about the privacy space, and I know that there are some simple and more complex ways for people to have more privacy, right, over their coins. The vast majority of users will not have the option of privacy at the end of the day, because they'll be looking for the convenience of cashing out on a centralized exchange or cashing in on a centralized exchange. I would say, so yeah, I mean, that's kind of the headline. But yeah, I think, like, there are ways that maybe they wouldn't know. And but coin mixing is now, I think, illegal, which it didn't used to be, which kind of sucks.
Coin what is, sorry?
Coin mixing.
Like just a swap from one coin to another?
No, like mixing is where you put your coins into like a huge anonymity set, basically. You like mix them with other coins, and so it tries to, it breaks it down into so many thousands of pieces that when you get the coins out, it's kind of hard to tell all the addresses that they traveled through, because it went through like, one or two blocks where there were lots of different movements. So that's kind of like the main way that people have had anonymity if they didn't have anonymity going in, right?
Right.
So, but that sucks that they made that illegal.
I'm an Australian resident for tax purposes, but I just don't see how they could actually track these coins on, say, like going on a decentralized exchange, other than through a block explorer, which just seems like such a huge undertaking. And I've also got a Canadian passport. I'm not sure which way you'd ever be able to, which way would be better for going through.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but think about how easy it's going to be in the future. Like, there are ways to write scripts now and pull data off the blockchain, but once you get a little AI bot crawling around in there, they're going to know every trade everybody did down to the, billionth of a coin or something. But what can they really do with that? It's known.
Mary, you are breaking
How
up.
much enforcement it's going to have.
Maybe something wrong with service. Probably you're breaking up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Um,
How's your
Very
morning?
well, thank
Hope
you.
it's beautiful.
Yeah, very cloudy and wet and cold and it's usual winter in the UK. I have a question in regards to the if pulse X is the option is to stake. Currently, you have to use a laptop, obviously, to stake HEX with the extension, the Ethereum extension or something like that. I might be wrong with the word in there. My question would be, I wonder if there would ever be a mobile version if it was potentially you could stake HEX, Pulse X, sorry, where you could do it on your iPad, do it on your mobile, bring it to the masses more, etc.
Yeah, that's possible with MetaMask on mobile, but some people don't like it because they say it's less secure. It, you know, I like how some people say security is a spectrum, and for ease of use and onboarding, you don't want the most complex, security thing. You don't want somebody who doesn't know computer programming to have to program their own random, program to generate a private key or something like that. So it's a spectrum, and it's certainly available on mobile, and MetaMask Mobile has tens of millions of users, if not more. And a lot of the people who will be on the Pulse chain and who will be staking Pulse, sending Pulse to a validator or whatever, or staking that way, or some of the other functions, I believe will be doing it on mobile. That might be the most popular method, I would say.
Yeah.
Because the people who are more security focused will become the minority, but at the same time, we'll always want to be educating the next wave of people that, they've gotten mad gains and now they're freaking out trying to figure out how to cope with unwell syndrome, not be paranoid, but be well prepared, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else wants to talk about something? Want to bring something on our table?
No, that's it really. I'm sort of new, sort of a year to it, but I've been HEX for about a year, and obviously I've sacrificed about $7,000 into Pulse X at the start. So yeah, just excited and looking forward to it, and yeah, it's going to be amazing.
Congrats. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I just got fed up with the market, fed up with Bitcoin, fed up with Ethereum, and just dropping all the time, and you just get just sick of it, don't you? And then you just discovered Richard about a year ago, and I wish I'd discovered him earlier. And intelligent guy, and when you see what people have made from HEX, it's just absolutely incredible, isn't it? What people have achieved and what they've done for the families and money, and it's just insane. And I think we all believe in Richard. He's an intelligent guy, and I think Pulse X will do incredibly well, and Pulse Chain obviously. So need to buy some more HEX. It's on a dip at the moment. Buy some more HEX, and then when Pulse Chain launches, swap some HEX for Pulse Chain. So I missed the sacrifice there for Pulse Chain. So yeah, but I definitely didn't miss Pulse X. So yeah, it's all good.
Nice. Yeah, that's awesome, man.
But yeah, you guys have a great day. I'm just heading to work, so
Have a good day.
all right, take care, everyone. See you later.
This conversation just caused me to think of something that I haven't heard before. So if we're using the incentive token as a staking reward or a providing liquidity reward, then that will have different tax implications because it's not the native coin. But it has huge game theory incentives, so it's definitely the right call. And that's the incentive token is the one to probably have the least price appreciation, you'd think, because it's meant to have less of a use case than the others. But yeah, that'll be a little bit different for tax purposes. But of course, it'll be just another situation where the tax software, the crypto tax software, is just reading the blockchain and filling in the numbers for you.
We have new people here. Maybe you wanna talk about something else or ask?
Just back onto the whole mobile app thing. I guess it would depend what sort of phone you've got, but unless it was an Android, Apple would be quite risky as their privacy terms and things like that. Like, I think you could run into issues of like tracking and that, not for trading wise, but more actual people following what you're doing, like personal people following what you're doing.
Regal, you mind if I respond?
Definitely.
Yeah. So I've owned a couple. I've owned a couple companies. Some did mobile app development in a variety of sectors, and I just want to disagree in the most polite way possible about Android versus iOS. I don't actually particularly care about mobile, and no, I'm not a Apple person or an Android person or whatever, but Apple hasn't actually sold information outside of its own company, right? So there's something to consider there. So if people are hardcore worried about maybe prying eyes, etc., Google, basically Samsung as a whole, Microsoft, etc., they all do the same thing, which is sell data as metadata. And if it creeps you out, an Apple mobile device might be the safest or least worst of them all, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't use any mobile app just because I'm not really interested in it, as I would think I'd probably stick into the laptop generally.
Yeah, and you'd be right to do so. The mobile app, if we're talking about MetaMask, the mobile app experience is an absolute disaster compared to compared to the browser extension or basically any other way to go about it. Yeah, but I mean, I still use both. Yeah, it just again goes back to convenience. It depends on which wallets I'm connecting. Depends on what I'm doing. If it's like a muck around account like this, I don't mind using it. If it's my actual, proper business, etc., I tend to go the more secure route that Maddie was bringing up earlier.
Yeah, a ledger or a Trezor connected to
Exactly.
the desktop computer is the gold standard, if there is one. But yeah, it's I guess in the early days of Bitcoin, you had to send a money order to Japan and hope that they would, hook you up. So I guess it's a little bit easier than that. But at the end of the day, people in HEX are more security minded because we're more long term minded, because our average stake length is over 6 years.
I really like that phrasing. That I've heard it before, and I've said it a million times too. Oh, we're more security conscious, blah blah blah. But usually my backhanded reasoning was more like saying as a community we're better than name the community. But that I really like how you phrase that about this whole kind of 6-year average, right, that you can see on gohex.com/stake, etc. That's beautiful.
Thank you.
thank you all for your time. I'm going to head off. Thanks for sharing your info.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Hugo, for participation. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Probably a lot of people are asleep or heading to work or doing their things. Or maybe anybody wants to talk.
I'm still on my 18-hour drive from the
From
Daytona 500 to
oh,
Austin, Texas, where I can sleep for a little bit at my friend's house and then drive another 18 hours to Las Vegas to bring the DeLorean there. So that's just an update.
crazy.
I've been on here for hours and hours, but yeah, still on the journey here.
See how much energy do you have? It's amazing.
Wait. So are you in the DeLorean right now?
I'm in a U-Haul that has the DeLorean trailered to it.
Gotcha. All right. I was just wondering if they had made it so you could actually drive that distance without braking, or I mean, it's such a risk, right? It's hard to get the parts, right? You probably have
Yeah. I
your
mean,
own.
I've got the hookup. I was driving it around the Midwest, so I drove, without doxing myself, like, yeah, I'll just say in the Midwest, I drove like 10 or 12 hours with it, which is like crazy because this particular DeLorean, an original 1981, that they said was in the top 5% best preserved DeLoreans in the world, which of course it would be if it was doing its time travel like it should, be in good, usually good condition if it was only a year old or something. Yeah, so it's it only had 5,000 miles on it when I got it. It's a 40-year-old
Yeah.
car. It had 5,000 miles on it. So, of course, I had to bring it up to 5,555. And for those who don't know, I pulled over on the side of the road and did a live stream and staked 5,555 HEX at that moment.
That's crazy.
I think I remember that. I think yeah.
But the wildest thing, and like you can't make this shit up, the day that I did that was Back to the Future Day, and I didn't know it.
No fucking way.
That's
That's
awesome.
amazing.
My ex would die to drive your DeLorean.
Yeah.
I got to
Are you
be
gonna be
honest,
in
me too.
Vegas?
I would love to.
You guys gonna be around to take pictures with it?
I'd love to, but not this time, unfortunately.
Okay, well, I'll probably have it for a while, so
Yeah.
lots more conferences for the next 15 years, I'm sure.
And yeah, it's the good reason for you to keep it longer.
Yeah.
You have to give me right.
Sure. Well, I just got done. I'm such an extrovert. I'm probably, in the top few percentile. I used to do therapy, back-to-back clients for 10 or 12 hours in a day, and I'd be super pumped up the whole time because I get energy from interacting with people. But yesterday, yeah, it was yesterday. That was the most intense social interaction day I've ever had. I was telling everybody earlier, it was like I handed out 600 magnets and I only gave them to people that I pitched HEX to. And so many people were coming up to me about the DeLorean. It was super exciting to get to try so many different chances to say different things and see what people really responded to. And yeah, it was just really wild to have the DeLorean and to get so much attention, and then to be able to give everybody, something that clicked in their head. I could read people's facial expressions and see when I said, basically, I wanted to tell people what I was there for. I said, hey, here's a QR code. You can follow me on YouTube. And then if they were still looking at me and they're still interested, then I told them, you know, I'm out here because of a cryptocurrency where you time lock your money and it's like paying your future self. And then they had a little light bulb go off because they, you know, they see the DeLorean right behind me and they're like, oh, pay your future self, of course. And then if I had one more chance to say something to them, which I usually did, then sometimes I would say that, you know, that you get interest, you get APY for time locking, and it pays for itself because you're creating scarcity in the here and now by time locking. And most people like nodded that they kind of understood that too.
But how actually people react? Were those people already like crypto prepared, kind of?
Usually not. No, there's a lot of no coiners, I'd say.
Yeah, and what is your approach? Because like you know, in America, people like more open, but Russian people they don't believe, and I can explain why. Because Russians and or like Slovenians, we suffered a lot, like in the War and blah blah, and still we're suffering a lot from Putin's regimes, like, and Ukraine. From you've been to Ukraine, I don't have to tell you about this. So, and for me, it's so like a lot of criticism from the very beginning. Yeah, even those people who already invested, even in HEX, they don't believe like in future of decentralization and stuff. So, how do you approach to those people who don't know about crypto, who are kind of a little bit skeptic? I don't know. How I'm sorry for my language. It's my second one, so
No
yeah.
problem. That's an excellent question. I think it comes down to the individual, really, and that's where onboarding in person is interesting. I think I've studied kind of the process of trying to teach people about crypto and trying to do lots of different pitches to people I know really well, people I don't know at all, people I can see their facial reactions, people who are just watching my YouTube and I have no idea what they're thinking, right? And so I've really tried to study it because I think it's important for us to know, and I'm in psychology, so I want to know about it. And yeah, what I can say is it definitely comes down to individual differences. I like your comment about trust because I think the more people have been wronged by their governments and by their money, the less trusting they are. When it comes to crypto, I mean, like, a lot of it is a scam when you get down to it. Like, even Bitcoin, right, is it's kind of a promise coin. The devs need to keep working on it so it doesn't crash. You know, there's a team of 5 people basically that run Bitcoin and a team of 5 people who run Ethereum, and nobody really talks about that very much, but it's true. And so yeah, like healthy skepticism. I mean, so for some people, I would want to meet them where they're at. So like if somebody says like, "Oh, crypto's a scam," I'd be like, "Yeah, crypto's a scam. You're right. Like, how'd you know that?"
Yeah,
Right?
right. Yeah. And you
And
know, like
almost, yeah.
go for it. Sorry.
Oh yeah, like almost it's in psychology it's called like motivational interviewing, where you could like roll. It's called rolling with resistance, and like developing discrepancy. So if somebody says you know that they hate Bitcoin, you know, then you say, well, like, why don't you hate it even more? Or you know, like that's a bad example, but um, definitely, you know, finding where somebody's at, sometimes that helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, right. But you know, like also, I think my countries. I always say my countries because I lived in both countries. And I have in both countries people who I love and who I really missed, and people who I carry and really worry about. So in my countries, unfortunately, people is not so educated. For them, Bitcoin and maybe Ethereum and maybe some like altcoins from Coinbase, that only exists. They don't know anything like deeper yet. What is like, I don't know, because they don't know how it works. Because today I talked to somebody in crypto group chat in Telegram, and they are all shilling Bitcoin. They're all talking only about Bitcoin in all actual crypto group chats. And I asked, why you are so like crazy about Bitcoin? Like Bitcoin, like hash rate is like crazy. It's really hard to mine Bitcoin. You get less and less Bitcoin every like, I don't remember, 4 years.
Yes.
Blah blah blah. And they were like, and no answer, just no answer. And I don't know if that because they just don't know what I'm talking about. Probably yeah, because they all buying on high. They are like I don't know, lose their mind when it goes down. So yeah, it's really it's really hard to get like right approach to those people.
There's another thing in psychology called cognitive dissonance, and also like information bias. And these are things where, you know, people, they don't want to hear about things that they don't agree with or things that don't benefit them. And so if you're trying to tell people, oh, you know, Bitcoin isn't as great as you think it is, not many people want to hear that, because you've got people who care about Bitcoin and they don't want to hear that because they don't want you to flood their bags. And then you've also got people who don't know anything about crypto.
Yeah, that's right. Probably they even don't know what is hash rate, or like that Bitcoin mining like have some, I don't know, rate, yeah, or something. So for them it's like, oh wow, cryptocurrency is something like not only just trading.
Yeah, and I think the big news with HEX is that the creator of HEX is the one who's doing the biggest airdrop in the world, and that could bring 100x the users back to HEX eventually, or it could bring 1,000x the users or more. And so if we vampire attack all of the users of Ethereum by sending them free crypto that they can get on Pulse Chain, that's really the, you know, that's the historic, you know, genius God mode like move that seems to be underway. And you know, and then still all of our individual onboarding, you know, is even that much more awesome and important if we've got so many more users incoming from that move that hasn't happened yet. I think that there's a lot of opportunity still.
Right. I guess we have the community. So yeah.
Yeah, and ideas take time to spread and catch on. I don't think we do a good job of explaining HEX.
Because it's hard.
Personally.
It's hard with having like tools, especially when you have tools only in English language. I agree with Richard Hart. He always says like learn English. English is a language of science, but we still have a pretty big amount of people who don't know English, and it's also our kind of, it's also our target audience. Like it's not kind of from selling perspective, but you know what I mean. And we don't have tools.
Yeah.
Do you agree with me?
I do agree. Yeah, that it's even in English, we don't do a good job of explaining what HEX is, and because it's such a new concept, and there's really an interaction between even what it is and what people are able to understand. So I'll give you an example, and you helped me even understand this when you were bringing up the example of the Ukraine and Russia. Are those places that you would say have had high inflation?
Actually, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But
And so,
people don't know finance probably because yeah, that is why I started my channel from explaining finance, like very very basic short level, like how money evolved and how it all came to like huge inflation and debts and blah blah blah.
yeah,
And
and
then
that
I want to start explain people what is crypto and hacks because I think it will be easier for me to like to refer to like there is finance and there is how crypto works, you know.
yeah, and the my observation is that when I tell people about all that, um, they don't like it, and
Or
I
they
didn't know
don't.
why at first, but I think it's because it's such a sad story. You know, it's like everything you worked for your whole life and the entire system that you live in is like totally rigged, and you know, but buy my coin and it'll it'll save you. Um, you know, it's really hard to not sound scammy. Or to not have a negative story out of that. People aren't motivated usually by um, you know, hearing how messed up the system is. Um, but you know what you said about people not wanting to hear about it, I think that helps me understand. You know, the more inflation, that's kind of a violation of trust, right, in the monetary system of each
Yeah,
country, and
for
so
many years actually, for many years because I've dived too deep, so I know when we like gold standard, when was how to say it, sorry, when it was cancelled gold standard like in 1970 when
mhm.
our money
Yeah, the gold
stopped to
standard,
yeah gold standard. So
yeah.
yeah, after that, like for how many years, for 50 years our countries, I'm sorry but they're fucking us up.
Yeah, and a lot of that is actually due to the United States forcing most other countries to trade using the dollar in order to trade their goods and services. And so, because every country in the world has to buy dollars to trade with other countries, even if they're not close to the United
Yes,
States,
yes,
that allows the United States to export its
yes,
inflation,
yes.
and that causes like the entire world to suck way worse than it would if the US wasn't stealing money from everybody.
So can you imagine how many people uh, they don't know that, and if they knew they deny to believe in this because they need some hope and some belief to survive, because you know like people who never lived in Russia and in Ukraine, they don't know how to live there. Probably the good example is Mexico.
Yeah. um so my experience of like people's minds changing people's minds happens by experience, and building trust happens by experience as well. And so I've been experimenting with gifting people hacks, so, usually a standard amount of $100 worth. Um, but back in the day, I used to do $20 worth and stuff. And, but really trying to see, if you give somebody access to it before they even understand it, what do they do? And I'm still like exploring that myself. But I think that in fact, the less people understand about money, Hex is kind of like an IQ test. And I think if you're low IQ or high IQ, you get it. But if you're average IQ, then it's really hard.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Hexor could probably fall
But
asleep.
I think that like the more we, um, like go over the concepts of Hex, like the Hex community has come up with a lot of really cool ways of explaining things. And Richard was saying that earlier today. Um, he even, commented on some of the language I was using. Um, you know, there's So, for example, I was saying that, and this is kind of a technical point, but it's like, with HEX, you're avoiding the counterparty risk of your future self, because with everything else, you could sell it even if you're pretending to keep your savings in order, right? Savings is not a very immutable thing in the real world. And that actually, that reminds me of a bigger point that I think is helpful for us to understand the differences in HEX adoption in different countries is, the more that people live in an inflationary country, the more it is rational for them to spend money as soon as they get it, so that they can buy things at today's prices, because tomorrow's prices are going to be higher. And then also the less incentive that they have to save money. Why would you store your value in something that's being inflated, and the government officials are corrupt and they're stealing the money and the value out of the system by printing more of the currency? And so people time locking for a long period of time, it would be totally irrational to that population, because they live in a society where the longer, imagine time locking the local currency, that would be probably unheard of, right? So
I'm gonna explain why it happens, because people.
Please.
I think it's my assumption. I think those people who we try to explain HEX and will try to bring the to explain value of delayed gratification and about even inflation and stuff, they are so busy to survive, like in just their lives, like me right now, yeah. So they just don't have like any thought about deeper things, about economy, about inflation, about what's going on. I ask people, why do you think dollar is the most important currency all over the world? Nobody answered me what we are talking about here.
Why do you think they didn't answer?
Just because they don't know. They have assumption, but so yeah, it's really, really difficult to reach to a Russian-speaking audience.
Yeah.
We have you. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Yeah, it was just my final thought on that was going to be, I kind of wonder how it is for people to explain the reasons why they trust other things in the world. Usually it just comes down to experience and people's feelings, and they don't even really know why. In some cases, they trust other things than just money, or don't trust them, but who knows?
Yeah.
Good conversation, for sure.
Yeah, great conversation. Thank you so much. Drive safe. Anyway, else? I see a lot of new people here.
Hey, Sheila here.
Hello.
Hi, how you doing? I've been trying to speak a few times, but I guess I keep getting rugged or something's weird with my phone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, good. I don't know. Did you and Maddie just get done talking, or was I listening to something else?
No, actually, we've done. I think he's driving from Daytona to Vegas. So yeah, he's kind of maybe breaking up or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I was listening to a lag conversation of this, but I've been listening for a while. Yeah, I tried to share back when I think his name was Joe or something. I just related to when he talked about staking some HEX, being excited for Pulse, and then. But what I just found out. So have you done any staking, YV?
Yeah, I have a stake.
Yeah, I just found
Why?
out listening to Hex is the Way last night that well, I watched one of his videos and I didn't really calculate ETH fees when you take your stake out. So it's going to be more expensive to pull it out than it was to put it in. And um so yeah, I kind of wish I knew more of the information that I know now before I set up any stakes or how much I set those stakes up for. Yeah, so I keep learning a bunch when I get into these groups and listen to people with better experience or better math calculations of how to approach things. So it's been good. And then listening to you and Maddie's conversation, just approaches to onboarding and the way you guys talk to people and approach people. I've been listening for a while, and I didn't want to stay quiet the whole time, but sometimes I get a little shy and stay on mute. But I appreciate you guys.
Does anybody want to answer?
Thanks for listening.
Mary, are you here?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you want to answer this question or anything else?
What was the question?
The question is about staking. Would you please repeat shortly?
It's not much of a question.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just
about
a it's something I
about
just
it
recently
being more
learned about
expensive.
staking and
Oh,
fees
I'm
equated
sorry.
to stake.
I thought you'd ask about like Ethereum and staking because yeah, everything mixed up in my mind already. Sorry guys, I've been here for a while.
That's the reason. It being so
You're
expensive
good.
to end a stake, the reason that is because Ethereum keeps raising the price to read from disk, that's the function that it is so expensive because the HEX contract requires you to calculate on the blockchain for every day what your interest would be. And it did that back when it was only a few pennies to answer that question. But that's the reason why Pulse Chain is coming around now, and why you're going to have a copy of Hex on Ethereum and on Pulse Chain, so that we're not going to be held captive by these high fees. And so people who have staked short stakes here in the past 6 months or even 9 months might not be in profit. And when you try to decide whether you're going to end a stake or not, you have to consider what the gas cost is going to be. And sometimes you can set a lower gas fee, and that because it doesn't have to get through the blockchain like immediately. But there's there's still a trade-off there. And so for some people are waiting. It really depends on what the value of the stake is, and I can answer more if you have a more specific question. But that's kind of the situation we're in.
Thank you, Mary.
Yeah, there's hope. It should be better in the future, but for now, it's not ideal, and it sucks for sure. It really sucks. I hate it.
Hey, Yev.
Hello.
So, to touch on your point about why I think Russians are
I keep learning a little bit more every day.
Chris,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Sheila's talking. Sheila's speaking. You get,
Thanks.
yeah, you get Rex. Sorry. Sheila, go for it.
So, to touch on your point about why I think personally Russian people are so pessimistic about cryptocurrencies and blockchain, because I'm Russian myself, and I was born in Moscow, and I've lived in New York ever since. Um, my folks are Russian. A lot of my friends are Russian. They're not crypto people, and kind of Russian mentality is like, you go to school, you finish up, you find your spouse, you get married, and you live your happy
Right,
life with like a bunch of kids, right? And then when
right.
you bring up the idea of current cryptocurrency and what a DeFi can do, unchain yourself from government, I believe in the psychology of Russians is that, like you were saying, they've been oppressed for so long that they don't believe in the fact that the people can win. They're just so used to, and I think most uh, governments that have suppressed their people, that like the government and the oligarchs, the bourgeois class, they're so powerful, and the police force is so powerful and dumbed down that they the regular average Joe can't win because there's never been the tools, and now that the tools are here, RH has built the product, and the product is built, and the blockchain itself, has been a product itself with computational powers that all of us share. The tools are there, but like in the mentality of these people is that like, you play the game and you want to free yourself from the chains of enslavement. Guess what? They're gonna come and they're gonna throw you in prison. So like, I think it's just a programming feature that is built into Russians where it's like they're just pessimistic from history, and they
Yeah.
don't wanna. They just don't wanna. They're kind of scared, and
I think that our people, they even don't want responsibility because they get used to like give all responsibility who is like um to God, yeah, like a God bless or God or something, but they don't want to do anything by themselves, so they just put responsibilities on somebody who who is on the top,
yeah, it's
and
a
they
bit of
just
lazy.
give up and just live their shitty lives,
Yeah,
starve
it's a
stress.
bit of laziness. My folks speaking and a bunch of Russian people I know. A, it's laziness. They don't want to dive into, deep into the root cause of so many problems. And then B, it's they've just been programmed for so long to believe that there's no hope at the end of the tunnel. So
Yeah,
my background is I studied psychology, sociology, and the liberal arts of globalization, and touched bases on eugenics. So like I kind of want to deviate away from the Russian culture and what is how programmed they are to like feel like this is a fight they cannot win, and maybe move on to a different topic where I think like of evolution and humans in general, the species that might survive and the species that just will die off is so like in my studies of globalization, I touched base. I well, there's certain studies or beliefs that the more humans we have on this planet, the more resources will get consumed. So, and I think the oligarchs and the G8s, the world powers, they are calculating resources that each human consumes, and I think for the most part, um,
100%.
was that?
I said 100%. I agree.
Right. So like, if we live on a planet that has finite resources, we can't have a population growth that's unsustainable because then the resources won't last, and the waste and consumption of resources to waste product displacements will be unsustainable, and so we'll have a if this is true, we'll have a collective genocide that's far out you know ways far outweighs
Yeah, they
any
don't
sort
think
of
even
genocide.
they
Huh?
don't even think about it. The things that you are talking about right
An
now, like
average Joe? Oh,
sustainability,
no, they don't. Average Joe don't think about it.
sustainability, yeah, like overpopulation or something, they don't think about it at all. They're so consumed by their like shitty lives, and their shitty lives not because of them. Yeah, maybe because they're like you said it right, laziness, because to move and to do something, it's always scared. You lose a lot, but you gain a lot also. I gain a lot from moving to America. I lose a lot maybe materialistically, but I gain a lot like I changed my mindset. Not like changed, maybe improved my mindset. Yeah. But people, like when I ask my really good friend why you don't want to move to the US, you have a child. It's a really like great future, yeah. For now, like in and she said, I just don't want to face those difficulties, like when you move to other country, you know. And she's a smart person. She, you know, but somehow she is
Well,
not on our side.
well, why would you move to a different country? Is because maybe the lack of resources in in the country you have now, But like, the point is that with blockchain and specifically the product of Hex and Chain, is that like you might not ever need to, but you need to you know, do your research into these products, and you need to, you know, actually vote with your money. So like if your friend, they're very short-sighted, they're not long-sighted. So like if they don't see the massive gains in the 2, 3, 4 year uh spectrum, they will they will live in a life of suck because like the current structure makes sure that you can't consume enough resources to be to create enough wasteful products for the government to clean up, and to reuse. So like getting back to evolution, I think that the ones that like we're trying to onboard people that see the light and see the potential power, but the ones that don't see the light and the potential power, they will be stuck to, you know, um, a card, you know, not free to move, and unfortunately under the government's you know money system where they will give them a certain. It's like, well, you could buy this, but you can't buy that, and and they will
We
have
had
to be vaxxed.
we had this before. Do you remember? We had this before in Soviet Union when the government gave us like food stamps or something where you can go and buy certain things. We've been there. And when you tell people about these things, they don't believe.
Right. Well, so, look, so I guess just around the point is that, you know, I think if humans are in this stage where Darwinism, survival of the fittest, um, I've been to a lot of protests, and protests, people shouting, White House or Canadian Parliament, or they don't work, because like you're essentially you go there um upset by the current system, and sometimes there's violence happens, and you can't fight violence with violence, but you could fight with your spending dollars on how you can change your life, And then if you change your life, maybe you could change your community's life. So like I'm very pro onboarding people for Hex right now because like the products exist. And at the end of the day, like what I'm trying to say is that if we're living in a time where personally believe people in Hex will be the ones to evolve. I don't want to say that like, from a separate species, but like, we'll have funds, to pay for medical bills, to
Yeah.
maybe eat better food, to live in regions
Yeah.
that are cleaner,
Yeah.
So like, at the end of the day, Darwinism, so like we can't convince everybody, but we might convince a small percent of the population, and that's evolution at its finest, like the people that want to be stuck to this world that's gonna by this regime that's gonna kill them. Well, guess what? You know, that's depopulation at its best, and the ones
Yeah.
that wanna
It's harsh.
evolve,
It's harsh, but yeah, you're right.
I used to be like I used to feel sad for the people, that are walking towards the slaughterhouse, but after countless of conversations and trying to show, hey, listen, I went to the school that taught me this, and this is not some conspiracy theories, but then people look at me like, nah, it looks like it's a conspiracy theory, and after a while, you kind of like,
Gosh.
and at the same time, like I've made, a small little amount in profits from all my investments, right? And then people look at me because like, I might not have the certain haircut, I might not drive a fancy car, I'm a very minimalistic person, like I live in a neighborhood that's very kind of like rough, so I'm not very flashy at all. They look at me, well, where's your money? And it's like, listen, like I understand crypto. I have a fine job, and like I learned these things from college, that trains
Yeah.
cops and state officials, so it's
Yeah.
like this is truth. And if you don't want to take my word for it, well, listen, I'm not here to debate you. It's like I could show you the facts if you want to, but most people they're too fucking lazy to like you give them the facts, they're too fucking lazy. They'd rather go watch their Sunday Night Live, they'd rather watch their seasons, and they'd rather watch a tube and have it easy. So like, you know what? If the bourgeois classes want to murder these fucks, pardon my language, these lazy people, you know, bless them because like it's better it's better for some of these people to go into the slaughterhouse and die than for them to procreate and have more babies that are going to end up on the streets. And that's like, I feel bad for the people that
But
end
this
up
is
on the
true.
streets because of lack of resources that their dumb parents like fail to provide because they're too fucking lazy. But you know what? They weren't lazy about having all these fucking kids.
Right. I agree with you, and I agree. I agree. It it makes me really, really sad and even mad. And mad at those blind people. But yeah, what we can do? We're doing our best. Maybe you can help me with my, I don't know, channel, or we can do our YouTube channel together in Russian. What do you think about it?
I would help you, but I
Oh,
live in New York, and my focus right now is I want to open up a community center,
oh,
and in this community center, where I want to have it's like it will be more of a wellness center. It will be like proper food, how to like like what is proper food, healthy, nutritious food. There'll be like 5 rhythm dancing. There'll be yoga. There'll
okay.
be
That's
so
super.
like and on the under and like I because I don't want to be liable for financial advice, but on the downtime, well, not downtime, I'll be kind of like hide the class of stake it. So like I will be teaching people about crypto and securities
Okay.
and anybody that also like I have this big endeavor and I have a little small lighting and laser business. So I would help you, but
Yeah, I
I
get you.
just
You
don't
have
have the
have
time. I have a lot on a plate. Yeah.
yeah, you have a lot, of
But
course.
listen, when the center is open, when my systems are set up in the center, by all means, I will remind remember to. I'm in your Telegram. I just into your Telegram chat. So if anything, I'll DM you. maybe we could do a YouTube channel. It's just like at the current moment, I'm writing grants for the
Of
space
course.
and creating a visualizer for the grants. So maybe in 3 4 months, when my plate is emptier, I could put more food on it and we could do this thing. But at the current moment, it's something
Of
that
course. Of
I don't
course.
want to commit to because I just know that it's not feasible for me to attribute any of my time.
Of course, totally feel you. But thank you anyway. It was like amazing conversation. I'm so happy that I have Russian people who are with me. I'm so so happy. Thank you so much. I appreciate
Конечно.
it. How long you moved here? How long ago?
23 years ago.
23 years.
So I would say I'm more of an American now, because I've assimilated, but I speak constantly with my folks in Russian. So you could say I'm an American Russian, but I was born in Russia.
Okay.
So, but
Okay.
and I like I remember Russia. I went to school. My first grade was in Russia. Like, and plus, right
Yeah.
away you go to martial arts over there. So like they train your ass, like to
Yeah.
be, and I grew up in a rough area in Moscow as well. So, but um, I think like a world citizen. I don't think like an American, but I didn't study enough English literature to not give me any Russian lisp, you know. So most people don't even know I'm Russian unless I introduce myself, and I introduce myself as Misha. So most people will be like, "Oh, are you Russian?" I'm like, "Yep." And yeah, because like my legal name is Mikhail, so that just averts all of that. And like living in New York around all these racist fucks is just like, especially I live my jobs are production companies, and some of them are CNN and big news stations. Some of my accounts, I do lighting for them. So I go up there and I show them my ID, and they kind of look at me like, "Oh, you're like an immigrant," or like you give a cop your identification, and they look at you like, "Oh, you're an immigrant, right?" And then it's like, there's so much racism out
Yeah.
here, and it's like,
Yeah.
I look like an American, and
Okay.
I like that's why I introduced myself as a Russian, because like the moment you the moment you introduce yourself as a foreigner, that entire like you're not one of us anymore. It's just like,
I
fuck you,
feel you.
racist.
I moved to LA 2 years ago, and for maybe 7 months, I can't find a job. So I stayed at home because of COVID, because I moved like 2 weeks before COVID. So I was like at lockdown for almost a year, and then I got a job. I got fired with no reason. I still don't know why. And yeah, I couldn't find a job. I don't know why. Am I silly? I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with me. So I feel you.
Yeah, I don't think it's that. It's just like I think it's like one of those things like Americans think like, oh, that I was like I'm so used to saying Mexican now that I wanted to say Mexican. Like I had to search for that word Mexican in my head. It was like, the country of Mexico. But like it's like some Americans think like, oh, like um these Mexicans are coming here taking our jobs. It's the same thing with like some of these like hard American racists. Just like, oh, you came from this
Yeah.
country to steal my fucking job. It's the
Yeah.
same exact thing. Because like the moment you prove to them that you are superior and the way that you think or do things is faster and superior, that's when they're gonna throw the stick into your tired, to fuck up your flow. That's happened on numerous
That
times.
already
So
happened to me. Yeah.
so I personally, I'm not one to like exhibit all my abilities now, because like the moment you start exhibiting your abilities in certain areas, like you get the rug, you know. get the rug
Immediately.
pulled out of you. So like,
Immediately.
play dumb. My thing is I'm a fool at heart, you know. I play dumb, 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 and guess what? That serves me better, you know. I request more money and I play dumber. The more money I request, the dumber I play. And you know what? You know what? That gets me further in terms of like bank account wise. That I don't care. I don't care if I'm like
Please.
I'm not the smartest one in the well. No, I don't care if my position isn't the smartest, the highest one in the company in certain companies.
Can
But
you
guess what?
imagine how ridiculous this sounds? Like to play dumb to pay to earn more. It's oh my goodness, it's so ridiculous. There is why I love decentralization, and there is why I love crypto, and there is why I love hexagons, because here I can be myself and people accept me like I am.
Well, I would like to say that I personally think that like the hexing culture, crypto culture too, but crypto there's a bunch of scammers, right? Everybody's trying to get easy money unless they're building real projects. So like culture, I feel like it's a step forward in evolution, but hexagons and the hexagon culture, I think it's even past that, you know, because like now you know the tech is there and a highly intellectual person that has morals, real morals, you know, that's not like I mean, I personally believe that you go back two, three, 400 years ago, 1,000 years ago. Yeah, like people have always looked out for each other because of religious rules. But for the most part, you know, there's humans are nothing but like in the past, rapists, murderers, and thieves. Right? I'm surprised we even got this far. But like, so like when you mix finances and crypto, you know, no wonder there's so many rugs and scams. It's just so easy to copycat paste a rug, a scam, and you know, and that's it, free money, you know. So like, unless you had somebody like, you know, but obviously you have the bourgeois class, um, take take ownership of the blockchain and Bitcoin and Ethereum, you know. But then you have somebody like you know, a Richard Hart that comes by and like, yo, I want to help everybody. You know, I'm a beloved figure, and everybody's like, nah, fuck you, we don't believe it. You know, but then there's other people like us that are like, we do our research, you know, and then we find out, yo, you know what, this guy is truth right here. You know, he actually cares, and you know what, that's a step forward in evolution, in my opinion. You know, it's just like, you know what, maybe. You know, maybe there is a way out financially, and there is a person and there's a community that is, you know, like cares about the principles, you know. So like I tell people all the time, I go to Burning Man. I'm a big burner at heart. The 10 principles of Larry Harvey, you know, the creator of Burning Man. And you know, I see a lot of resemblance in Larry Harvey. I mean, I see a lot of resemblance in Richard Hart's idea of thinking, that like his principles of you know, functioning, that were based on Burning Man, Larry Harvey, and I see a lot of resemblance in the Burning Man community, the 10 principles of the Burning Man community, in the Hexagon culture. I mean, obviously, Hexico is more of a metaverse right now, you know, unless you consider the conferences and the meetups, you know, NASCAR, or any sort of meetups, then they're more physical, right? But the Burning Man community, you know, there's an actual place, and there's an actual group in
I
each
know what is
city.
Burning Man.
Have you ever been?
I've never been, but I know what is Burning Man because I'm into electronic music. I'm super much into electronic music. I know a lot about electronic music. I'm DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you look at the principles, you know,
And
it's like be
yeah.
respectful to your community, don't throw trash around, you know, like 11th principles, you know, consent. So like it's all based
Yeah.
on being a decent person, right?
My
And
friends my friends were there. My friends went there, really close friends. So yeah. I wanna go there one day. I hope I will.
yeah, no, if you lived in California, you know,
Yeah,
or if you did, you know, you should certainly find the
I
time to
do.
go there one year.
Yeah.
But I personally think I'm not going to any more festivals because like
Because he's died?
there's just, huh?
And because he's died?
No, no, not because he died. It's just I think Kareem touched base on this before. We have a small window. I think like 2 years is a safe bet. 5 years is being like really genuine. Like be like 5 years is being generous before the bourgeois and the oligarchs really clamp down on our ability to travel, and before the new coin gets released and they completely remove fiat, or and they like onboard everybody into their cryptocurrency. So like once that happens, I think it'll be really hard to move up in the social structure. So like I think right now, especially with Hex and the fork and PulseX, right now is the time to like really, once Hex launches and PHEX launches and Pulse launches, I think every penny is gonna be worth maybe $10,000 one day, or 10,000 whatever unit of a form of payment you want to take. So like I think every
Yeah.
penny counts right now. So like I am not. I sold my motorcycle. Like I would sell my business and my lights right now, but I think it would be more useful in the resource center and on ramping all sorts of different people in New York City. So yeah, I just think the next 2 3 years are very important to like get out of the rat race and to ascend to because like the bourgeois, we can't defeat them, but and we certainly don't want to join them, but we could separate ourselves from them and still be as wealthy as them. And if we're wealthy, we can't touch them, but if we're poor and we want to shout like, "Oh, you're taking away our money," that's when we get sent to the slaughterhouse and into these secret prisons, right? Because we want to disrupt the way they've been doing things. But hey, you know what? We can educate people, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if people don't want to educate themselves, and there's a small window, then guess what? When the slaughterhouse comes for them to be slaughtered, they can't. You know what? They can't complain because like we've been there. We tried to tell them, and now we're chilling in our mansion. You know, and yeah, like living the life that because we've evolved and we're gonna build the next generation of people that can, you know, take away the powers from the bourgeois class, but we can't
Yeah.
destroy them,
Thank
so
you.
it's for sure.
Yeah. I agree. I totally agree. Thank you for that great speech. Do we have anybody else who want to speak? I really appreciate what you're saying, and I hope maybe with our efforts we can do something more.
Yeah, I don't just like I think evolution has to be, it can't be violent. There can't be a French Revolution,
Yeah.
they can't be by force. It needs to be you know peaceful, and the only peaceful way to do it is to restructure it, whether
Yeah.
a pulse citizen
I'm
DAO.
sorry, we have to give another people a little
For
bit of
sure. No,
time.
absolutely. I
Yeah.
respect. Okay.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the.
Guys, anybody else here? Hexarco, what about you? Are you here with us? Maddie, Mitchell?
And we're live.
Yeah, go for it. I'm step out. Thank you
Sure.
so much for great conversation. It's always a pleasure to be with you, to talk to you, to learn from you. Have a good day. Have a good night. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Great talk.
Later.
Cool. So yeah, I was enjoying that conversation for sure.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, no, I enjoyed the wisdom, the alpha you tell everybody, and I certainly appreciate like you telling about the 369, the Omega, and yeah, no, you guys do a fantastic job onboarding people, and the only way we win is by healing people. So I
Yeah.
appreciate everything you do.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for telling me that you learned about Omega 369. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see you in Vegas with the DeLorean, and everybody there. I will be there
Yeah.
with the
It's gonna be
laser.
awesome, man.
Um,
Cool. Yeah. That's great. Are you gonna team up with Nagabo for the mansion party?
I am gonna go to that mansion party. I did reach out to Nagabo because I DJ, and I was like, "Hey, listen," but he never got back to me. I guess there's a lot of things going on with
Yeah.
structuring the party.
Message Freddie Quotes or DJ Cryptomatic.
I messaged Freddie Coates. He said that I should message Naga. I haven't messaged DJ Cryptomatic. Maybe I will. Um,
Yeah.
I mean, my focus is on maybe we could make some content over laser. I've if you go in my profile, you'll see some of the vectors I built. I'm building more vectors for like hex.com, maybe a QR code that we can put up on a building. I want to see if it works. If it probably won't work with a laser, but no, I'm coming up with some cool stuff. But besides that, I still have to work. I still have this grant that I'm building up, but so like I can't be too much on people. Like if they're non-responsive, I'm assuming they're busy. So like the thing is, I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna see them and I'll be like, hey, listen, I could play. You want me to? Yes, no, no, yes. But I have the laser, so I'll set it up. We'll have the vectors within the conference. Uh, is the conference? Are there a lot of rooms? Are you breaking down each speaker towards a different room, or is it just there one platform, one stage?
The conference is happening on one stage, and I'm not sure. So you're talking about like kind of like a laser show type thing?
No, no, I'm not gonna do a laser show. No, I would just like throw up, hex.com. It'll just be more spice to the conference. So it's like I'll throw up on the wall maybe a playlist of a hex vector, a pulse wave. I wouldn't do a show because but it would just be more for branding, eye candy stuff. So you tell me where to point it, and I'll do it, point it there. So like. Um, you know what a gobo is, a logo?
No, I don't. And since I'm driving now, if you could just DM me like a picture of an example of what it would look like, then I can get a better idea.
Yeah,
And that
I'll
way
do
I
that.
can take a look at it next time I'm parked, and yeah, I can let you know if that would kind of where we would be able to feature it.
Yeah, like we could either run it. I'll send it to you. We could either run it inside the conference, or I mean, I was thinking of doing like some cool guerrilla marketing somewhere in Vegas. Driving around with a couple of people or just by myself, and just put it up on a building, take some pictures, and I know it doesn't generate clicks like but it would definitely generate some eye candy for people driving on the highway and be like, what the fuck is that? Hex.com, so it's like, yeah, because lasers travel far and they're pretty bright. So if somebody sees it, it's like, what is that? So hex.com, let me go check it out. Or, so yeah, like, but like my objective to onboard people is it will be the community center in New York, but that's like 2 months out. And like I'm trying to open on May 5th. Hopefully I could get a grand or two by then to get some money for the rent. If not, I'll just come out of pocket. But hopefully not. I get some grant money from these different resources that I was able to find. So yeah, I'll send you something.
Cool, that sounds great. Somebody's got their hand up. What's your question?
Hey guys, no question. Just kind of like admire your work, Sheila. I'm happy you do it. Just so you know, it's my first time speaking. Forgive me if I'm a bit nervous. I'm not usually speaking in front of a large audience.
Yeah,
I'm from
thank you. Welcome.
Thanks, mate. I'm from Australia. I'm a graphic designer / digital marketer. So, Sheila, I noticed and heard some familiar terms. If you do need a hand with anything, I'd be happy to help. I've been in the industry for quite a while now, and I agree. Like, direct marketing isn't as effective as awareness marketing, like what the Daytona objective was. But in saying that, it does have an effect. And the more times, like Coca-Cola, for example, the more times consumers see a brand, the more familiar and the more trust they build with it and think, you know what I mean? Like, and eventually they'll take action. So, just so you know, yes, my name's Mitch. I'm here. If you need anything in terms of like design, video work, I'd be happy to help because I love the community. Best community I've joined. So appreciate it, everyone.
Right on, man. Yeah, I love your enthusiasm and volunteerism. I know that we do have an awesome community of people with so many different skills, and for a lot of things, at least this one in particular, there is a Telegram group that you should be aware of. Do you know which one I'm thinking of?
No, I don't. No, please, sir.
So, are you familiar with Telegram? So T.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I think you're talking about the specific. I think you're talking about the specific channel.
T.me/HEX design should be the giant community of graphic design people. And
Excellent. Okay.
so that's kind of cool just to see like what's out there already and like, find out maybe what the need is. I know some content creators, they like reach out, they kind of just post in there whenever they need something. And then people, can decide if they want to help with that. And sometimes people, pay a little bit depending on what their agreement is. And sometimes people work for free, just depending on what what the person asking is offering, I guess.
Perfect. Thanks. I'll check it out. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Hey, Maddie, do you happen to know if there's any Telegram or there's any I was wondering how do we pool the resources that Hexagons have in terms of like their special skill sets and divide them into categories? That way, that if somebody had a project they wanted it to extract certain resources from certain hexagons, they wouldn't like go and like, hey, who knows how to do this? They would be able to directly contact them, like, hey, I see that you're good at this. Can you do this? Is there a list that is in the hexagon community that distinguish like a LinkedIn sort of thing that distinguishes certain skill sets, people's abilities, and like maybe we can use those abilities for certain projects that we have.
Richard sometimes speaks about human resources, or he used to at least, and say that it's really important and hard to do, and it hasn't been figured out yet. With that being said, asking around is a good start for a specific, once you know what you're looking for. Otherwise, just kind of exploring. One way that you could explore, let's say, a topic would be to go to the HEX crypto Telegram and do a search for the keyword that you're looking for, such as, like design, the word design, right? Or if it was like taxes or something, right? You could like search that word taxes, and then you could scroll through the results in the Telegram chat history that goes back to the beginning before HEX was created, and you could see, you could scope out what people have posted in there, because there might be a situation where somebody already asked the same question or was looking for the same thing, and now you can see who the original people were contributing to that.
Oh, sweet, cool, thanks. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe after Vegas, if I'll maybe build a Discord group where or a Slack group where it's like I could like put certain categories of designers or advertisers or brand or analysts or SEO specialists, and that way that people could be like, this is my little link tree profile, so like people could like go into certain categories and drop, and shield them all, shield themselves that way. And somebody is like, so whoever's in this Slack group can be like, oh, I have this project and I need this person, and so like that way you can directly message people without all the clutter. But yeah, I'll definitely check the Telegram and use the search tool. I do graphics design myself. Um, so the only thing that my focus is right now would be the community center, and that's just taking time to find a space and find a grant for the space. And yeah, man, hopefully I open it by May 5th, maybe June the latest, and y'all are welcome to come. I'll certainly advertise it. Hopefully I could stream from there the classes that are live, and yeah, maybe hopefully I onboarded a lot of New Yorkers, because my personal timeline is I'll stick in New York for 2 years, and hopefully the situation doesn't get worse. Because if it does, then that's when I'll know I'll need to leave, because war in Russia or the brewing war, it's only gonna get. I doubt there's gonna be an actual war, but like um the debt per citizen is only going to go up. Hyperinflation is only going to go up.
Can I
The energy,
can I give you some feedback on what you were saying there at first?
of course.
So when it comes to like organizing the Hex community, I think like we're kind of at a point of almost like kind of like a silent crisis right now, where like and I haven't necessarily said this before, but it's just like um, whenever people have mad gains, then they're trying to onboard new people. It's like there's a discrepancy, right? And so when new people come in the community, I would say, like it's hard to know, should you be volunteering for things? Should you be charging money? How much should you charge the OGs to do something that's useful, to help? Because some people would want to like, some people they would want to do the type of work that inspires them, and Hex inspires them, so they want to make money in a Hex related way. I would just make people aware that there's a big difference, like making a sacrifice now and contributing to the community for free more than you can really handle is you're going to see a lot of OGs doing that, but the new people, it's okay to like not contribute as much for free, and sometimes it's best to just kind of like to be using Hex as your hobby and then earning money, and then once you that, the price doesn't have to go super high for you to get more involved in the community. But people who I just kind of see, some people come in and they want to, build up their favors and their like recognition in the community before they even really get their bag right. And those are the type of people that I think in the end, if they do get traction with the community, they are more likely to sell out or to try to like charge fees in a controversial way. Whereas, I mean, really, the point of these cryptos is, to have the crypto go up in value, and the way that it does that is by by people getting their bags right. So I don't know if that's helpful, but I definitely think that there are lots of possibilities when it comes to people who have skills and plugging in with the community. It'll happen eventually because we're all here for 15 years. There's plenty of chances to, sacrifice later instead of now. Because sometimes, if Pulse or PulseX or any of these things are going to do 100x or 1,000x, then you're going to have that much more resources. If you're um, gathering them now versus the wrong order of operations, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. I mean, I personally feel like my bag is good. I
Awesome.
Yeah,
Well, there you
I'm
go.
like I'm not
Perfect.
an OG. I would have been OG if I wasn't getting divorced when the HEX claim was going on. I was getting divorced and I was
I'm
spending.
sorry to hear that, but it's
Yeah.
that's the only way it could have happened. You can't really change it. So
No, I don't look bad. I only look forward. So, fortunately, I did do well in certain shitty coins. I'm not too big
congrats.
of a trader, but I'm certainly not an OG, so I can leverage my time. And I
Yeah,
do
that's great.
get paid well in my businesses or my accounts. They pay me well, so I could leverage my time. And I'm very minimalistic, so I'm not trying
That's
to build
awesome, man.
cootie points, but I do see a need for this tool, Hex and PulseX to for people to be made aware of. So, like I said, I'm I'm doing way better than most people in my field and most people I know, and I just want to bring up the people up to speed about this before
Yeah.
it's time for me to leave New York. So I hope there's people see the truth in what I say and what breaks your heart and what people like you have to say, because once it's too late, it's too late. So like that's when I'm gonna leave, and I'm gonna take my RV and just find a nice remote location to like see what the world is gonna do to people like that, and as sad as it's gonna be, to see the punishment that comes down. Um, I've tried.
Well,
I'm gonna
so
say that I've
yeah,
tried.
I would speak to a point you said earlier. I was enjoying your conversation, and I guess one area where I would maybe have a difference of viewpoint is, when it comes to the whole idea of overpopulation. I think that um, I've heard Richard speak on this, and he is definitely saying things that other people are not when it comes to these ideas that the more people we have, the more problems we can solve. And so, like the suffering that's caused, it's kind of conflated with the number going up in the population. But in reality, more goods and services are produced than ever in history. And if the wealth was evenly distributed, then uh, you know, it, everybody maybe would be taken care of. It's almost hard to imagine because we live in such an unequal world, but then there's the fact of if you literally airdropped everybody an equal amount of money, then the people who were in environments, right, that if they were addicted to something or if they were deprived in some way, then they would, then all the money would go back to the people who actually control all the resources. So it's more than just a monetary problem. It's like it's a distribution of like environments and opportunities and stuff. But at the end of the day, I think part of the secret of the monetary system is that all this exponential money printing is almost balanced out by the exponential gains in technology making things cheaper. And so if you have an exponential curve going up with price and technology pushing the price of things down exponentially, you get prices to be about the same day after day until you get all this extreme money printing as hard as they possibly can, and still the price in the U.S. is the prices are only, I say only is relative, but only going up like 10% a year or something. That's still pretty incredible that it's not way higher. If the government can print as much money as they want, and they certainly do, why aren't prices going up faster? Is because technology is this hidden force. And so that gives me a lot of hope for the world, because if we just had a system that didn't give all the central bankers all the new money, then it would have a chance to bring prices down for everybody in a way that creates more abundance for all.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree with that. Um, that I personally don't believe that um overpopulation is a real thing. Because like we could have more solutions from a person that's born in poverty than somebody that's born with a silver spoon or a golden spoon in their mouth. The person that
That's a great
solution.
point too.
But like there's this saying that the bourgeois, the more people in the world, the harder it is to control. So they just might mask overpopulation theory with the fact that like the more people there are, the more harder it is to control them. So um, that's why they might want to get a handle on population, because like the more people, and they'll lose population control over the population. So I certainly
Let
agree with
me
Richard Hart, and
yeah
and
let, let me give you an interesting example that relates to actually omega 369. So as the world population has exponentially increased, and to give you an idea of how much it has, the amount of people that are alive today, this is one of the most incredible facts I've ever heard. I think it's true. The number of people living today, about 8 billion people, is equal to the number of people that have ever lived throughout all of history. So I think it's about like actually like 20 billion people have ever lived since the beginning of man, and now we have 8 billion. So that tells you how insane the population growth has been. And now it's like ever since 1970, kind of it's not growing as fast. But when it comes to what your brain needs in order to be thinking clearly and be like less controlled, I guess, or be more independent, or a lot of things, you need that omega 369 in your diet. And as the population has increased, we have in general enough food for people, but it's not the same quality. And so the omega 3 doesn't work its way up the food chain like it used to. And so, like, for example, cows, people used to eat animals that would actually eat grass, and now people eat animals that are fed, you know, um, genetically modified stuff that doesn't have the omega 3 in it. And so, the entire population has kind of suffered, I think, from less mental health because of less omega 3, and certainly lots of other factors too. But if you think about having kind of a whole population that's not thinking as clearly, it's kind of like a evolutionary mechanism, or kind of a supply issue that we know how to solve now, because we understand what omega 3 is and how it's important to the brain. And so if we can continue to make discoveries and then actually get the solution implemented, just like omega 3, just like HEX, these different technologies and breakthroughs that can really help people. It might take a while to catch on, but it gives me a lot of hope.
same. There's a lot of technologies that can make people better. But I think for the most part, like the bourgeois class, they do certain things by design to dumb people down. So it's up to the individual, to become better and smarter. because everything around us wants to kill us and make us dumber. So I think it's up to the individual to leave, see the exit signs, and use the tools to enhance themselves. And if they don't, well, they don't.
Yeah, I think like the people in power, you could say, or the central planners. I think they do that because we've come from a scarcity mindset, and it may have only been one or two generations or less, maybe zero, where it's even been possible to have abundance. I mean, it may be now for the first time, right? Um, and so that's a situation where having to change the environment of everybody in the world, of the monetary system, it starts to make a lot of sense if it's done in the right way. I don't really think Bitcoin brings a whole lot of fairness to the world. Having something that is just scarce but does not reward long-term thinking and long-term behavior, that isn't as good to me.
Oh, dude, like today I entered into a room of Bitcoin maxis that just do TAs all the time. And one of my friends in New York, she put me in. She's like a fashion person. She put me in, and she trades Bitcoin. And I came in the room and I was like, "Yo, so like the first thing I said I was like, yo, are there any Hexicans in here?" And these guys like chuckled. They're like, "Oh," and just like started shitting on Richard Hart that it's a scam and scam. And all I said like, well, if it's a scam and you know about this, can you like send me any proof, like who got rugged? And I got rugged out of the conversation, right? And then she kind of followed up with me like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know they're gonna be so like childish." And I was like, it's just one of those things when you try to like. I used to debate people in college, and just like, like whenever somebody starts losing a debate, they get all like childish, and especially like if it might not be in a professional settings, if it's like in individual setting, when you prove somebody wrong and you upset them, their first reaction is to act like a baby and cry and like it was just a bunch of like little teens like like you don't know what you're talking about, like having no proof, no logic behind their claims. And it was just like um yeah, Bitcoin opened the gateway, Pandora's box, to like not, I don't even want to say decentralization, but like yeah, it's a tool for decentralization and marrying transactions. No, I don't want to even say faster transactions because like 9 years later or 13 years later, right? It's slow and expensive. Um, but it opened up the Pandora's box to what can happen, But it's legacy, right? It's legacy, and it's like people that are so Bitcoin maximalists can't update their worldview, and eventually they're gonna pay for it, And at the end of the day, it's evolution, Like you don't want to update your worldview, but guess what, the world is gonna stomp all over you and your views because you didn't want to update them. And unfortunately, Bitcoin maxis are going to get left behind, And it's like, well, we try to tell you, but yet you thought you were smarter, right? You didn't want to take the time to digest and, but no, it's like a racist, they believe they're superior race and everybody else is lazy. And, and they're stuck in that racist mentality and they don't want to update their worldview. So I know it's a bad example, but yeah, like
Yeah, well, that's the similarity there is the tribalism, right?
yeah, I guess yeah, like exactly nationalism, tribalism, whatever they want to call it, right? Like
Now, yeah, I wanted to see like if anybody new has any questions. I know you and I have been having a great conversation on the mic here, and we want to keep asking for new questions because we want maximum participation.
Absolutely. No, I'm done with the mic. Thanks for the conversation.
Oh yeah,
Maybe
and
we'll chat more
yeah,
before
yeah. I mean,
Vegas. If not,
yeah, like if nobody else asks a question, then we can keep talking too. I've got another like 2 or 3 hours of driving, but if you have to go, that's fine too. Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
no, I'm chilling. I'm just like working on some vectors right now. If anybody has a question, step up. I personally never co-hosted. I never hosted one of these spaces, so I forget. Like I go off tangent. I'm excellent at going off tangents, talking, just talk for hours. So like, please, anybody step up, ask away, or bring up a new topic. If not, I guess me and you could keep talking about things. But yeah.
Let's give like an uncomfortable amount of silence and just wait for somebody new to talk, and we'll still be here.
Yeah, I mean, like it's in my time it's almost 4:30, and I am guilty of falling asleep in this chat in this space. So maybe there's like 99 participants or 76 participants that are guilty of that right now.
There's got to be one shy person out there that's building up the courage now to ask a question in their sleep, even. You can sleep talk people. That's a thing.
We can talk maybe the HEX price at the moment and its correlation or no correlation to the entire crypto market being, Bitcoin, the main, whether it's decoupled or coupled. Has that been discussed in my absence? If it hasn't, my apologies, but I think it was kind of interesting that, well, my opinion is that it's not so much coupled to Bitcoin, but it's just reacting as a normal asset would in the macro economy. The FUD out there at the moment is crazy. So it's just reacting the way it should, in my opinion. But
what a great topic. I can only speculate as to what I see, or speculate as to what's going on based on what I see. But one observation that I've had is, that HEX is not correlated when you look at the charts of whales only, especially, and anybody else who's showing over time, not just on a particular day, but over all the days. HEX is so not correlated with Bitcoin and the rest of crypto that it's almost, I wonder if somebody is intentionally buying and selling here and there to make a point, right? Because you don't get a correlation that's so low. I mean, even if HEX always did the opposite of Bitcoin, you would not get a low correlation. That would it would just be a negative correlation, right? And so, so I think it's an incredibly fascinating topic. I think that there's still some things that we don't know about why it's so decorrelated, but it's part of the holy grail of investing, is finding a decorrelated asset to for legacy to diversify into. And definitely HEX is building a track record that will be something amazing, legendary. It doesn't exist in the rest of legacy finance, and so it's quite a benefit to HEX when half the days it's correlated with Bitcoin, so it drops at the same time as Bitcoin, and the other half of the days, it it's moving either independently or dependently. So
yep. Well, especially recently, as of like the past month, it does seem, maybe it's coincidentally, that it's moving quite similarly to Bitcoin in a way. I don't know if you've seen the chart recently, but that's, again, in my opinion, is most likely as a result of the world right now. It's just crazy, and the FUD on Twitter at the moment is incredible. It's actually quite surprising to me how much faith lost. You know, all the hexagons I've seen have just really worried. I'm sure many of you are. I'm sure many are out there worried, but
I personally, I explain the price to myself as part of this sacrifice game theory stuff. And so the price was really held kind of flat, maybe not totally flat, but relatively speaking, in the past 6 months, we haven't been going to the moon but we also, I don't think we've dropped, did we drop 85% in the past month or two?
no,
Or not that low? Because we
I
went
think it's
down
like
to
30.
what? Yeah, but well, I mean, we've done more because it was. I kind of count the top as like 45 cents or maybe 50, but not 55. That was just a wick. But so that was the high, and then now we're at 14 cents, 15 cents, somewhere in there, I think. So yeah, I mean, we're down what 60, 70%, but we've seen that so many times. In this case, we've kind of during the sacrifice phase that just wrapped up the relevant part for the price, right? There was probably a whale keeping the price about the same just to suppress it to make sure that people didn't get more sacrifice points because they had to defend basically their sacrifice from the beginning of the PulseX sacrifice. And we saw similar whale behavior for the Pulse sacrifice that afterwards the price was kept about flat or suppressed before that sacrifice phase fully ended for Pulse, more or less. I mean, it the volume and time bonuses and stuff were done, and then the price rocketed up after that. So we saw some buy wall and sell wall action happening. I heard, and so I mean, to me, there's every reason for the whales, to keep the price down for now, but not, they don't want the price to be down forever.
I love your thought. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I feel like the X price would have been much
Hey, how's it
higher
going? Can you
if
guys hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah.
Nice. Correlation of hex price to Bitcoin or anything else. I do know that I'm so sick of watching everything follow Bitcoin around. And like 3% up, 3% down, everything that I have in my portfolio pretty much up, down, whatever Bitcoin just to do. So I'm kind of relieved. So I've been in Hex about a month, and the only thing I probably did right so far was carve out some money, dump it into Hex, and stake it. And that's probably the only thing besides listening to these groups. That's probably the only thing I did right so far. And then I'm trying to hone it in by doing things better, by
Yeah,
laddering.
congrats, man.
And
Yeah, congrats. That's awesome.
thank you.
On.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel really relieved and more confident having some Hex staked and learning the mind, embracing the mind change that you guys talk about T-shares, not dollar amounts, and delayed gratification as a way to preserve an asset building lifestyle, I guess that will allow me to benefit in my future. So it's really hard for me to understand all the concepts, but every time I listen to you guys, I learn a little bit more, and I'm starting to I got some Trezor's coming in. I'm learning more about the secure. I'm doing everything in reverse, but I'm getting it together so that I could teach people in reversed, in reverse to my reverse, so I could teach them the right way first.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Totally inspiring that you're on that track. Good job.
Thank you, thank you. I did hear that some correlation between HEX, I guess, is something about trading pairs and how trading pairs affect, like if or is it HEX is tied to ETH and HEX is tied to other coin. Maybe it's USD. I don't really know, but I heard that Bitcoin, I guess,
Yeah,
is affected by trading pairs and whatever.
that's right. So you're referring to what's now called Hart's Law after Richard Hart, and it's basically says that if you have pools of money like you do on decentralized exchanges, it's those pools that decide the price of something, right? Because you can go and buy Bitcoin versus Ethereum, and you put your Ethereum in and you get Bitcoin out. Well, that's kind of a bad example, but anyway, you have pairs of coins, and the ratios of all the coins available to sell determines the price. And in normal markets, that's called market making, and it's controlled by investment bankers, and they manipulate the prices, which is why it's so revolutionary to have decentralized price discovery. And but the only problem with crypto really is that it's so profitable to lie and make your own coin and protect, buy good marketing, that all the losers haven't gotten shaken out yet. But in Hex, when you're time locking, you're really doing yourself a favor, it seems. And when you talk about the price going up and down for different cryptocurrencies, there's one thing that's different, and that's if you look at the price of a T share denominated in Hex, the price only goes up because that's how compound interest works. The value only goes up.
Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm gonna be old when that shit plays out, but I do feel good that in a way that my stake, it's not only benefiting me, but it's also contributing to the stability of the ecosystem for other people too. I mean, if there's one thing that I could contribute to with the lack of my experience with Hex, is at least staking and being able to help stabilize a little bit.
You are the one who's helping to increase the price, because when you time lock Hex, it creates more scarcity in the here and now. And so that literally, makes it more valuable the more scarce it is. So that's why the price keeps going up when it's not going down.
Hey, Maddie. So I've already bought a good chunk of Hex, but I have more income that I want to put into Hex for the airdrop. And I've been using Coinbase Pro, but I want to know if there's a different way to get it into MetaMask faster from my bank account. What are the fastest ways that you know of?
How much money in general? Like 1,000, less than
Couple thousand.
1,000, a couple thousand. So like, what a complicated question, right? Because if it's less than 600 and you're in the right state, then sometimes you can go to a crypto ATM and pay like a pretty high fee. But I think in
Right.
general, like you're trying to beat when the airdrop happens, and we know it's not going to happen in the next week or two. Like pretty much 90%, because Richard seemed to say today that things are coming along really well, but we still need to see testnet version 3.
Mm-hmm.
And so so you've probably got enough time to get it in, and you can never really predict whether the price in a week or two is going to be a little bit higher or a little bit lower than it is now. But Coinbase, are you buying Ethereum or USDC?
Yeah, so I've been putting it into Coinbase Pro, waiting 6 days, and then
Okay.
buying USDT, and then using Matcha.xyz to do a limit order. A market order, and then using the Ethereum for gas. Sometimes if I'm feeling really patient, I'll do a market or a limit order on Matcha with USDT.
Okay. Do you know that you're getting good order execution with USDT?
I mean, yeah, I've had, I think, four orders so far of HEX, and they've all gone through. Two of them which were limit orders, and then the other two were market.
You might that pair is actually could be thin. It's probably routing through USDC, which is the vast amount of liquidity, and so if you want to, you might try doing USDC, and then trying to investigate on Etherscan to compare the two transactions, the one that you did in the past and the one you'd be doing now, to see if there's a difference in how it's routing, because that could be cutting you out of an extra $20 of HEX or something.
Okay.
Because it's yeah. So.
Well, yeah, I wanna have it in there as fast as possible, because I like where there's a dip right now, and just in case if it goes,
of course,
up a little bit. My last execution was at 17.9 cents. I think 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And it's dipped further, so I kind of want to put more in. So I'm just trying to figure out the fastest path.
Another way could be to, find somebody that you know personally who's in crypto and see if they want to sell you, like a couple of $1,000s worth of ETH. That would be another way. Sometimes people could go to the bank and get cash, or they could, Venmo or Apple Pay or anything, and that's another way to get crypto a little bit faster than Coinbase.
So are you're saying sell it to me and then just send it to me through MetaMask?
You and I would not do a transaction because, that would be, because I don't know you personally, so it's that would be a little bit against the law in terms of money transmission, because I'm not an exchange. But if you knew somebody in your personal life, like one of your friends or family, that would not be the same type of thing. And it would be, I'm not your lawyer, but as far as I know, where I live, that's cool. If somebody in my family, or one of my friends, if they were trying to get money in real quick, then they could, they could Apple Pay me, and then I would, send them the crypto. But again, to be super clear, you would not do that with anybody in the voice chat. So.
Right. My question was, it has to be somebody I know that has MetaMask, and they send it to me and I pay them.
No, I mean, even if your friends or family had Ethereum on Coinbase,
okay,
then you could have them send it to your MetaMask. Also, it's a possibility that if they sent you crypto from their Coinbase to your Coinbase, then Coinbase would release the funds immediately because it doesn't have to clear the bank.
I see. Okay. One way I was thinking of doing it was to do a wire transfer. It sounds like it settles within a day, but I wasn't sure if that was an actual way that you could do that.
Yeah, I've heard of people doing that, for sure. There's a little bit of a fee there,
right?
But it's a good thing to learn, in my opinion, how to do a wire anyway. So.
Have you ever used Kraken or Gemini? Those are two other places that I heard can on-ramp fiat and relatively quickly send it into MetaMask instead of waiting 6 days.
Sure. I helped some, a couple of people sign up for Gemini. But yeah, and I would say that like Gemini is known for having a little bit faster turnaround time than Coinbase when it comes to especially wires. But sometimes also just the initial setup. I will tell you, what it seems like is happening is these exchanges, they don't exactly do a credit check, but they have a way to kind of check your financial history in a way. And what they're doing is they're trying to stop like essentially like old people or people who are inexperienced with finance from like, getting a phone call from a scammer who's like, oh, like your relative's in jail, like you have to send $1,000 now, or threatening, or all these kind of scams and stuff. And so that's part of the reason why the banks like don't even release the funds just for some people. And so it's really hard to predict whether you're going to get a longer hold on Gemini or like a shorter hold. And typically it's going to be shorter, but a lot of times like your like random parts of your financial history will kind of determine how long the hold is.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, and good luck. I think you've got the information you need to be able to get money in faster.
Yeah.
Great question.
I kind of know one resource is called BitQ. I personally never used it because I have Gemini and Coinbase and another form of BitQ is a decentralized way of putting up your requests for how much crypto you want to buy or sell, and it's a way for like to avoid counterparties or third parties. And but like it says, let's say you want to buy $5,000 worth of crypto or sell $5,000 worth of crypto. It's a platform that lives on a blockchain, and then you would put the crypto in, and the other person would put their ACH information in, whether it's Bank of America. But yep, you know what? Check it out. You might want to use it, might maybe not want to use it. I personally have never used it, but it's an option to use it if you want to buy large amounts or small amounts, and you don't have access to Gemini or Kraken or any of those exchanges.
Okay.
What other questions do people have? Ask us anything.
I'm personally like really excited for all these sacrifices to end because like I feel like once all these sacrifices end, that's when Hex is gonna like really go up.
Is it true? I thought I heard people saying this earlier, and I can't believe it. I can't believe everybody wasn't yelling about it the whole time. Did the OA finally sacrifice for Pulse X? Did I hear that right?
That's what I've heard on some of the other chats too, that he's sacrificed.
Oh my gosh.
And I haven't verified it on Etherscan or anything, but
Listen, I have a shortcut on my phone. Literally, I'm being such a safe driver right now. Whoa. Whoa. Is that say 48 billion? No way.
Yeah, it
yeah,
started out
Is
at
it?
18
I've
and
heard
it's
a
been
couple
just going
billion
up.
to 18 billion to 50 billion.
Well, it started
No,
out
yeah.
as 18, and then they just kept adding and adding, sacrificing that, sacrificing.
Would it be on Pulse X lead?
No,
It's
because
no,
it
it's
stays
the
on Pulse
sacrifice
X Fleet.
address. Yeah, just go to pulsex.com or .info and then just copy. It's like 0x075.
Yeah, wherever you sacrifice to,
If it's
just
still up there, yeah, it should
check
be up
out.
there for a couple more days.
The Pulse
But yeah,
lead, though, they said they wouldn't update the amount that's been sacrificed.
correct.
But if you go on
Yeah,
the
that's
address that you sacrifice for, that's where you'd find the sacrifice amount. And
which is helpful to have them keeping track of what was given outside of the OA or outside of this last period. So
Is the OA address OX55 first four?
is it what?
OX55.
No, it should be when you go to pulsex.com, and then I think you have to click onto the where it says sacrifice here or something, and then you should be able to click on it. Unless I have the old address. No, but this has got to be it because it's 48 billion. So yeah, you should find it should be 0x075 is the start.
Okay, yeah. So
Awesome. Yeah, so this is incredible. This is huge news. We should be talking about this. Like,
So
what?
you guys are talking about the OA sacrifice for PulseX?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what
This
it
is
is, so
wild.
basically what it is the pulse chain address, the pulse chain sacrifice address sent all of the hex, so 113 billion to an address, and then that address sacrificed to PulseX.
Really?
Yes.
Whoa.
And now technically 50% of hex supply is in PulseX sacrifice wallet.
What? That's crazy. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be such a crazy episode of Quant Gang here later today.
is that the reason why Hex has been dumping?
Nope. Now
I would say Hex has been dumping because the whales wanted the OA to get a worse price when it sacrificed.
there's actually something that we've been looking at all night, and there's more correlation right now to ETH pool than there is usually. So right now, the price is actually getting pulled down more because of the liquidity pairing. It's more. There's more than usual because of people taking out USDC and trading.
What are the numbers?
Well, like, because you have to think about it, right? They're taking out USDC to sacrifice USDC for the sacrifices. So
Who is?
there's like for the sacrifices for those random coin sacrifices. They're selling hex and they're taking out USDC, right?
Actually, people might be just anticipating that the whales were going to dump to like dilute the OA a little bit and increase their own. So it might just be people who paid attention last time and they're realizing that now there might be more of a dip. But I'm not sure that I understand, and I would love to know more about what the USDC theory is.
Well, because technically the pools, they're selling on the USDC hex pair. So if you're putting in more hex in and you're taking out the USDC, the correlation is less. So
Are
you're
they
less.
pulling liquidity?
Yeah,
Did those buy walls get pulled?
well,
Or
they're
sell
getting
walls or whatever?
lower. They're getting lower, but the thing is that if you think by logic, if you're taking out the USDC from the USDC pool, then you're technically correlating the price more towards the other pool, which is ETH.
Sure.
So that's why
And
now
also,
there's more correlation to the price, a bit more to the ETH side also, because of the fact that people are taking out from the USDC pair. That's what we're looking at.
okay, and it's most likely that the whales or the OA or somebody was the ones providing the USDC liquidity. So that makes sense.
I don't know who's providing the liquidity, but the OA did its sacrifice. The OA technically sacrificed, but the pulse chain address took everyone's hex also. So there's the OA sacrifice plus everyone's sacrifice that went into the pulse hex address. Because now there's
because now the biggest thing on the Pulse chain address is, I think, 200 or 150 million USDC, and then there's DAI, and that's it. And then the rest is like a bit of stable coins like
How
PAX.
much DAI?
I could go check, but the last time I checked, I think it was like less than 100 million.
100 million, you mean?
Yeah, less than 100 million, because I know there it's like 200. The whole address of Pulse Chain Sacrifice is about over $250 million worth, and most of it is stable coins.
Wow, things are getting set up here. Wow.
But there's something we need to think about. Why did the Pulse Chain Sacrifice address not? Why didn't it do the sacrifice itself? Why did it send it to another wallet? A brand new wallet that created this month.
I mean, it could have been for like legal purposes or just to like. I mean, it's obviously not being secretive because otherwise it would have like done a mixer
Yeah,
or it would have, but just probably for just like having kind of like a clean. Well, so it can receive to that address that it sent from and not receive to the SAC address for Pulse.
exactly. Why is it a new? Anyways, I don't want to. I'm not gonna start saying it, but yeah, it's just it's pretty cool that it's more. It's how much percentage, it's like everything's there now.
Yeah.
So then if it did that many billions of sacrifice, then wouldn't their sacrifice rate be super low since it's almost the end of the sacrifice phase?
That's what we predicted. We correctly predicted when this would happen as of at least like maybe just a month ago or something. We said it would be in these last 3 days. However, we'll have to go back and look at the video from the Coin King. I don't think we predicted it would be this much. I was predicting, I think, again, another 14 billion. But it's incredible that there's so much, and this may also be helping to prove that the coins are circulating, right? That there's that whole debate about whether the OA coins and some coin market sites coin ranking sites, some of them define something called a project controlled coin as not part of the circulating supply, even if it is circulating. But this certainly adds evidence to the fact that they're circulating.
So kind of go over again. I'm a little bit lost. So the OA. So what's the difference between the OA and the sacrifice address that everyone's been sending their sacrifices to for PulseX? Are they the same?
So that's a great question. The OA stands for Origin Address,
right?
And that has to do with the year-long HEX launch phase that did something called the adoption amplifier was
right.
Like the funds from that were then distributed to supposedly like 2,000 different wallets, but
those are the daughter
HEX,
addresses.
Yeah, and or granddaughter or whatever, and but I've heard conflicting accounts. Like, we all know that it didn't ever sell. If you provide liquidity, it's kind of like selling a little bit. But I don't even think the OA provided liquidity. Maybe it did. I'm sure Chainalysis could tell us. But either way, in those early days, at the end of the day, the OA was buying. And Gunter, the accountant's Excel files, and if you go to t.me/hex audit, you can see the records to show that at the end of the day, the OA had ended up buying coins up to 95% of the supply, which of course makes HEX more scarce and valuable. So, so anyway, like the difference between the OA. So like people still refer to those funds, even if they transfer lots of different wallets or get consolidated again. People refer to any of those original HEX coins that were created by the system, or that were bought by, you know, the funds that were, you know, from the early days. All of those funds are considered the origin address or the OA, and then you've got like the sacrifice addresses. Those are, you know, obviously separate addresses, but they also represent, you know, like the creator of the coins, that they would be linked to that person, although not if you're asking about securities laws, but only if you're thinking about game theory.
Right. Okay, so then all of these daughter and granddaughter and origin address, from what it sounds like, have been sacrificing to the sacrifice addresses in billions of dollars, right?
Mm-hmm. There's 50% of the whole supply in Pulse X, man. Before there was what, 80 this morning, last time I checked, there was, or sorry, not last night, the night before, there was 80 something percent, 80 or 83% of all supply of HEX was in OA. And now
Really?
it's 50%, yeah. If I'm not mistaken, because 10% staked, and then what, the 17% was liquid? Yeah, that makes 9 plus 17, 26. Yeah, it's around that. Or 70. It should be 7, but it was definitely more than 50% away. And now we see that PLSX has almost 50%. There's a reason it's doing that, which is awesome. It's awesome.
And what do you think the reason is?
To not use the PLSX.
To not use it?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's going to use it for the DAO. It's going to control the DAO.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why I didn't give Pulse Chain the DAO. The power to the DAO, which I like.
Me too.
Explain that a little bit. So you think that the OA address is sacrificing more for Pulse X to control the DAO, and there's no DAO on Pulse Chain?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so the way that
go Maddie.
Yeah, I was in, you know, the private game theory chat with like 75 other people, where we were kind of coming up with the ideas for what the game theory would be behind each of the new coins that was created after HEX. And for, you know, there were a lot of ideas, you know, lots of reviewing what's worked in other cryptocurrencies and integrating ideas. But what we ended up with, and a lot of the game theory has been, you know, been crafted publicly as well. And Richard has announced kind of what his final thoughts are on a lot of the points, right? And so when it comes to Pulse, it made sense. And I think I was one of maybe only 2 people in the entire, you know, broadcasting community who predicted that the OA would sacrifice at all for Pulse. And I even predicted that it would be 10 billion. I was pretty close, 14. But everybody told me I was crazy, that, that wouldn't happen. But I thought that, you know, the game theory made sense. The reason I didn't make the prediction earlier is because I realized it might scare away some of the whales. I actually talked to some whales who said, I'm not sacrificing if I get diluted. But at the end of the day, we saw the story played out. The same whales who sacrificed for Pulse Chain and got diluted by the OA sacrificed again even more for Pulse X. And so that showed their growth as whales, realizing that it's not just about how many coins you have, but it's, you know, whether you have an altruistic player, basically somebody with a good track record that's looking out for everybody, not giving the power. And so it's part of the advanced checks and balances of the system. And so I kind of predicted that we would need something like that, and so that's what happens. 14 billion got sacrificed by quote unquote the OA for Pulse Chain, and then and there was about 700 million that was sacrificed outside of the OA, and so you can see that's a little bit less than 95%. I also thought it was funny that 14 is a special number for Pulse because Richard used to talk about sex stuff that had to do with 14, and so I thought it was ironic that it was 14 billion that was sacrificed. Maybe not an accident, but more just like a like like a signature move.
Kind of like Tesla's S Model X, SEXY.
Well, there's like a certain geometry. There's a geometrical. There's a geometrical. Like it relates. It like for the amount that it sacrificed, like 20%, 20%. They took the 20% and brought it over, which in essence makes it like 120. So it's like it's supposed to have. It's a bit geometrical because when you look at the rotation of like how it's how it's gonna like play itself, it has like two systems, so it's two spherical systems, right? Hexes in itself made on the ETH side to play with ETH and be able to constantly be in like a spherical motion. So like you mint, you burn, you mint, you burn, you mint, you burn, you mint, you burn. So it's a spherical motion. But on the Pulse chain, because you have other factors that come into play that help the burn, the mint burn, so it's still spherical, but there are other aspects that help the sphere be different. So when you have two spheres, that's 720 degrees. A hexagon has 720 degrees. It's like everything I've been looking, because I really love math, and I know Richard loves math, and it's just so geometrical. It's everything he's doing is so geometrical. Everything, the way it burns, 3.69. If you were to take 3.69 divided by pi, it gives you 6%. Now, what's 6%? Well, then you go look at exactly everything has always been at 6. It's like it's weird. It's like it's like always geometrical. It's like it's beautiful.
The first number you said was like 20%. Can you tell me 20% of what you were referring to?
The value. So if Hex at the time, when he sacrificed, had like a value of maybe 120 billion, right? So if you were to take the circulating supply times it by the amount that it was worth, but like even though it's a fufu market cap, but it's in essence that's how much it has. So if you were to take 20, 20, and 80, so you would take 20. So you would need to have 20 billion. So it ended up putting 20 billion to Pulse Chain. Then it lost value due to the fact of the price. And then today he sent everything he could, but he's been sending more. And he came on stream. Richard came on stream pissed as a motherfucker. Why? Because he had to do something which he didn't want to do, which is spend more.
When was that?
Like, I don't know. This is my idea of everything, right? Because Richard is very like.
When did he come on stream? Are you saying?
Well, after the NASCAR, right?
Okay.
I don't think he got pissed at the NASCAR. I think he got pissed at the fact that it was dumping a bit. But the dumping is not something that's natural. It's an unnatural dumping, which was caused due to the sacrificing. And that's what pissed him off, because it's other people coming and fucking with the shit that, like, he's like, bro, I made you guys, and now you're fucking with the system.
Well, it's the it's the game theory of
exactly,
how the whales would behave, but they're balancing each other out, the OA and the whales. I would say.
Yeah, of course, but I'm just saying that geometrically, like you look at it, it's like 80-40 is 50. It's like one. It's a perfect geometrical isosceles triangle.
Cool.
So when you take
so nice.
and in the isosceles triangle, it makes sense because PLSX, PLS both started at $1 for 10,000 coins. So they're the same. It's just, yeah, you had more time to invest, but technically the coins are the same in essence of value. Now the ratio is different. That's what's going to evaluate how much we consider the ratio. But if you look at the essence of the coins, they had the same chance.
Yeah, the points and the number of coins you get, I think, is based off of where you want the starting price to be to show less unit bias.
But if you put 20 billion in one and you put 20 billion in the other, you'll get you'll get different supplies due to the fact that one coin was longer and the other coin was shorter. So the bonding curve went higher on the other one compared to the other one. So you're gonna get a different supply. But in essence, you need to make them both start the same. So geometrically, if you want to create an isosceles triangle, where you take two sides which are the same length, and then the last length is the rest. So if you geometrically take it, it works. Now, a sphere we know is made up of a bunch of triangles. And if you go into a 3D version of a sphere, well, it's just two triangles. And what's a triangle? Well, a triangle is technically HEX, PLS, PLSX. That's the original triangle of the ecosystem. But if you add another triangle to that triangle, all you need to do is add another point, which would be EHEX. So it's like all geometrically beautiful. So that's what I'm trying to get at. So it's like, if we want to foreshadow what's going to happen, we should just think geometrical.
What do you think?
I'm foreshadowing. I don't think. I just hope. I hope because I know Richard loves math, right? We all know Richard loves math, and we know crypto is math. So it would only make sense for the next things to happen to be math.
So the hex symbol is no accident that it's 3 hexagons that represent 369 and a line going up and to the right.
Well, so 369 is kind of like 1, 2, 3, which in essence is like the first, the second, the third. So it's like maybe he planned for it, maybe he didn't, but it's like it's supposed to be the first, the second, and the third. So you have a hexagon, you have a square, you have triangles, squares, and you have, I think, a rectangle. No, a triangle, a square, and you have another form before it in it. So you have 1, 2, and 3. So you have the first 3 polynomials in it, right? But the thing is that he's creating 5 coins, right? EHEX, PHEX, PLSS, PLSX, and the incentive token. It's 5 coins.
Yep.
That's beautiful. It's so mathematically beautiful. I don't know what to say. Everything you try and think as like, let's say you try to conspiracy theorist, it's all represents math. It's beautiful.
What is so significant about the 5?
Well, when you look at it, like the 5, okay, so 5 is half of 10, right?
Yeah.
So 5 is the only unit that could technically, with itself, create an entity, so a whole. So when you go from tens, it's like going after 9. So what comes after 9? 10. But what is 10? It's 1 and 9. And it's not like math is complicated, because when you look at things, like, there's more numbers between 0 and 1 than there is 0 and infinity. So any coin out there that has any supply will never run out. And that's why liquidity pools will never run out as long as you have one coin or anything in it, because of the way ratio works, right? Fractions and shit. So if you were to have 3 coins, right? The idea of a triangle, 1 out of 3. So if you were to add 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, it makes 3. So 3 divided by 3 is 1, but 1 divided by 3 is 3 periodically. which is endless, which is not. It's an irrational number.
Yeah.
So 3 irrational numbers create a whole integer. Right? So it's like a beautiful constant in math where the rational numbers are irrational, but there are more irrational numbers than rational. And so like it's this whole logical aspect where math is like what you think is impossible is possible, you just haven't thought of it yet. So when you look at like the hexagon, okay, so hexagon has 720 degrees. A triangle has 180.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So when you do it, you times it. It's
4.
4, exactly. But there's 5 sides. Why would there be 4 triangles?
One thing that I got out of your beautiful explanation is, as long as I send at least one hex to an automated market maker pair, and then burn the keys, then I can confidently say that I can prove that hex will never go to 0, because
100%.
because all of the liquidity will not be able to be pulled because I have destroyed my own key that added the liquidity for the one. Now, you could argue that a different AMM would be more relevant, or people wouldn't be able to find that one. But anyway, that's it's really cool to think about math, and you obviously know more than most.
Thank you. That's I don't think about it like that. I just think about it like thinking, right? Like honestly, most of my concepts are not. My concepts are just thinking. I could be wrong, right? Because it's like it's a hypothesis. I try and do a procedure, and I get my results, and my conclusion is dependent on my results. So when I think about things, like I love Hexorca because he's like, he tells me how it is. Like it's like, no, you're it's wrong, right? What you're thinking, and I'm like, okay, perfect, because I don't like hearing someone tell me, oh, I think you're wrong. No, well, tell me why I'm wrong so I could stop what I'm doing, restart my hypothesis, continue my procedure, and get new results. Right? That's what the scientist does. And I guess Einstein, not Einstein, Edison was like, well, someone told him, you tried 2,000 times how to create a light bulb, and you haven't done it. Why are you still continuing? Edison looked at him and said, well, I'm 2,000 times ahead of you, so I'm the closest person to figure it out, which makes sense. So like that's what scientists thrive, is like failure is like the best thing in science, because it's like, well, it's one step closer to understanding it. Finding something on the first try is luck, in a way. You know what I mean? So when I'm looking at like all this geometrical shit, I'm just trying to take everything I know and put it together and say, okay, well, how can I put this in, and how could I put the variable in here? And so there's the 2 spheres, right? So there's the idea there. I don't know if anyone knows Black Dot. Well, Black Dot gave me this idea of like hex being a sphere, right? So I was like, okay, well, 2 spheres together would engulf itself in a vortex of like the universe. So the universe has that massive like vortex, right? That frostrum vortex. So you could technically put 2 massive spheres in there, which work in coherence with each other. So if one sphere is smaller, then the other one would be bigger, because that's how the vortex would work. Or sorry, it's not a vortex; it's called a frostrum. But the algorithm a frustrum, frustrum, it's basically like like a cylinder. Like think of a Pringles thing. Like the whole bottle of a Pringles is technically a frostrum. It's a 3D version of a polynomial in a 3D. Like it's complicated. Anyways, but
I like the word coherence that you used as well, because I think that is a pretty good, like that's almost a one word description of like Hart's law.
oh, Hart's law. I'll be honest with you. I've always thought of it because Hart's law always was there. It's just no one really had an idea of how it
Yes,
worked, because it was like, okay, everything was most of Ethereum was bought with Bitcoin. Okay, then most ICOs were bought with Ethereum. Okay, so then what could have happened? Well, everyone paired their stuff to what coin they had, so everyone had Ethereum and Bitcoin. and a bit of Litecoin, but you can't really pair anything to Litecoin. So they paired it to Ethereum because Ethereum didn't allow the pairing of Bitcoin until they did wrap Bitcoin, but then wrap Bitcoin was shit, if we remember, right? Wrap Bitcoin didn't do much. So that was the main, that for me, that's the main problem of normal dexes in the universe of crypto, is that they're all paired to their native dex, which makes their native dex increase in value and in demand. And if that happens, they always bust out in fees and throughput and everything. So
you mean the native coin and like the conflicts of
yeah, and the
interest
dex,
in
like
in
like
being a
Ethereum
store
units.
of value?
Yeah, because you're saying like you have to delegate this coin, you have to use it for transaction, and you have to use it as a liquidity providing tool. Like it's gonna get rare to a point where people have to pay so much to transact with it because it's very rare. You know what I mean? Like Ethereum, I don't think was meant to be what it is now. It was not. It was meant to be developed. You were supposed to develop on it, which makes sense because it has the developing power, not the
A
complete.
decentralized world computer was the stated goal, and then they became a store of value, which is now a conflict of interest because you can't have cheap fees in a currency that's supposed to be storing value. So that's why they can't fix it. That's why it's been broken so long.
Yeah. But then there's also this idea, okay, where Hart's law is A to B, right? So you're pairing something from A to B.
Okay.
And
Because
you
it's
start.
denominated in
Yeah,
that.
exactly, because it's created like that, right? So the ecosystem is made like that. You have the one token and you have the other token. The first tokens that exist were Ethereum and another token in the system, and then people started bringing in their tokens or building on it. But you needed to have Ethereum and something else in order to do the first transaction, right? So it was built on an A to B ratio, but we're building an A to B to C ratio. So we're building I call it a triangular ratio. I don't think it
How
makes
so,
sense.
though? Because that's denominated in, which is, like you can only trade one thing for something else at a time.
Well, at the beginning, before the bridges, we're going to be able to trade between 3 coins.
But you're only denominating your value in what you have.
I understand. But at the beginning of time, right? You have to remember the beginning of time, the beginning of the pools. You're bonding 2 coins that are 0 and 1 coin that is worth something. So what happens is that you have one pair. So you have the HEX PLSS and HEX PLSX, and you have the PLSX PLSX PLS. Now, if you go and change, like you put a liquidity, right, and you didn't do anything, so that's the first transaction. No matter where you transact is going to affect all 3. So thus, your first reaction to the ecosystem is not paired to an A and B. It's paired to an A, B, and C. And then you add the incentive token, and then you add the first PRC20, and then you add the first and then you start going, and then the triangle builds into a massive sphere because it's all a bunch of triangles.
I'm not exactly sure that I see what you're seeing, but I think what you're saying is really interesting, and I think I'd love to understand it better.
Okay, so at the beginning of the dexes on the Ethereum network, right? How you before Ethereum?
I agree with what you're saying about like you'll be able to trade this for that, and there's a limited like 3 coins that you'll be able to do that with.
Okay.
I just don't see how they are like if you think of, and I'm comparing it to is other currencies. Like the dollar is actually, like if you follow Hart's law, the dollar is actually denominated in oil, right? Fossil fuels, and all the other currencies in the world are denominated in dollars, and so you have this compound effect where the oil prices can move the price of the Ukrainian currency because it's moving the dollar, because they all trade with each other, right? And so I guess that would be an example of, kind of like a triple coherence, or like the liquidity bonding the pairs that are linked to each other, but it's still only bonding pairs. And so
No, I understand. Let me say it like this. Okay, so let's forget about every coin in the Ethereum mainnet, right? In order for the mainnet to maintain itself, what do you need? You need gas, you need a trading pair, you need to have a swap, and that's it, right? Because you could send, receive, and you could swap. Because before sending, there was only send, receive. Then they created swapping, which was liquidity pools. But the thing is that when you think about the normal dexes, Binance, Phantom, any EVM chain, where's the store of value? It's the native coin, right?
Sure.
But on Pulse, it's not going to be that. So what I'm saying is, Ethereum, when it started its dexes, it was, in order to make it just work, all you need is Ethereum and Uniswap. You don't need any stable coins. You don't need any other coin. You just need Ethereum and Uniswap. But the thing is, with us, he's adding HEX. So it's like Ethereum would have said, "Hey, here's Bitcoin," at the beginning, but Bitcoin didn't exist, so there was no Bitcoin. So what Ethereum said is, I'm going to replace that idea, and I'm going to put ETH. So in essence, their triangle was Uniswap, ETH, and ETH, which was not good for their system, because Hart's law then proves that everything is bonded to Uni, ETH, and ETH. So you have twice the effect of ETH onto your pairs.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by uni, ETH, and ETH.
Okay, well, okay. So with all the coins you have on a DEX, on Uniswap.
Are you talking about uni the token or uni
Yeah.
the protocol?
Uni the token. Okay, you only technically need that, because Uniswap would not. If you were to go to the basics of it, right? Uni could at any moment in time say, I'm not featuring any coins, just my coin, in order to use the protocol, because it is originally Uni, right? Because it's their protocol. So you don't need USDC, you don't need Aave, you don't need these coins. You don't need to trade them, because in essence, they don't exist on Uniswap. They added it to Uniswap. So there's only Uniswap and
But then
ETH.
they duct taped on the token. The token actually isn't related to the breakthrough in the ability to use smart contracts.
But what I mean is, like, if you were to just have, like, what do you need? What's the minimum you need with ETH and Uniswap, right? Because Uniswap is the DEX and ETH is the native gas. So what do you need? What's the minimum you need to do anything on the ecosystem, to have the ecosystem work? It won't be a good ecosystem. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you can handle it like this, but what do you need to just make the ecosystem work? You would need ETH and just Uni, right? Any other coin is irrelevant for just to work it, right? Because all you need is 2 coins to trade, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is that, where's the third coin? There's no third coin that is in the incentive of ETH or Uni that's part of that 3. So any other coin that comes after is just gonna hang behind like a little sheep. You get it? But on the Pulse chain, you have Pulse and Pulse X, which is the replacement of ETH and Uni. But then you have Hex that comes in and says, "Hey guys, I'm part of your team. What's up?" And they're like, "Hey man, yeah, we could use you. We could do this. Perfect." And Hex is gonna say, "Hey guys, when you guys trade between each other, I'll get money. I'll be good. So, hey Pulse, if people buy you, well, I'll go up. Well, why? Well, because when you go up, he goes up, and then when he goes up, I go up. Oh, perfect. You know what I mean? So, because ratios have to balance. So when you move the PLS and PLSX token, one is going to go up, one's going to go down. Well, if it's paired to Hex, the ratio has to stay the same. So if PLS goes up, then Hex goes up on that pair. And then if PLSX goes down, well then ETH go like it's like a wave. It's like, you know, in the stadiums when they do the wave and it's like it continues and it just goes around. It's like a constant wave. It's a circular motion where it goes round and round and round. And it's like, oh, if this happens, then this happens. Oh, but if this happens, then this happens. And that's why I'm saying in my head that, okay, if that works, then we're going to see Hart's Law, but we're going to see it happen that if other people trade, like let's say they trade other tokens, we're going to see our tokens flourish for no reason. And you're going to say, why? And I'm going to say, well, originally there's burns. So PLS burns. So every transaction you do appreciates the price. And every transaction you do with PLSX is going to appreciate the price. So if those prices appreciate, then the original parity was with HEX, then HEX is going to automatically appreciate if no one buys it or stakes it, which is beautiful because they work in coherence. And that's why I'm so bullish about this, because I'm not bullish about no price. I'm just bullish about the fact that we're finally going to see what everyone in crypto was trying to do all these years, which is
Yeah.
coherence,
I've had the same thought, I think, as you're saying, although it's so complex that it's hard for me to communicate and sometimes hard for me to hold on to for very long. But I definitely see what you're saying. And for other people, I could understand if you're lost, don't worry. This is just about as deep as the game theory can go, as far as I know. But then again, there's always more emergent properties and deeper levels that we can get to. Basically, kind of part of this level of game theory is, I think, as well, to add to what you said, that, you know, when you're thinking about liquidity pools and how they interact, it very much matters if your holders, you know, if the people who own the entire supply of coin A are the same, overlap with the people who own coin or pools B and C, right? And so when there is overlap there, then whether it's because Bitcoin and Ethereum are the only two coins that exist, you know, back in the day, or whatever, if there are things that are trading together for any reason, whether it's that their liquidity is bonded, and I guess part of what you and I might be saying is that it's not coins aren't just bonded by the on-chain liquidity in their liquidity pools, but also by the people who hold the coins off-chain and what their beliefs and attitudes are, and you know what their unit of, you know, account, right? In monetary theory, you've got store of value, mechanism of exchange, and unit of account. So if you're valuing your wealth in HEX, or you're valuing your wealth in any Richard Hart coin, then that increases the coherence. Would you agree?
No, of course. Also,
I
not
think the
only that,
word,
you know, two hands are better than one, right? Right? Two glasses of milk are always better than one. So I find that, like, what better than to make Hex better, but to make its little brothers better, you know, like bring the whole family, you know, in a way. Like,
yeah, I think the word you're looking for earlier is synergistic. So basically, when, for example, if somebody is going to end stake and on the new Pulse chain, and they're going to take some profit, you know, for example, what they would do is when you end stake, you're going to use gas, and because you have Pulse chain and you have stake some, you're going to make some from delegating your stakes, and then when they use the Pulse X, guess what? You're going to make something from Pulse X, and because you have Pulse X itself staked, you're going to get something from the incentive token. So you're earning in every possible way. It's really synergistic.
yeah. And you could get the incentive token and put it back and stake it.
Now, I was considering, before knowing what we know about Hart's Law, and trying to come up with the best game theory for, what the the fixer bot's going to do, whatever ratios that it creates in the beginning, and certainly what the DAO does in terms of, now we've seen the topic right now is, tens of billions of dollars have been sacrificed so that the OA can control how the incentive token is given out as a part of the PulseX DAO. And, so when it comes to all of those things, we want to be thinking, what is the best strategy? What are the best numbers to use? Because that's something that as a community, we contribute to the founder and to the community. So one idea I had was, like, is there a pool of USDC, or we'll just, think of that. We're not exactly sure what that would look like on the Pulse chain side of things, but even if it's a pool on the ETH side, and then we get into like the idea of bridges, which is a whole nother mind fuck. But when it comes to, let's just maybe for a thought experiment, let's pretend that we had a stable coin on Pulse. Where would we put that so that it would support the entire coherence of, the bonded liquidity?
Well, you could put it as the incentive token. The only thing is you have to back it, and that's the problem.
Yeah,
in my opinion, you have to back it because it's like, well, where is it coming from? Where did it all come from? You know what I mean? Like you could.
That's a perfect answer, because I did not lead you to that, and that was the right answer. Like, it's not really about the USDC; it's about the incentive token and how that's distributed. And one question I asked Richard in the conference was, like, would the incentive token somehow, like, if it was bridging in value from Ethereum, right? Because if you had an Ethereum Pulse pair and you had Hart's Law operating there, where the whoever was creating that pool was willing to suffer however much impermanent loss it was. But if you incentivize people to bridge their ETH over to some part of the Pulse chain side by giving them the incentive token, it could very well be that it would only take $1 billion worth of incentive token to incentivize $100 billion of value to be bridged over. What do you think? Does that pay for itself, possibly, and under what circumstances?
but the one thing about me and Hart's Law is that I don't understand how bridging over a value, or how do you bridge over something that doesn't exist in an ecosystem? That means that the bridged version will never affect the version that is affected. So, like HEX on Polygon, when people trade the HEX on Polygon, it does not affect the price. Why? Because someone took the HEX, put it in the bridge, and left it there, and there's a representation that was created.
So that's what would be happening. Well,
I don't know if that's what would be happening, because I don't know how they're doing it, but I'm thinking, like, let's say someone were to bridge over any type of ERCs while you're keeping the value stays. Now it's up to the people on the ETH side to give it value. So it's like, well, we're laughing because it's like, hey, what are you gonna do? You're gonna make our coins invalid? How are you gonna do that? Well, you're gonna go to the bridge and say, well, forget about these coins. Well, then why? But if you do that, it's gonna cause problem within the ecosystem, because then people are gonna say, well, what about my money? You can't just remove $400 million like that. It's illegal, right? It's people's money. That's why Richard says that they're gonna get sued, because you can't just do that.
I don't quote me on this, but I think I heard a rumor that they had actually changed the laws on USDC to, like, address this. And I don't think I heard it from anybody in the HEX community. So I think it was just like a general news article saying, like, oh, by the way, like, USDC on other chains, like, isn't legally required to be valid. But whether they do that or not, I think like what we're really asking ourselves is more about what we're talking about with liquidity than it is about technical bridging, because really in my mind, and I'm gonna run this by Richard too, like in my mind, bridging is bullshit. And like I talked to somebody who's like super smart the other day, you know, about the technical side of things. It seems like, you know, like admin key free bridging doesn't seem to exist. Like creating liquidity pools is a form of bridging. And so, you know, I think all it would take is the right liquidity pools that make sense. And maybe it is HEX and PHEX that create the bridge, right? Who knows? That's why we're brainstorming.
Oh, for sure. I think that like what people don't realize is that the only way for you to ever cash out from this ecosystem is to have people connect their ERC20s. For now, it's the only way. Until another bridge happens, which is Binance, but Binance is the same thing. In order to get your value, you either have to send it to Binance or bridge it to Ethereum. So the way I
Yeah,
see it,
and
is everyone who thinks they're gonna have money. Well, where are you gonna cash out? You're in space and there's no ATMs. You have to
yeah,
take a spaceship and go back to Earth. You know what I mean? Like it's people don't realize that the value, like Richard says, you bring in the ERC and pair it to your PRC because the bridge value shows that you have locked in this value in the bridge. It's like if you were to have one ETH on Pulse, well then what that tells me is that you went and bridged over one ETH. So there's one ETH in the bridge. So that one ETH will never be sold. Even if you sell it all over PLS, it doesn't affect the price of ETH, which is beautiful.
I think it gets pretty complicated when we're talking about bridging and liquidity and cross chain, because you've got the term wrapped, right? So you've
Yeah.
got you've got your original, you've got your copy, and then you could wrap things and then have
Mm-hmm.
them cross chain. But again, I would go back to kind of my newer thinking on this, that really there is no such thing as a wrapped thing. I mean, it's like an IOU, it's like a new coin, and so really all you're doing is creating a liquidity pool where you've got parked Bitcoin here, and you've got an admin key, and you're begging somebody to give it back to you when you're trying to cash out. But there's like liquidity and value created by you doing that. But at the end of the day, it's just liquidity pools, and we could have a liquidity pool of iPhones and cars, and
Mm-hmm.
we could trade with each other even though they're not on the same chain, and we could value our wealth in and have those values move based on whatever the market makes the price, and that's based on what the ratio is of the liquidity, which is based on whoever wants to lose to impermanent loss is setting the price of the entire ecosystem if that's the only bridge.
Yeah.
Which is probably a good thing.
It
That
is.
probably means that it's cheap to make the entire Pulse ecosystem super valuable. If not too many people cash out that it wrecks your
Well,
liquidity
there can only be as many people cashing out as people bridging in. That's the joke.
pool.
So it's like, how do you cash out from the Pulse chain without bridging in? You can't. There's no on ramp.
I mean, you could
There's
take
only
your free
HEX.
copy. I mean, you could take your free copy and you could swap it on the Pulse side for whatever the bridge is denominated in, and then you could bridge that out to Ethereum. But you're going to pay the high Ethereum fee to put it back on the chain, or to put it on the chain for the first time. That value of whatever you're trading with the people who are trying to bring value from Ethereum to Pulse. And so I think we're on the same page there. That
Oh,
like
100%, we're on the same page. We both know that no one can pull out because it's not even about you can't pull out. You could pull out, but it's worthless because the only way, like, the only way for your PRC or PRCs to ever be valuable is that they need to be paired to something. So they're either going to be paired to the incentive, they're either going to be paired to PLS, PLSX, HEX, or their ERCs. But I don't see there's no value when they're paired to coins that are created in that ecosystem. It's the same thing. It's like saying, it's like you're trading apples with oranges. It's still fruits. You know, you're not trading your food for something that's not food. So it's like everyone thinks they're gonna get their PRCs and it's like, oh, I'm gonna pull it out. I'm gonna pull it out. Buy your ecosystem. Well, no. How are you gonna pull it out? You're gonna bridge it over, and then you're gonna bridge over something to another ecosystem which is useless. It doesn't even exist. So it's gonna be worth zero. Why? Because on the other side, it's worth zero. That's the way oracles work. So it's like, who's gonna create a pool for something that's worth zero with ETH? No one.
but
But
it could be worth something because
oh yeah, it will be. There will be in the
yeah.
future, but it'll only be there once someone puts the ERC over, because it's like it'll never have value if you don't bring it over. Because you could pair as many PRCs to Hex or as many PRCs to the incentive token as you want, but how are you gonna pull out? Where's the money? You understand? Where is it? No one sees that. That's why I laugh when people are like, they always come at me and I'm trying to explain to them how it's going to work, and they're like, oh well, I'm just going to pull out my money, everyone's going to pull out their money, and it's not going to work. No, it doesn't work like that. It will not. That mathematically cannot work like that. It won't work. It won't. That's why I laugh. It's like, okay, one day people are going to bridge in. One day people are going to bridge in. They're going to have to, because they're going to have, anyways, they're going to have to.
I mean, if there was a mechanism, if there was a send and receive function between the two chains that went through PLSX, the Uniswap type of thing, or maybe it wouldn't even have to be that. But basically, what I'm saying is, if you could create bridges in the sense that you have liquidity pools between your EHEX and your PHEX pairs, I wonder if that would make sense or not, from like just this. I'm really trying to understand and pick your brain about, like, you know, the liquidity side of things, and like what gives it value is what people are willing to like put out there and say anybody can take this trade, anybody can take either side.
No, but the way you're seeing it is that you're thinking of the value as money. But the thing about crypto is even the stable coins is not money. The stable coins is a value. It has a ratio, so it's a 1-to-1. But the thing is that there always is going to be what you're saying in the ecosystem. The only thing is that where do you relate the dollars to? So the dollars are related to why? Because of the off ramps. Now, what's available from the off ramps? Well, the one thing that's available that everyone uses is ETH. Every native gas token is available on an exchange. So every mainnet has an off ramp. So every mainnet's liquidity was bridged in due to exchanges.
Yeah. So that makes me question, like, what if there were, and I'm just brainstorming here, but what if there were pools set up with, and it might be just for one pair, or it might be for every single PRC20, but what if you were pairing with Ethereum, which is backed by dollars, and then you're creating Hart's Law? I guess you'd have to have enough Ethereum or enough USDC to put with those pairs. And maybe that's what the OA is doing, or setting up with the DAI and the USDC.
What
to
do you think is going
create
to be the incentive token?
pools. what it'll be called or what it will incentivize?
No, what it's gonna be is, you think it's gonna be a volatile coin or a stable?
I think it'll be a duct taped on shitcoin that people still like because it's a RH coin. And I think that the best use for it will be to reward people who are creating liquidity pools between chains, which I have not really heard people talk about, but it makes sense based on Hart's law. When if you like create two pools and say people can take from either side, but there's an AMM happening, so you're gonna move the price against yourself if you get too greedy in either situation. And you can withstand, but maybe you don't even have to withstand the impermanent loss if you don't care what the prices are, just that there's value transfer. So like, let's say that you have EHEX and PHEX. Maybe I shouldn't use those as the examples, but we'll say E-Link and P-Link, and who cares what the ratio is as long as there's volume there between the two, because it's going to balance itself out in the end. Or who cares? I mean, I'm not sure. What do you think? Let's take a step back.
Let's take an
Like,
example, P-Link and E-Link, okay? So how do you like the thing that I'm concerned and that no one ever talks about is, how much are you going to put in the liquidity? So what's the initial liquidity going to necessitate? Like, what's the necessity of the first liquidity? Because okay, everyone wants it to go to a 1-to-1 ratio. That's beautiful. Everyone wants that. But the thing is that the first person to provide liquidity, what is he going to do?
well,
what's the good price going to tell you to do? You know what I mean?
I thought that one possible design was that all of the liquidity that exists currently would be harvested, right? And but the question is, what happens to that harvest? And I was thinking, if you can find a way to get people to create a pool with their E-Link and their P-Link, connecting those two, then you could incentivize people doing yield farming with their own free copy, and you could pay them in the incentive token. But doesn't that itself, if you're not just doing pretend staking, if you're actually creating a liquidity pool that people can trade in and out of, would that create parity, or would that create bridging?
Mm-hmm.
If you're backing your PRC20s and your ERC20s, what does that mean or do?
Well, the thing is that if you were bridging, it's like a double bridge. Like, the way you're saying it is that the only, because let's say you were to bring in E-Link, the only pair that E-Link is ever going to be paired to at first is going to be the PRC, because that's the only way to give it value in the system. Like, who's going to take their E-Link and put it with the PLS when they have a PRC just sitting in their wallet? It doesn't make sense. They have to create something for the PRC. The most important thing, like, it's not in your interest to pair it to another coin besides your PRC. Why? Well, because one, you're going to have a 1-to-1 ratio, so you're going to double your liquidity, and you're going to receive something for free. So it's like, at all times, you got this for free, so you got the chance to single stake an asset for free. Why wouldn't you do it? To me, it doesn't make sense why people wouldn't put it to the PRC. People are going to ask for it. Obviously, we're going to see it, and there's going to be a pool, maybe. I don't see why, unless there's like a DAO saying you can't do that, because it would be useless, and it would just create useless impermanent loss. Like, that's one thing too I hope the DAO does. Like, it says, like, no, you can't create this pool. Why? Well, because it's useless. Why? Because we don't want it. It's going to create consequences. Like, I would want that too. Why? Because it's like, it'll be better for the ecosystem.
If let's say I get my free copy of P-Link, and
Mm-hmm.
there was a way for me to say, I'm going to join the pool so I can get the incentive token, and I'm going to let, basically create a liquidity pool between those two coins, and then people can trade in and out of it with Pulse, right? So there's, not sure if there would be a second, no, probably not a second pair, but there'd be some way to, even through impermanent loss, you'd have winners and losers. You'd have a price changing, and even if you don't have parity, you'd have people super incentivized to be playing that, right?
I don't
Or
know,
not?
because what I want for the incentive token is something that no one in the community wants.
What's that?
Is PHEX.
What
I
about
want
PX?
the incentive token to be HEX. That's what I want. That's what I want. Why? Well, it's because the simple fact that the incentive token inevitably will be dumped. Why? Because it is your incentive to provide liquidity. So I'm not going to use my money so I could use money, right? It's going to get dumped. So then how do you counter the dump and appreciate, right? Because if you dump, it depreciates. And you need an inflating asset, right? But I wouldn't want an asset to inflate due to something. I would love the asset to continuously inflate, so like that it really depends on how much you put in, because it's shared evenly. Okay, so this is why I want it. But the best thing of why I think the incentive token should be PHEX is because, let's say you have 100% of what you receive as the incentive, right? So let's say, as an example, I have 100 hex. I get 100 PHEX as my incentive. I could go as a game theory, right? And because I do it, everyone could do this. So imagine if everyone were to do this. I take 50% of my incentive token and I go stake it. And the other 50% I sell it. What happens? Well, I appreciate the price because I burn the coin. But what happens to my 50% that I'm going to go sell? It appreciates. So if everyone were to take 50% of their incentive and burn it
The problem
and
with that
sell
is,
the other 50%, it would appreciate the price. They would receive money so they could go and stake and make more hex. But the thing is that you're keeping. So at the end of the day, if you do it that way, your incentive token becomes 150%, because you get 50% of it is locked for the future, where you're going to appreciate in value, plus you're going to gain interest. And then that other 50% is going to appreciate in value, and you're going to be able to do whatever you want with that. You could sell it, you could trade it, you could dump it, you could go stake it again.
and in this model, what are you incentivizing? What are you giving it out for?
So it incentivizes the dumping of the incentive token, but it also allows you to appreciate the incentive token by keeping it.
Who gets the incentive token?
The liquidity providers.
For providing liquidity where?
On the DEX.
Between what pairs?
That
Anything,
depends
or
on the DAO.
whatever the OA wants. But what would be the best pair?
But that's it. What would be the best for an ecosystem where HEX is inevitably going to be sold every day? But it's also going to be burnt every day. Like, I know we do it now, but the thing is now, I'm sorry, if the whole game plan is to stake it and not touch it. But in the new ecosystem, why wouldn't you stake it? And why wouldn't you touch it? Like, I could use HEX for anything I want, and it doesn't cost. I could I could play with $10 of hex on PLS. There's this new creation that comes into fruition, which is what if you're giving the human the chance to press the red button.
I,
You know what I mean? On ETH, you can't press the red button. It's that or nothing, because there's no point of you taking 50 hex and doing something with it. Why? Because you're spending more in gas than anything, so it's not worth it. So you could only stake it, because in the end of the day, it's gonna bring you back interest, and it's gonna appreciate. So you're delaying your gratification, but that's only delaying itself due to the fact that ETH is shit. But if you go and fix the fact that ETH is shit and you allow hex to be used every day for any purpose, like imagine hex, you could send it for 1,000th of a penny. Why wouldn't you use it for currency? Why wouldn't McDonald's use it as currency? I could tell you for a fact, I worked for a credit card company, and we used to sell the machines. McDonald's pays like maybe a tenth of a cent per transaction, or 100th of a cent per transaction.
yeah.
Why wouldn't McDonald's take 1,000th of a cent for their transactions? It wouldn't make sense.
I think because it would wreck their own like liquidity because it's wrecking the currency that they're backed by, like in the stock market. Um, but
No,
I think like
I think the reason why
I think
companies don't take
eventually it
crypto,
would.
I think the reason why crypto, listen, the only reason why I think it's not going to happen is because stable coins will not work unless the government rules it, and the only
I
way that
wanna yeah. I want to
okay,
ask you more about the actual design before we get off into like the real world.
yeah,
So when it comes to what you're saying about PHEX being the incentive token, I think that that's super creative, and there may be a lot of advantages to it. I
but it
think
won't
one
happen.
I think I mean, dude, if somebody comes up with really good game theory, it can still be implemented. Um, what I'm saying though is that it would mess with the game theory a little bit of the OA really being able to control equally on both sides the the supply of hex, um, and keeping it scarce and keeping it as a store of value. Um, but here's something: would you be willing to consider another idea?
Yeah,
So, like, what if the incentive token, um, we could even say whether it's PHEX or whether it's just a new coin that is yet to be named. Um, what if it was only paid to people who bridge in value from Ethereum in?
but it is. It like that I don't understand, because it's only given to people who bridge in their value. Like there's two ways of bridging it in: sacrificing it or bridging it. It's the only way someone will ever stake or provide liquidity. So the incentive token, in essence, is already being given to anyone who bridges in liquidity. That's how I see it. Like I see it like there's no way someone in the world will ever gain this incentive token without putting money in. Well, sorry, actually, I take that back. You could faucet those free coins and then end up doing something with them, but at the end of the day, you're still using electricity and you're still using your time. So it's like you have to bridge in, and you have to come in the ecosystem some way or another in order to get that. So we are giving the incentive to anyone who bridges in liquidity. The only thing about crypto which I love is the fauceting aspect of it, which is free, right? And that's not really bridging it. That's like you're getting it for free. So you could literally like most of my I'm not gonna lie, most of my crypto wealth is from fauceting. So
Okay, because like yeah, I think that so like impermanent loss. I mean, it's most yield farming is a scam, right? Um, because you're just waiting for the incentive to dry up, or you're waiting
Well, it's
for
not a scam. It's just the
impermanent
the way
loss.
they
It's
are
risky.
scams. They are scams. It's very risky because the way it works is first come, first served, and the last one doesn't eat. That's how it works. That DeFi's are not. It's if you were in DeFi, if you started from DeFi from day one until today, it's impossible you've been in the same DeFi. It's impossible. It's literally impossible that someone's been using the same DeFi. I think the only DeFi and they're probably losing is Cake. That's the only one that since the beginning I know that would have been profitable for someone to come in midway. Anyone else, you had to have been there at the beginning, and if not, you lost money. Why? Because you just see the chart just go downwards. Everyone's chart goes downwards. Look at Olympus now. Look at Olympus. Same shit. It breaks when it can't give no more money. So it's not consistent. Hex is consistent. Why? Because it doesn't try. Why? Because it's at one point you're gonna have a 4% interest rate. That's how it works. Now we're lucky that we have 4%. We're very lucky. One day I do see like man, the day that it comes that we don't make money off of interest, we will not care because the coin will have appreciated like how much. You know what I mean, Maddie? Like think about it. Like I think you could vouch for this that your biggest gain is the appreciation of the coin. Am I not correct?
Definitely. Yeah.
So
To the point.
it's an
To
extra
the point
that
where why are we talking about?
you know what I mean? It's like to the point where
Yeah.
people need to understand that like okay, APY is beautiful, but like why are you looking at it?
It's minor. Yeah.
It's an extra.
Totally.
It's a bonus. It's a bonus. The fact that you've been there earlier. But at one point, even when it's gonna be for people now, if they're thinking like, "Oh, the APY is gonna go lower later on," I don't know if that's good. When that APY is gonna be 5%, trust me, you will not give a shit because the price would have appreciated. It would have appreciated so much, and that's the beauty of the consistency of it. And the beauty of it too is that it has it's good for it to go down 90%.
Yeah.
Because there's cycles. There's cycles. You know, it's another beautiful factor, and you see it because the way you do your ladders and the way you explain it is that you're taking the hit. I know it's you, but this is what I've understood is that for the first cycle, which is the first 5,555 days, you're gonna take the hit. So like that later on, it could be constant. It could just be a rolling boat nonstop, just like let's go one at a time. Let's go every day, nonstop, and I don't have to worry about nothing because it's like I don't have to wait anymore. It's just every day. My delayed gratification at one point is just gonna come on down. It's you know what I mean?
It's like the APY is the incentive token. It's like, it is the incentive for staking. However, the greater incentive is just protecting yourself from your mad gains. Like holding on to your mad gains is impossible if you know how good it's going to be. So there's an incentive mechanism at play there. It makes me wonder. So what if, and this is again just kind of kicking the tires and thinking about what the most valuable bridging situation would be. What if the main bridge was EHEX to PHEX, and the incentive token was, incentivizing people for bridging over, even if they, but then that would have to compete with the APY that is happening from just staking HEX. And so you'd have a low liquidity and you'd have a high volatility bridge that people might want to stay off of. And they wouldn't be able to bridge too much value all at once off of the system. That might be beneficial to have a super low liquidity bridge, actually. as long as people were incentivized to keep bringing value over slowly, like, but then you can't get it out all at once. So, and if you do try to impulsively get it out, then you're going to pay this huge slippage, which
Yeah.
also helps to pay for, the slippage helps to pay to incentivize the people up to the APY that people are getting from staking HEX. So that like balances itself out maybe in a way.
All I know is that the incentive token in any way, shape, or form will be used for HEX. So it will be used, and it will be useful for HEX. So I would love for it to be the incentive, but a lot of it's risky, man. It's
Well, you could have the incentive token only incentivize bridging between HEX and something else.
Or the other thing that I was thinking about was not about bridging. It's more about like that IFO pool that Pancake has, which is ownable and pausable.
I don't know anything about that. Please.
So
tell me
it's
more.
a pool. It's a pool that you could, so someone could own it. So there's pools in the DEX that allow you to put your coin in, auto compound, but that's through the inflation of the token of Cake. But Cake also has this pool where you could put in an ownable token that is pausable. So you could pause the pool at any time, and you could change which token it is.
It's what and pausable? What's the first word?
No. It's it's pausable. Like to pause.
Yeah.
Like it's
And then
pausable and ownable. So
ownable? Okay. All right.
so if I'm thinking like, will the incentive token be used? So you stake the incentive token to get something. So could they do like a temporary pool of you receive HEX? Because if the auto burn of PLSX doesn't occur, which we think is not going to happen, so the 0.6% of each fee, which is 20% of the fee, will be kept to an address that no one should take anything out of.
I think it's going to be manually burned.
But
like
what if
5X.
it's not manually burned? What if it was used to buy something, and then that would be given to the people who were incentivized? It technically is burning, but redistributing it to people. But the people that you wanted to redistribute it to. And then those people are usually going to be the people that are going to go and take that coin and stake it, which is going to burn it, which is going to cause the appreciation. So you incentivize something at the end, which will appreciate everything in the end, which will cause your token to appreciate in the end. Because I find that the incentive token will appreciate too much if we keep it as unstable. Because people will dump it, but if you dump it and it's connected to every other coin, it has a ripple effect. But it's stable. It's at 1-to-1. To me, it doesn't make sense. Like it would make the whole system go bonkers. The whole Hart's law would go bonkers because everything's connected to everything in a way. As to the other dexes where everything's not connected to everything, everything's connected to ETH.
Yeah.
And that's why ETH goes bonkers. But that's just me, man. I really hope it's that. But yeah, guys, man, I just think, and I smoke a lot of weed, so I have a lot of imagination.
So if you bought, another variable to throw in is you could buy HEX, you could buy PHEX, and then you could stake it and give that as the incentive. You could give staked HEX, so it's like more of a delayed thing anyway. But maybe you don't want to.
How do you give us? I would take a staked HEX any day. Are you serious? I would take it any day. Because if it's staked, I wouldn't have to pay for the staking. Even though it's nothing, but still, at the end of the day, you're doing thousands of stakes, and it accumulates. No?
Yeah. I mean, really just brainstorming here, but trying to see how all these pieces could fit together.
I'm pretty
I
sure
don't.
I'm pretty sure the puzzle's already puzzled, man. I'm pretty sure.
I think that the more we kick the tires and brainstorm, the more we can be sure that the interactions are going to hold. Because
on that extent, yeah. I thought you were talking about if they are still figuring out. I think they already know.
What I can say is that, like, optimizing things will probably continue. So, I think the incentive token isn't 100% worked out what it'll incentivize, because it's going to be up to the DAO. And so I'm kind of already thinking past the launch as to what would be the best strategy for the OA to do when it comes to spending the incentive token wisely, to incentivize the right behavior. What is the ideal behavior given our understanding of Hart's Law and our new ecosystem that's been created? I would say bridging in value from somewhere else to support, the ecosystem. But then how do you incentivize somebody bridging value in? Because every time somebody bridges value in, they're bridging value out as well, right? Every buy is a sell. Every sell is a buy.
Hey, Maddie, have
Yes.
you heard my pitch for the incentive token?
Please tell me.
I thought about what if it were able to be delegated like Pulse Chain Coin is, so that as a use case, liquidity providers would have this token that they could receive a greater weight of value in the form of accruing pulse chain over time in a locked up setting. And the pulse chain that they're accruing by delegating their incentive token isn't accessible until the completion of their commitment. And then it creates, at least like there's that use case, because you still have your incentive token at the end of your stake. Same with HEX, right? But your yield is in the form of pulse chain. And then that also keeps the capital within the system rather than having it just bridged back out, because there's the delayed gratification component as you wait for your pulse chain yield to accrue.
How would you have the funds to pay for buying Pulse?
What do you mean?
Like, so you're saying that the incentive token would buy Pulse to give that as a reward, but have it time locked?
No, it would earn it in the delegation profit sharing pools with the validator nodes. So
But
it would just be a secondary.
Who would pay for that?
It would be the proportional profit sharing. So the same way that you'd be delegating your pulse chain coins, then whatever weight of the profit sharing you have, the incentive token is like add on to that.
But
Okay,
but
yeah.
but wouldn't you be scared if they don't add validators though?
No, that would give you a better opportunity to have a longer incentive token stake, which is more time that incentive token wasn't being max dumped on the market, and gives you the ability to utilize fewer units to receive greater rewards. Same with HEX, longer pays better, within reasonable caps.
But does it make a difference? Actually, I didn't ask my question properly. Would that affect PLS in any way by stopping PLS to be staked?
I think it would make it more valuable. I think it would. I think it reduces sell pressure, because if the incentive token is delegated, we can call that staking it. If the incentive token is staked, then whatever PLS it's accruing isn't sellable, because it's
No.
locked
I'm
up as a
meaning
state.
like the that wasn't used, that could have been used but wasn't used. Like what I'm saying is we would have to add validators, because if we're not adding validators, we're stopping PLS to be used. So we're reducing.
There's always, what do you mean, man? PLS is used on
So
every
the
single.
so I think I think the validators are going to do their job whether they get paid or not, because they're the largest stakeholders in the system. They have to protect it because it's proof of stake. However,
and the validators get their
yeah,
profit share up front.
Yeah, no, that I understand, but I'm saying like without having your idea, it's 100% validators are 100% PLS, right? And if you don't add validators, well, let's say then it becomes 90% PLS and 10% incentive token. That 10% that you took out, that you replaced with the incentive token, aren't you scared that that 10% is put on the market and that has a chance of that being sold, which will
You
cause
mean,
the price of
bro?
PLS to drop?
You mean like the 100% of the PLS that can be sold every 24 hours?
No. I mean, like, you have to provide PLS for like when you delegate, right? You have to,
Yeah, to
yeah,
get paid in what, PLS? And then what
yes,
do you do with
exactly.
that? You never utilize it ever. You don't have to utilize it if you get it through the incentive token, and you still have incentive token left over. But the PLS that you earn by staking up the incentive token in this hypothetical, you don't have access to immediately.
No. I'm not talking about what you receive as a reward. I'm talking about what, like, like, let's say I want to become a validator, so I put my money in the pool, right? So I put, like, as an example, I put my $1,000 in a validating pool, right? Well, that
Sure.
means that for now, the way it's working now is that there's 100% of tokens of that are used to validate, right? That you need to provide to be in the validator pool. Right now, 100% of it is PLS. I'm saying, aren't you? What would happen if we reduce that 100% to 90, and we replace it with, and we put in, like you say, the PLSX, right? So you allow people to use their PLSX. Wouldn't that reduce?
No, you don't.
No.
You don't let them use the PLSX. You let them use the incentive token.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You lose the incentive token, but that removes that PLS that could have been used, and now that PLS could
No, it
be
doesn't.
sold.
It's not like there's a cap.
Oh, you could add as many as as much as you want. It doesn't cap.
What's the cap for how much PLS can be delegated
Well,
to each node? Is there a cap to how much PLS we can delegate to each node?
I don't know. Is there? That's why I'm asking.
I don't know. I've never been told of one. And even if there is, I mean, you just move the decimal point on the incentive token and ratchet up the math on the bonus for the time. The whole point is just to have reduction of sale pressure. So, and then it has a lot of mutual benefits because, like, you keep bringing up the HEX idea, but HEX, operates in its own
Oh, well, I didn't
world.
know that. I didn't know that validators couldn't
I
be
think
maxed out. If they
I
can't be
think
maxed out, then it changes everything. Well, that changes everything.
What up, Maddie?
I was still thinking. Sorry.
No, you're
Yeah,
good.
that's interesting.
Wow, Orca, that changes everything. Holy shit! So you could put as much incentive token as there is PLS in the validators.
You might even compete, man. You might even have whales buy an incentive token if it was the economically incentivized price for getting their best rewards. Who knows? Who knows what the
So
needs of the
why do you
system
buy
are?
incentive token?
It would presumably be far less expensive than Pulse Chain because it's inflationary and it is going to be dumped to a certain extent by liquidity providers. But the proportion that isn't dumped can be staked for Pulse Chain, and the longer you delay your gratification, the more powerful the weight of that time commitment becomes in terms of the Pulse Chain reward. So
I'm like I love this, but I'm not sure how incentivizing it would be to have such a distal reward.
I mean, that's a fair point. I think it's just something that like scales with the system. So if you're going to have an incentive token that only needs to survive for like a couple of weeks, then I think you're probably I mean, we just had Kareem in here talking for hours about the plans to bring over liquidity that makes sense to support the assets that they
He doesn't know what
you
he's
know.
talking about. Like legit, I can 100%
That's fair. That's fair.
vouch.
But
But
I
he
think a
brings
lot of
awesome
people,
energy, and you know,
yeah,
I think what you guys are saying makes way more sense.
fair enough. I
Um,
think there's enough people that have like their best
here,
interest in mind that'll help with initial liquidity for at least a couple of coins that I can think of, or tokens.
I think you guys maybe give me an idea that I'll see if you guys think is valuable.
Yeah.
What if the incentive token was created as like a 1-for-1 for the amount of value that was bridged over, maybe for a certain period of time, but if it was volume dependent on how much value is being bridged in, then it pays for itself with Hart's Law.
So back the incentive token by only back the incentive token with the pairs that are PRC or ERC.
With like the volume of people bringing in value from Ethereum.
So you don't provide liquidity, you provide backing. So you back it,
And
you
you
get
could
well, it's a form of
suffer.
staking. It's a form of staking, but you don't have impermanent loss due to that. You wouldn't incur permanent loss.
Well, maybe you'd have to if you really want it to be the type of bridging that's valuable, because Hart's Law, it doesn't really say just like fake DeFi, like gives you value. It's only when you're creating a market or, you're creating a pool that allows us to know that people could take from either side, and that's what makes it real.
But you could create a pool to like the incentive token and the PRC. So if you provide the ERC and the PRC, well, it would guarantee that you won't dump.
But it's only volume being bridged in from Ethereum that gets the incentive token, as but it's only created kind of as a way to reward and measure the thing that actually brings in the value. And so you're paying for value to be brought in with something that is incentivized because, but then, yeah, I think that
Yeah, you're incentivizing bridging over. So you're telling people, bring over your money, put it here, keep it, back it, and you'll receive this.
And then that becomes valuable because it's a measure of exactly how much value has been brought in.
Exactly, and how much has been saved.
But I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess you would buy it because it's only as scarce as the value that's coming in. Maybe. Maybe there'd have to be a time component.
But then the thing is that there would be less liquidity, so the ratio would move more. Because the more you have in liquidity, the less the ratio moves.
That could be, it could be a good thing to have low liquidity, because then it discourages people from really using the bridge that much, which is actually important to have people bridge over value so they can get the incentive token, but then they leave it there because why would you want to go back and forth when the volatility is so high, because it's a thin pair.